to YouTube Developers Live.
自己紹介をしていただきます。
Oh, Amy Hearties.
This week, neither one of us are wearing pants.
We have an audience question. How does that affect the way you evaluate potential investments, especially at the seed level?
Welcome to Google Developers Live at I/O 2013. I'm Louis Gray, head of GDL, and joining me today is my co-host Daniel Seberg.
Louis, thanks so much for having me here at GDL Live at I/O 2013. This is actually my second I/O, and I believe it's your fourth,
It's
right?
my fourth I/O. I went twice as press, and this is my second year here as Googler. Really excited about what we've got in stage for GDL at I/O. We have exclusive interviews kicking off from the stage in Moscone, really back to back, right between every single session, so not a single minute is wasted for those of you on the live stream. Really excited about that.
Absolutely. We've got 5,500 folks here, but lots more watching wherever you are. And part of my job will be to not only be here with you chatting on occasion, but to actually go out and talk to the developers in the sandboxes, our partners, learn from them about what they're working on, and bring that here. We'll see some of that content today and then some of it tomorrow as well.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to that a great deal. You're going to be talking with partners from Google+, Drive, Maps, and YouTube. And while you're away doing the hard work, I'm going to be back here holding down the fort. We're going to be talking with Megan Smith of Google X to talk about moonshots. We'll be talking to people on Blink, Performance Alley, Ingress, and some really hot topics that everybody wants to know about.
Yeah, and a fantastic keynote, of course, to kick all of this off. We've got a lot of work to do. We've got an amazing lineup. I feel like I should go roll up my sleeves and kind of get at it here, right?
Absolutely. So I definitely appreciate you joining me. For those of you on the live stream, we definitely want you to follow Google Developers on YouTube, subscribe so you don't miss a single moment. I'll be right back here in a couple of minutes with Megan Smith of Google X to talk moonshots.
The actual moonshot is wonderful, inspirational, poetic, beautiful, involved great technical challenges, genuine heroism. It brought the world together. But think about the Polynesian islander on the dugout canoe, deciding one day they were going to go that way. No one had ever been that way before. No one even knew if there was anything that way before. It was amazing, and it changed the world.
People can set their minds to magical, seemingly impossible ideas, and then through science and technology, bring them to reality. And that then sets other people on fire, that other things that look impossible might be accomplishable.
Galileo is such a hero, you know, in thinking big, and what he represents to me is both curiosity and wonder that humanity had, that he had, that pushed him and drove himself to invent and work on the first telescopes that allowed us to see the moon, and here we are.
These aviation pioneers were figuring it out as they went. No one really knew how to build an airplane, right? No one knew how to fly an airplane. It was amazing and crazy and wonderful, and they wanted to explore.
Many years ago, the great British explorer George Mallory, who was to die on Mount Everest, was asked why did he want to climb it. He said because it is there.
There's so many challenges in the world, and you could feel daunted by that, you know, and sort of oppressed by that, or you kind of say, how might we think differently about this?
Everyone else in the world is working on that next 10%. If you can be the one that delivers that 10 times improvement, you have a chance to really change things.
If you want cars to run at 50 miles per gallon, fine, you can retool your car a little bit. But if I tell you it has to run on a gallon of gas for 500 miles, you have to start over.
You need a lot of courage in this work, and you need a lot of persistence. One of the things that's really critical is not only having the courage to keep trying every day or thinking big, even if you don't really 100% believe it's possible, like you might think this might be possible, have the courage to try. That's how the greatest things have happened.
You don't spend your time being bothered that you can't teleport from here to Japan, because there's a part of you that thinks it's impossible. Moonshot thinking is choosing to be bothered by that.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Humanity's progress has been a series of amazing, audacious things, from the very small and personal up to the great, big, and grand. And we are a species of moonshots. And to me, that's like the really amazing, poetic, and inspirational thing.
I think our ambitions are a glass ceiling on what we can accomplish.
When you find your passion, you're unstoppable. You can make amazing things happen. It's been true through all of history.
I believe in the human spirit, and I believe that there are always going to be crazy people who get out of bed one morning and say, you know what? I think I can build a space elevator, and let's go and do it. But I think that if we become afraid to take these great big risks, we stop inspiring people. We stop achieving things. And the biggest nightmare scenario is that we won't have what it takes to solve the really big challenges.
When Kennedy said that we would put a man on the moon, it's about the fact that he said, we don't know how to do this yet, and we're gonna do it anyway. And that sends chills up everybody's spine. Because if that happens, what couldn't we do?
Welcome back to Google Developers Live at I/O. Welcome, Megan Smith.
Thank you.
And
it's great to
really,
be here.
Thank you for joining me. I'm really excited about moonshots. We've been talking about some really incredible things. We just heard from Larry about all the work that Google has been doing. We heard from Vic and Sundar, and really trying to change the world through technology. Can you tell me a little bit about what a moonshot is?
Sure. Sometimes we think of it as 10x better versus 1x better. And in fact, we just watched this film with some of us talking. Often doing a 10x can be not easier, but easier than you think than 1x. We just try to look at, I think I have a graphic. We launched a thing called SolveForX, which is trying to get more moonshot thinking in the world. And sometimes you think about there's a huge problem in the world. If we put up the graphic, there's sort of 3 circles. Technology that maybe it appears like science fiction, but it's coming online, or there's a new way to think about some technology, and let's apply it in some way. Not unlike the original moonshot. We want to get here by the end of the decade, get started, start with Mercury and move.
And now the initiative SolveForX really tries to solve global problems. One thing that really excited me about Google in the first place was that we take on these things that people say is impossible. How do we let the impossibility of things get in the way? What do people say that they can't do? And what do you think makes Google a great place to say, yes, we can do this?
We stand on the shoulders of giants and amazing moonshot folks. I'm from Buffalo, New York, where Nikola Tesla took a moonshot to use Niagara Falls to light Buffalo years ago to demo modern electrification. So many people have been thinking like that, but it maybe hasn't been the majority. And certainly Larry and Sergey, founding Google, thought about, what's the big idea? What can we do? They were passionate, of course, about search in the beginning, but have taken us in a lot of directions. I think also in some ways, there's some moonshot work around how we do our work, how we collaborate. I love that Larry just did a full open Q&A, very transparency, as a fundamental thing, and collaboration.
That's something that's really important to us in Google Developers Live. I want to break those barriers down so all of the people on the live stream can not only see us and talk to us, but engage with us and have that kind of Q&A that we honestly get as employees from Google to hear from Larry. It's really exciting to see Larry and all the other engineers engaging with developers here. When I look at Google and we talk about moonshots, obviously things like self-driving cars come to mind, and other bits like Gmail. It wasn't too long ago that Gmail came out. It came out on April Fool's Day of all things. I didn't even know if it was real. But they promised us a whole gigabyte of email when everyone else was offering 20 or 40 megs. What is your thought in terms of what are some moonshots that Google's done so far? And what comes to mind in terms of something that we can really deliver on to change the world?
And there's a range of moonshots that Googlers have taken, and I always think that moonshots are both the idea and the people, or the team. Who and what are never separate, but maps and geo would be a good example. This incredible team of Keyhole and Where to Tech, other small acquisitions we made, and the teams came and we got together and really pushed it, wanted to have free, full mapping to everybody, and some of the things we just seen demonstrated are on that path of really thinking big.
And you talk about big, it's really incredible to think about the millions of miles that are in Street View, and the fact that just a few years ago you wouldn't have thought of having the entire globe in a little smartphone in your pocket that you take with you everywhere. And the moonshot really kind of takes the impossible, the incredible, and makes it real and makes it happen. For somebody who's going to the SolveForX website, how can they get started? What is it that they can do to find other people with similar dreams like them?
Right. On our website, the main thing is we want people to put up proposals. What are their moonshots? We want to celebrate people in process. Of course, we want the historic stuff and hear what great people have done and inspire us that way. But also, let's help people and teams in process, and let's get inspired by each other to think of new things. So a lot of things to watch and collaborate on there. And in general, Larry's saying, think big. That's what we're trying to do. The other thing that we're trying to do is that ideas come from everywhere. Bill Clinton says 21st century is really about creative collaboration. Back to the Maps example, we are doing things in Maps, but then there's things where people are adding edits and things on top, layers, amazing innovations. Above that, Ushahidi is such a fabulous innovation on top of mapping to help with crisis around the world. So collaboration together, and I love that we're on Developers Live. because it's all about the interconnection of us. I have to give a talk this summer called The Next Greatest Generation. I think the next generation, the greatest generation, is actually all of us networked.
Right. And so one thing, honestly, when we look at Google's a business, we're not a nonprofit. Is it possible to do a moonshot without first thinking of revenue? Like, how can we do something that is not only incredible, but does it have to make money? Like, how do you separate the business side of things from the actual want to change the world ideals of doing things?
I always think, there's for-profit, nonprofit, but there always need to be revenue coming towards something, even if it's gifted revenue, donations, or philanthropic, or Kickstarter-like things, or others. So I think the most important thing is not to start with the money, to start with the big idea. We did that with Google, we've done that with so many products, and then the money can follow if it's incredibly valuable. And sometimes innovating how the money should follow is a big part of the design. The internet is such an example of freemium. This idea that free things and then add ways to pay for some part, or media-based advertising, etc. So there's a lot of different models out there that you can use. But I think the most important thing is find something you're really passionate about doing and something that's really needed in the world. Those two things together, let the business plan follow.
Now, as Vice President of Google X, you see incredible things every day. Things that the world knows about, things that I know about, and then things that almost nobody knows about. And you must have an incredibly busy time. Now, what else are you doing at Google I/O in addition to speaking with us today?
Well, the Google X team is here with Google Glass, of course, and Larry was talking about, the self-driving car ambitions. And then we have a lot of other things we're thinking about and working on. We're still cooking them, they're still early. So we're working on those. And then, of course, Self-Rex of sharing this. I'm also personally working a lot on diversity, and we have a session later today at 5:30 on live stream that I hope people join. 7 tech makers and a microphone.
Yeah,
the women tech
that.
makers live at AIO.
And we've had a number of sessions on women tech makers on GDL. It's been really a key focus for us to make sure that we're highlighting incredible women.
Right.
I was really pleased to make sure that you went first and would be our first guest. Not because you're a woman, but because you are an incredible executive who has a proven track record, who happens to be a woman. And you're doing a lot of great stuff with WTM, as we call it, with Women Tech Makers, and I'm glad that that's been an incredible focus.
Yeah, and Larry was just answering a question about getting more girls and boys, but girls into STEM technologies. I mean, there's so many jobs open that we don't have people for. We need a lot of people to come into our field, and this is a friend of mine, Nicholas Negroponte, once said, have you ever had a job? Meaning sort of, this is passion work that we do. It's not like required work. And so for young people to know about this work is really important. And the visibility of technical women is important, because technical women, for whatever reason, through media and others, have not been as visible as they should be, including later today we're going to talk about a history story at 5:30 at Pacific that nobody has ever heard, pretty much at scale, so that should be fun.
Sure. Well, I definitely appreciate you coming and talking with me. We're going to be producing a lot of exclusive interviews with Googlers throughout the day. On Google Developers Live, we're going to be highlighting some of our partners in the sandboxes, and we have a lot more content. What we're going to be doing right next is we're going to be going back to the sessions, so start to see the live sessions from all the streams that you're looking at from Android, Chrome, and other technical topics. And then we'll be right back here at the GDL at I/O stage around 1:30 to talk about Blink with Chrome. So thank you very much, Megan.
Thanks everyone online for joining us.
Hey, welcome. Today we talk about the future of Google Maps. In this session, we're going to show you a few more things of the demo you just saw in the keynote, and then we'll go into the new API things that Mano and Ken are going to talk about. Did you like the demo? Yeah. Good. Hey. So my name is Bernie, and this is Yatin. He was the engineering lead on that project, and he's going to show you a few things. Thanks. So I thought we could look at three things that we couldn't show at the keynote. So one thing is the related places. You saw that I clicked on a museum, and then other museums showed up on the map, and then you could go on and explore and explore. So one cool thing is that it generates actually a map on the entire world. So there's a place here nearby called Monk's Kettle. The people from San Francisco might know it. It's known for a great beer selection. It's a really great pub, has a great beer selection. And you see now that I searched for it, all other places show up that are like Gestalt is a bar nearby that also has a great beer selection. If I zoom out, I'll get more places like that. Seven Hills, Daily Grill, they're all great. But one cool thing is I can go further and further. And then I can, for example, go and zoom into Austin. Anyone here from Austin? Yeah, right here. Okay, so we'll see whether this actually works, but you're verifying that those places are good. So now we see that the East Side showroom shows up, and the Contigo, and before I got some, the Flying Saucer Draft Emporium. That sounds pretty. Is that right? Good. Okay. See, so we generated a whole map for the entire world that is now about bars with great beer. Isn't that great? Right, so Yatin is going to show you another one of those photo tours.
So Bernie showed you a photo tour of the inside of the Vatican. What I'm going to show you is another photo tour that takes us to an even larger scale. So you can see that we can sort of make this thing work, not just for a single landmark like the St. Peter's Basilica, but even an entire city's worth of information. So this here is a view of the Houses of Parliament in the center of London. And I am going to start the photo tour. And just watch how it sort of shows you a little bit of the Houses of Parliament. And now it starts to turn around, and you see Big Ben right in the corner over there. And it's going a little further away, showing you a little bit more. Actually, that wasn't the Big Ben. That was the other tower at the other end. There now you start to see the Big Ben. These are views of the Big Ben and the Houses of Parliament taken from the London Eye by users just like you, uploaded to Google, and here's the entire city of London seamlessly stitched together into a very, very compelling 3D experience. And Jonah Jones, who was helping Bernie with the demo live at the keynote, and I are going to have a full session on how some of the technical and design details of the new Google Maps work. This will be on Friday, I believe, at 9 a.m. So come join us there if you have more questions. And I'll hand it back to Bernie to show you just one other tidbit from the new Google Maps.
Okay, thanks. So we used actually cinematic principles to steer the camera. The algorithm knows sort of the dramatic effects that are required to get to the stage and so on. It's really cool. So you should definitely go. So I have a question. Does anybody know what happened last Thursday afternoon? Anyone from Australia here? You cheated. Nobody? Yell it out. Very well. Good. So what we're going to do now is we go and change the system time to last Thursday. A little bit later, I think like 5 p.m. would be good. Okay. So we go back here. What is happening? Oh. So let's go to Earth. We start zooming out. See the world. So now that we look here at the sun, you see that there's a little black spot here. So that's the moon. And then we turn around. So I told you that the stars and the Milky Way and the sun are in the correct position, so is the moon. And it's actual simulation of the sunlight going to Earth, and the moon is in the middle. So we saw this solar eclipse. And actually, we were just practicing the keynote last Thursday, and we looked at the screen and we're like, shit. Why do we have a black spot on Earth? And then we just turned around and we're like, why is there a black spot? Oh! Then we went online and there was indeed a solar eclipse. So that was quite funny. Anyway, so this is, well, I wouldn't suggest that you should change your system time all the time, but it's like one of the neat things. So wait for the next eclipse and then just go online. So it will be easier. So okay, with that, go back to the slides. I think I just pressed the wrong. Oh.
The laptop might have.
Ah. Yes. Okay, thanks. And so here's the agenda that I should have told you before. I guess these were the 3 interesting things about the new Google Maps, and then you'll get an update on the new Google Maps APIs and the next million maps. And before I hand over, I'd like to recommend you sign up or recommend to your friends our online courses, and they go through how you use this new Google Maps, Maps Engine Lite, and Google Earth. Just go to g.co/mapping course, and there will be online courses, massive online courses that you can take and help you learn a lot. Okay, thanks.
All right, so my name is Ken. I'm product manager for the Google Maps APIs based in Sydney. And I'm going to talk to you a bit about some new things we have coming up in the Google Maps APIs. So as I do that, I'm just going to tackle the obvious question. I've seen it asked on Twitter a number of times already. And just not beat around the bush and tackle it straight up, which is, are you going to announce a new Google Maps API right now? And the answer I have to give you, unfortunately, is no. Remember that the new Google Maps that was just demoed in the keynote and that Bernie and Yatin have demoed now is a preview. That's not to say that we won't at some point announce an API based on the new Google Maps, but you need to remember that this technology is actually quite nascent and we still have a lot to do with the product before we can think about giving it to third parties. So that's the bad news. The good thing is I do have an announcement. And I think this is an announcement that you'll find really compelling, and it may just be the largest visible change that we've introduced to the Google Maps APIs in the last 8 years that we've been around. To do that, I'm going to set up by taking a look at what the Google Maps API version 2 looked like circa 2006. Now, you can see on this map the familiar pieces of the Google Maps API. The red pin, the info window, the same kinds of familiar yellow and blues of the Google Map base map. The info window, as you can see, circa 2006, had nice rounded corners, as all good Web 2.0 products did at that time, as well as we had an incredibly large shadow, which was also popular in Web 2.0 in 2006 era. And if you flip forward to Google Maps API circa 2013, can anyone spot the difference? I'll flip back, flip forward. We squared off the corners on the info window, certainly, so Web 2.0 is over. We still have the same pin, we still essentially have the same info window, we still have the same design of base map. We introduced Street View, of course, in 2007, and that came into the API. When we relaunched version 3 of the JavaScript Maps API, we actually added support for mobile. But essentially, what you're seeing between these two, 2006 and 2013 in 7 years, is essentially the same product. Loads of new features, but essentially the same look. Now, when you compare this to the new Google Maps, which we've been talking about a lot already today, you see a completely new experience in the new Google Maps. The base maps are a completely different design and set of colors. The marker is different. There are no info windows really anymore. Everything is sort of pulled to cards onto the left-hand side of the screen. And the control experience is completely different as well. We have a carousel down at the bottom of the map rather than the zoom slider that you've come to get used to on the left-hand side of the map. And when you look at the mobile applications that were discussed in the keynote today as well, they've also undergone a redesign that aligns more closely with the new Google Maps we were talking about earlier. Again, then you flip over to the Google Maps API, and I think I've kind of beat the dead horse here long enough, but it's time for a new look. We're stuck in 2006 on Nokia N95s, waiting for Wii's. This is what was happening in 2006, while the rest of Google Maps has moved along ahead of us. So here's what we're going to introduce. It's called google.maps.visualRefresh equals true. This is one line of code, which is a global property, which you can add to your JavaScript on your page. And what it will do is it'll change the look and feel of the JavaScript Maps API. To illustrate, I just pulled up the picture that I was showing you earlier. When I apply google.maps.visualRefresh equals true, this is what you get. So it's the same Google Maps API that you've come to get used to, and that's on now 1 million sites we announced earlier. But it's been refreshed with a brand new, more beautiful design inspired by the work that's been done in the mobile applications and now the new Google Maps. So these are the same base tiles that are used in the new Google Maps, but rendered as images, not rendered as vector tiles in the browser. So we've taken the same design for the base maps that's been used in the new Google Maps and the mobile applications and brought it into the JavaScript Maps API. That's what I was going to talk about here in one of the 4 major changes. The second major change that we've introduced is a new default marker. So you would have seen on that screen that we've removed the shadow from the marker that you've kind of come to know and love, and we've brought in the marker that's now the default in the new Google Maps. The info windows, which I had commented on a number of times earlier, have also undergone a change. The new info window is a much fresher, lighter look and feel. The shadow was gone on the info window as well. And finally, the controls have undergone slight change, just a fresh coat of CSS to bring them into 2013. Now, it's important to note that this is a seamless transition and has been carefully designed to be so. So it's just one line of code that you add to any Maps API application, and it'll just enable the new look and feel. Any custom markers, custom info windows, custom tile overlays, custom map types, anything that you've done to customize your map will stay the same and will work as intended. So this is just a transition of the UI elements. And to illustrate, I've just thrown up a picture of More Than a Map showcase site that we have, which I'll demo in a second, we've upgraded to the new look and feel just in the last half hour. And of course, we have another API, the Static Maps API, which we've added the refresh to as well. It's a simple URL parameter and visual refresh equals true. So with that, let's flip to demo. So here what I've got, if you can see, is a side-by-side view of the classic Google Maps API. If I can get this control to work. Open a new tab. See if I can remember my URL. Apparently that works. So I've got side by side on the left the classic version of the Google Maps JavaScript API, and on the right a refresh version. And these are running exactly the same code, except for the global property has been set on the right. So you can see the older tiles on the left, a lot more yellow on the right. This is the new design that's been introduced in the new Google Maps. If I zoom in, you'll see the same style of maps as Bernie was showing earlier, with the same icons, etc. We don't have the luxury of rendering vectors in the browser and creating a new map for every place, but we do have the same look and feel that we can bring into the API. If I open the info window, you can see side by side the difference of the info windows. In satellite mode, we've also changed the labels in the hybrid view so that they're freshened up with the new Google Maps look and feel. And everything else you can see remains the same. So Pegman can still be dragged onto the map. That works. and everything is as expected. If you flip over to a couple other different places, here London, and I show you on the map, you can see how the new look and feel of the base maps actually really does change the look of a Maps API application. In this case, it's a much fresher look. So what I'm going to do now, to prove to you that this is actually available now, you can go change your site now, is go to morethanamap.com, which is our showcase site for the Maps API. Flip over to demos, or base maps, and there it is. So it works. And if I click on styled maps also still work the way they did before. And I guess the point I'm getting at here is that in some ways this is a non-announcement. It's one line of code that changes the important things but doesn't change all the customizations that you've created. Routing here as well works. Go to elevation in San Francisco. Again, it all looks as you would expect, but we have a much brighter, fresher look to the API. Cool, I'll step back to my deck over here. Great. Now, talk a little bit about availability. As I mentioned in the demo with morethanamap.com, this is available now. It's available on both our experimental and release branches for you to opt into. And we're going to take this new look and feel by default to the rest of the million Maps API sites on the web. And the way that works is it will become default on the experimental branch in 3 months' time in August, and then 3 months later on the release branch, which is the default branch for our enterprise customers in November. Okay, that's it for the announcement of the refresh. The other thing I wanted to talk about was to expand a bit on the numbers that Brian announced in the keynote. And the numbers he announced were that we now have 1 million Maps API sites and apps. And the other is that these million API sites and maps are viewed by 1 billion unique visitors a week. Just sort of wrap your head around that one while I do the little spinning animation to help you contextualize how big these numbers are and why we think this is so important to us is, sometimes we don't think about the scale and reach of the Maps API. Keir Clark, I don't know if he's in the audience, but he generally reviews around 3 sites or apps per day on the Google Maps Mania blog. If he were to continue to do that at that rate, it would take him 1,000 years to review all of the Maps API sites in the world. We now have Google Maps in 200 countries. If you do simple math, 1 million divided by 200, you get 5,000, which means there are roughly 5,000 of the Maps API sites in every country in the world. And the last stat here that I want to throw up there, because I think it's the most interesting, especially given what Larry was talking about today in the keynote about bringing the internet to the rest of the world, and a number of people have talked about today. If we take that there are roughly 2.5 billion people on the internet, and we know that we get 1 billion unique visitors to Maps API sites every week, we can't exactly correlate unique visitors to people because mobile networks sometimes mean that multiple people hide behind the same IP address, and perhaps a number of us in the audience here and myself use multiple devices in a day. So it's really hard to kind of work that out. But we do know if we look at our numbers across a month, we can very, very confidently say that half the internet sees a Google Maps API map every month. So this is quite an incredible distribution. And as we talk about that, it's interesting to think about what kind of maps are these maps that make up the million, right? We've used hotel booking sites, we've used real estate sites, but they don't make up the 1 million. The 1 million has typically been made up of really kind of local, innovative, inspirational maps that developers have created themselves because they had an idea or they saw a need in a local community. That's how you get 1 million around the world. You do that in every country of the world and you'll get 1 million sites. And so I just threw up an example here. This is a transit simulator from Brașov, which is a city in Romania. Now, how many of you have heard of Brașov? I see one hand. Brașov is a city of about 350,000 people in Romania. Somebody in the city released transit data, and then somebody else in the development community created a map and an interactive simulator of that transit data. This kind of thing has been happening around the world 1 million times. Here's another interesting map. This is an aid map from Haiti by an organization that's a coalition of NGOs who are providing aid after the earthquake in 2010 in Haiti. And what they do is they use this map to collaborate on sharing information about the projects that they're doing so that they can work more effectively together. In this case, this is an example of how people have used maps and the ability to overlay their own content on the maps for their specific use case in a way that saves lives. This is an application, Planefinder, which, if you remember the opening video in the keynote, was actually featured there. It's a data visualization. Developers have been creating data visualization since the API, the Maps API came out. This one's fascinating that you click on any airport in the world and it creates this firework explosion in your browser showing you where all the planes go. It's fascinating. There's another one here. We talk about ways that people have used the Google Maps API with mashing it with other bits of data to create really compelling and important visualizations. This is a map of articles in Wikipedia that reference a place or are articles of a place. And the points on the map are colored based on how many words have been written about that place. And what you get, effectively, is a population density map. It's fascinating. Here's another one, just to illustrate the ways that the Maps API has been enabling communities. There's loads of typography on buildings in London. Now, I'm not a typography specialist or generally a person who spends a lot of time looking at it, but there are a lot of people in London who do, it turns out, and important for them is to document this and share it. Well, of course, they've used a Google Maps API map. Instant Street View is an interesting application that we saw show up. This is where people have started to take the Maps API beyond just a basic map. And Instant Street View here, it works like Google Instant. You just start typing in and it takes you to different places in the world in Street View. And finally, GeoGuessr. How many of you have played GeoGuessr? See, loads of hands, loads of hands. Fascinating. This is the latest viral site we've seen created with the Maps API. A very simple concept is they show you a bit of Street View from somewhere in the world. And your job is to click on the map where you think the Street View was taken. And you get points based on how close you were to the right location. It's incredibly educational and insanely addictive. So if you haven't played it, go try it out. You know, it's been these kinds of applications that have really inspired us. So what we decided to do is put together a little video tribute, which I'm going to roll now and set up Manomarks, who will come and talk about the next million maps.
Wow.
Oh, sorry, I presaged my, my slide. Wow. I've been on the Maps team, the Maps on Earth team since since 2006, so about 7 years now. And I get teary when I see that video. I get moved by the incredible changes that we've made in the developers world, but also in the world of the internet. In 2005, 2006, the mashup revolution was born, and it started with people developing apps with the Google Maps API. That was the first monster mashup. People realized that they could take services that that a major corporation was providing for free and mash them up with their own data. We've moved a long way since then, as you've seen from the samples that Ken has shown. But basically, it's taking the power of maps and putting them in the hands of developers and putting them in the hands of people in the world. I didn't do a little spinny thing on the wow like Ken did, but that's because I'm just spinning in my heart. Okay, so what I want to talk to you about now is the next million apps, the next million maps, and how we are taking maps to new platforms. You saw the new Google Maps in the keynote, the preview, and you saw it in Bernie's talk here. And what has become pretty clear to us, and also to pretty much everywhere, is that mobile is the future, except it's not the future. Mobile is not the future anymore. Mobile is the present. And when Google Maps started, it was enough to serve map tiles to a browser, and that was pretty revolutionary at the time. But we've looked beyond that, and since the launch of Android, we've been putting maps into the hands of mobile users. But what we really want to do is put the same mapping experience and the same map data into the hands of every user on a major platform. So you see here we have web, mobile, Android and iOS SDKs. So we're really excited that these are our major platforms. These are what you can see right now and what you can develop on right now. And the reason for that is that mobile data is about 13% of global internet traffic, according to Mary Meeker's Internet Trends report. 13%, but that's up considerably just from last year. And in some places in the world, it is the majority of internet traffic. So we want to put powerful mapping experiences and powerful map data that Google has and at Google scale into your hands. So when I say on location, what I'm really talking about is this concept of on location. That your app is about more than just identifying where somebody is, but it's about giving them the entire context in which they are right now. It's about giving them data. It's about giving them, as you've seen, this idea of where are they going? Not just knowing. When you're building an app, you don't want to just know where somebody is, and you don't want to just ask them where they're going. Know where they're going. Get contextual information from your users and build that into your applications. Now we see on the Maps team that there are actually, we believe, 3 components to this. Now there's the powerful visualization technologies in the browser and on Android and iOS. There's also our on-location services. So we've talked a lot for years about our Places API, our Directions API, our Geocoding API, all of which can be used on a Google Maps application. And we started recently talking about this data platform, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute, because I want to update you on the visualization platform. Now, as I mentioned before, maps have been about serving map tiles to a client application that then just simply renders those map tiles. That's what maps have been in the browser. That's what maps have been on mobile devices. But in 2011, we released vector mapping on Android, and in 2012, we released it on iOS. So mobile actually took this idea of vector mapping, took this technology, and this was the first place we were able to start using it. And an awfully creaky stage. This is the first place that you were actually able to get vector mapping. And why is vector mapping important? Because it can do all those interesting things that you saw Bernie demonstrate. You can render data on the fly and respond to user inputs without having to worry about round-tripping once again to the server to get data back in and shove it back into your application. So that gives you really interesting things like camera animation, and I want to actually give a quick demo of that. If I can find my demo now. Okay, all right, the demo was loaded into the other machine. Never mind, I'm gonna move on. But basically allowing you to do many of the kinds of animations that you've seen, both in the video and live. We've shown you these kind of animations where you can zoom in, see these 3D buildings, tilt and pan the map in a very smooth way. And we're going to be talking a lot about those in the two mobile sessions, the two dedicated mobile sessions. Ken? I don't know why that happened. So the two dedicated mobile sessions on iOS and Android today and tomorrow, as well as throughout many of our different sessions the next couple of days. So we have 17 sessions and one code lab that will be taking place in the next few days. So I want to announce today that we're making updates to both the Android and iOS APIs. So the Android API got pushed. It was announced actually in the keynote with the new Google Play Services update. You will get a new version of the Android API, the Google Maps Android API v2. And we're also announcing that today we're releasing version 1.3 of the Google Maps SDK for iOS. So the Android API, as you know, is built into Google Play Services, which means that any device that has Google Play Services automatically gets updated. You get, without you having to do any work. So any updates, any improvements, bug fixes, performance management that we can add automatically updated in the app. And it brings the power of the consumer Google Maps vector rendering engine into your applications. When we released in 2011 Google Maps for Android, the first thing that developers asked is, how can I use this in my applications? Now, starting in November, you can. And the Google Maps SDK for iOS is a static library that you can download and incorporate into your applications. And it brings in the power of the Google Maps application for iPhone, and it is available on both iPhone and iPad devices. And it allows for very easy integration with Google Apps, and also allows you to therefore use Google's services on your Google Maps. And we also launched a URL scheme that allows you to launch the Google Maps application for iPhone directly from your application if you don't want to use the SDK. But let's talk a moment about this data platform. There's a couple of things that I want to highlight. The first is the Tracks API. So imagine you have an application that does tracking of your users, or some asset or something. An application that, say, is a social application so that you can track where your friends are located. Now imagine you wanted to know minute by minute where somebody using your application is. Think about how many queries one person would be sending to your server in a day. Say they're using it for 10 hours. That's an easy calculation. So once a minute for an hour times 10. That's a lot of pings per person. Now imagine your application is used by 5,000 or 10,000 people to track where their friends are at any moment. And you want to know at a frequency more frequent than once per minute. That's a lot of queries hitting your server just to collect location information for individuals. We've set up the Tracks API that allows you to do just that. It allows you to present information about, to collect information about your users in Google's cloud anonymously, and then be able to track those users as they go. So pulling down location information for each individual from Google's cloud without straining your resources, because we've figured out how to do these sorts of things. The other data platform that I'd like to mention is Google Maps Engine. Brian called this out in the keynote, and we're really excited about the Google Maps Engine platform. Now, Maps Engine is a platform for uploading your geodata to our cloud services and then serving that data out in the same infrastructure, in the same way that we serve out data. So if you want to collaboratively work on an application, on a set of data with a bunch of other people across the globe, and you want to use high-end GIS data, and you don't necessarily, not all your users are necessarily going to be developers, they might simply be users. You can then load those up and then build those out to scale so that you can serve out your data to a large number of users. And one of the reasons why this is important is because, again, we get into these queries per second. So if you have an application, I'm going to say you are a local government officer, and you have a GIS shop for, say, the city of New York. And a hurricane or some other kind of disaster comes, a bunch of people might be hitting your site to find out information about how to, where to find shelters, where to evacuate, all that sort of thing. If all of that is running off of Google's data centers, which are replicated around the world, you don't have to worry that your servers are going to go down, because it's served over the same infrastructure that we use to serve out Google Earth and Google Maps. And then we allow you to communicate that to your users. You choose how many and who. You can, it's basically like Google Docs. You can choose to share it with only a few people. You can share it broadly. You can share it with just a URL. And then you can serve that out to as many people as you want. And you can serve it out on whatever devices that you want to reach people to reach as well. And we announced last week that we also added a new API for it. This allows you to programmatically interact with the Google Maps Engine platform, so you can upload data and you can edit data, you can interact with your data dynamically in the Google Maps Engine platform. Now, we have traditionally sold this to large enterprises, but we wanted to we frequently get asked at Google I/O, well, how can I play with it? And the great news is that you can play with it today. Go to if you're here at Google I/O, go to the Google Maps sandbox and ask them to sign you up for an account for Google Maps Engine, and we will give you a test account that will allow you to develop using the Google Maps Engine platform. And then and it'll have API access, and you can also serve out that data on top of the Google Maps JavaScript API using a Maps data layer. So we're really excited that you're going to get a chance to play with the newest, the latest and greatest data platforms that we have on at Google. And I should also mention that the Tracks API is free to play with as well for a limited number of assets that you're tracking. So if you want to get started, with the developer experience at Google Maps, go to developers.google.com/maps. And also, some of us will be in the sandbox for the next 3 days. We're really excited to talk to you about our new platforms and how you're going to get started using our APIs. Thank you. I'm not going to take questions, sorry. Yeah, it's 7. We have 7 minutes left, so. You want to take questions? Ken will take questions, and I will take questions too. Apparently, we are taking questions.
Well, we have 7 minutes time, so before everyone runs out.
So we have, if you want to ask a question, please come to one of the mics here and ask. Yes, if you have a question, come to.
With the new Google Maps API and the ability to visualize the buildings in 3D, are you going to be able to provide rendering solutions for people who want to render stereoscopically?
So I think something might have got lost in the translation there. The update that we have to the Google Maps API is about an update to the base map tiles, and we're not introducing any 3D functionality at this time.
But in the mobile APIs, we have 3D buildings built in.
Okay.
We don't currently have a solution on mobile for rendering things stereoscopically.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, question here. On Apple Maps for iOS, you're allowed to inject your own map layer on top,
Yes.
but it doesn't seem that we're able to do that in the iOS Google Maps app or anything like that, whereas Google is taking the approach.
Are you talking about a tile layer of some kind?
Yeah, sure. But whereas Google is taking the approach of allowing you to inject like the Google Maps into your own app, I was wondering if you could comment on whether or not that feature is expected to be available in the future.
Oh, I'm sorry. You mean it's built into the Apple Maps application? Yeah. We can't comment on future features for Google Maps. We're really excited that people can build this though into their own applications.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
How's it going?
Yeah, it's good. I have a question about the Tracks API. How different Google Latitude API and Tracks API? Tracks API for only RESTful API?
Sorry, how different is the Tracks API from the...
So how different Latitude and Tracks API?
Oh, Latitude. So the Tracks API is designed specifically for developers who want to not be tied to other Google apps like Latitude or Coordinate. They want to build out their own, and it's simply you assign an ID and you give a location and then you upload bunches of crumbs of that. And then you build out your own visualization.
I'd say the simplest difference is Latitude was about tracking people, and the Tracks API is about tracking anything that moves. So you can put a GPS sensor on anything and call it an asset and track it in the Tracks API.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Hey. So I know. Can I go first?
Yes, in the back.
So I know this sounds kind of crazy, but So can Google Maps API be extended to have a map of, say, Lord of the Rings, or like make a searchable Middle Earth map using, like, I don't know, make a searchable Middle Earth using Google Maps?
A searchable Middle Earth?
Yeah.
Yes, people have done that, as a matter of fact, using tile overlays to lay them on top of Google Maps. So yeah, in fact, you can. And if you can get GPS to work, you could do it on a mobile device. If you can get GPS to work in Middle Earth.
So the Google Maps API has been based on an assumption that it's got the Earth underneath it, but that assumption doesn't need to hold. So you can create effectively the same patchwork of tiles for some other world, which we used to have in the API for Mars and the Moon. So if you can create that and find that map for Middle Earth, then you can definitely use the Maps API for it.
Yeah, and you would create a custom map type, and you basically provide a mapping between what your world coordinates are and latitude and longitude, so that the Maps API knows how to interact with it. Yeah, check out GTA4.net/map. You'll see the Grand Theft Auto map rendered using the Maps API with custom Street View.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's very cool. Sorry, oh yeah, of course you can also use GME, Google Maps Engine, to do it as well. Yes?
This is a little bit bigger picture, I suppose, but you talked about the progression from tiles to vectors, and then to today's announcements of all the search and intent and what you're going to be doing next as part of Maps. Where did that come from, and was it always kind of something that was being developed at Maps? The kind of new direction for Maps as a contextual and
do you want to answer that,
very intent-based tool.
We have the man here.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry to make you get up.
I'll just talk really loud.
Sure.
So I think the intent and search base is something that Google overall has been working on. And what we've discovered is that local data and Maps data are kind of at the center of so many of your walk around carrying your phone intent. So many of the demos you saw from the search group were actually about local data. And I think that Maps, as we start to, as you get to start to implement geofences and the better location and the motion models, I think there's a lot of things that we'll be able to do, and your application will be able to do with that information.
Thank you.
Just me. My question's about Google Earth. So I've seen there's a lot of innovation with Google Maps that's kind of bringing more three-dimensional features in, especially the zoom out to space. It reminded me of Google Earth. Can you comment on what the role between Google Maps and Google Earth is, or is going to be?
It's basically the same team of people working on both applications. We're in pretty early stages now with the new Google Maps, and we're seeing a lot of evolution of the base platforms, the web and Earth. We can't announce right now any changes to any other platforms that we haven't already announced, but yeah, we're really excited about the possibilities that WebGL bring us, but also we have over 1 billion installs of Google Earth around the world and a very active user base.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So I have kind of a higher level question that I don't know is fair to ask you guys, but I'm going to anyway. You're delivering the new Maps APIs through the Google Play services rather than through sort of platform level changes. I got the sense that that was coming out at a broader level for not just not just the Maps APIs, but other stuff as well. And I'm assuming that this is driven by platform updates by OEMs and operators. Is this kind of a broader strategy that Google is looking at in terms of keeping the Android platform fresh for developers, but not being bound to the OEMs and operators?
In a simple word, yes. I think that the advantage of Google Play Services is the advantage of any sort of DLL dynamic link library. We can update it, with new features or bug fixes, and affect the entire installed base. The Google Play Service is going all the way back to Froyo. Not everything goes back to Froyo, but many things go back to Froyo and Gingerbread.
Right.
And that really gives a much wider opportunity for developers than waiting for Jelly Bean version 2 to come out.
Do you guys see that extending even further beyond what was announced today, or is that kind of like a broader endemic API strategy?
The first version of Play Service came out a few months ago, and I think a bunch of stuff was saved up for today.
Okay.
But I think it's an ongoing process.
Okay, thank you.
I think we'll take this as last question because we're 1 minute over now.
So one of the nice features is being able to take our own KML file and have it integrated on Google Maps. Rather than just implementing Google Maps on our own website. Do you have additional features with the latest Google Maps version which allow for more context-specific retrieval of data in KML, or is there any sort of back and forth that we can do to allow for that interaction to be more intelligent?
We don't have anything to announce at this point around KML rendering in the new Google Maps. So certainly, KML is a standard that we helped pioneer through Keyhole and then Google Earth, and we gave away to the world, and we're still committed to it, and it's very exciting to us.
Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot, everyone, and see you in the sandbox.
That we focus a lot on is speed, right? And so when I'm scrolling a page on my phone, I want it to stick to my finger, and I want that experience to be fantastic. And with Blink, we have the opportunity to make some really kind of radical changes to the infrastructure of how a browser is put together to really deliver a fast and awesome user experience.
So one thing that's really interesting here, you look at the web, and it was talked about today in today's keynote. We're on the 20th anniversary of the introduction of the web. And one of the things that's really helped the web grow and just work on practically every device is standards. And so with the introduction of a new rendering engine, is this a situation where web developers and app developers who code for the web are going to have to make two versions of their product? Like, what does that mean for a developer side?
There's no big real changes. The Blink is dedicated to just supporting an interoperable web, and that's something that we believe a lot in, and it's having a compatible, interoperable web. So for developers building for the web, you build to web standards, you build just as you did, and you're going to expect it to work.
And I think back many, many years ago, it was different browsers were very different. I think in the past few years, the different rendering engines have gotten closer and closer, and that's a lot closer, as everyone really is taking standards very seriously. We're also investing, we're very excited to invest more in testing, so helping write tests with standards organizations and other browser vendors that all the browser rendering engines can run, and that helps verify that these things are interoperable. And so the developers only have to they don't have to write totally different versions for different browsers.
In the past, developers have known about like browser quirks and things like that. And over the past few years, they've been less and less because browsers are running the exact same tests, even though they're different products.
Right. So this is a situation you used to have like modern browsers and non-modern browsers. Is Blink like a cut above? Is it going to be the most modern browser?
It certainly moves fast, and it gets new features all the time. But it's really you're gonna get a consistent experience when you're coding to the new features.
And I mean, although the goal is to build the best possible rendering engine we can, but what's great about the open web is you have all these different compatible rendering engines. And so this is very healthy competition to spur innovation throughout the ecosystem.
So one thing we've talked about before, I mean, since Blink is still fairly new, and we're talking a little bit about the new features that are going to come out, we expect the community to respond really strongly. One of the questions I have around browsing is we have so many people who are browsing on mobile these days relative to the desktop. How much did the advancement of mobile usage of browsing impact the decision to look toward Blink? And do you think that mobile users can see the benefits of Blink as quickly as desktop?
So I think if you saw the keynote this morning, Linus talked a lot about how the future of the web is mobile. And so we take this really seriously on the Chrome team. Now, the reason that we started Blink actually came down to the fact that Chromium's multi-process architecture is just different than the other WebKit-based browsers, and it led to complexity in the code base. And that was primarily the thing that drove us to make this decision. But yes, we care very deeply about mobile, and we're excited about the different kinds of things we can experiment with.
And when you look at the complexity in the code base, I remember when we launched, we had our initial blog posts and the reactions to it. A lot of discussion was taken to kind of getting away some of the cruft or older code that was available in WebKit. How does that benefit folks as well? Is it just easier to develop on it with fewer lines of code? And what are we getting away from?
I want to point out actually that WebKit is an amazing code base, and it's an amazing community. And what we were trying to remove were pieces that just weren't relevant to Chromium. And so when you have extra stuff in a code base that you aren't using, that's code that has more surface area for bugs. It takes longer to check out as a developer. It takes longer to build even. And so it was removing pieces that didn't apply to Chromium, but were still very nice pieces of code, like JavaScript core, for example.
And one of the things, I mean, you mentioned code and cruft. One of the fun things I've seen bump up in coverage of Blink is vendor prefixes. For those of us online who don't know what a vendor prefix is, what is it, Paul? And why do I care about a vendor prefix?
So vendor prefix, the idea behind vendor prefix is a way to kind of insulate users when browsers want to introduce kind of new experimental feature. And they want to be able to have a little bit of freedom to maybe change it in the future, and then browser vendors will kind of work together, standardize it, and then the prefix that's in front of it will disappear, it'll graduate. Now, that was kind of the idea behind it, and it sounds good. But in practice, over the past few years, it's kind of not worked out. And it's had some kind of harmful effects on the ecosystem. So one of the things with the introduction of Blink was that we were able to take a policy and said that we're not going to be introducing any new vendor prefixes. It's painful as a developer to deal with having multiple vendor prefixes, and we're not going to add any new ones, and we're not going to introduce new features that have this. And this is a similar model to what Mozilla with Firefox has gone towards, and also the W3C CSS working group has kind of said that this is a direction that makes sense going forward.
Now, Blink is still fairly new. I know a lot of people often when something comes out right away, they say, how can I get my hands on it? And because Blink is an engine and not an app, it's not like you can just download Blink and start playing. But so if you want to get your hands on it either as a developer or as a user, what's the best way to do that?
So again, from the very beginning, it was literally just WebKit, and then we've been developing in a slightly different direction. And so all the newest versions ever since April 4th, I think, when we announced Blink, have been using Blink. It's just that it's not really that different yet. It's getting more and more different. And so those versions will become on the stable channel of Chrome in a number of weeks.
The Chrome beta has Blink in it, and Canary has Blink in it. So if you want to try it out, but
it's not going to feel very different.
No. And as a Chrome OS user, do I get access to Blink as well, or is that a separate branch?
Yep.
So, I mean, I'm using my Pixel here. I use Pixel practically every single day, as often as I can.
love mine.
And so one of the things that's been really cool for me for the Pixel, I know we have a conversation about that tomorrow, is you're finding more and more web apps are replacing the things that I traditionally had to use a desktop for. Is that part of also our consideration as we build a new rendering engine to enable what's next in the world of web apps?
Absolutely. We believe very firmly that the web platform deserves to be as powerful as any other native platform. And so we've been pushing within the ecosystem, within the standards bodies, and really supporting that drive to make the web platform as powerful as possible. So.
Absolutely. Well, Paul and Alex, I appreciate you guys coming down today. I know you have a very busy Google I/O, really one of the hottest topics that's out there for the web and for Google in general. For those of you on the live stream, stay tuned. We have 4 more sessions coming your way, whether you're on the Android channel, Chrome channel, or the technical ones as well. And we'll be back right after those with more programming at Google Developers Live at I/O.
good call. Hello, everyone. I think we're ready to get started. Welcome to Jankbusters. I'm Tom Wiltsius. I'm a PM on the Chrome graphics team.
I'm Nat Duca. I'm a graphics hacker on the Chrome team.
And we are here today to talk about jank on the web, what it is and how to avoid it.
Yeah, so jank, everybody has a screen in front of them probably. Jank really begins with the monitor, right? You've got this monitor in front of you, and it's designed to sort of trick your eye into this illusion of motion. And the way it does that is by updating a frame every couple milliseconds, right? And the trick is your eye wants to go at something like 40 hertz. And if you do that, then you'll perceive motion. And so monitors out there go anywhere from 30 to 50 to 60 to 70 hertz, right? And if you manage to get all of your JavaScript and all your different pieces going at that rate of the monitor, then you can present this illusion of smoothness, and then people are happy.
But if you don't manage that, then you end up with jank. And this is what we're talking about when we're talking about jank. It's any time that you don't get a new image on the screen every time the monitor refreshes. This comes in all sorts of formats. A hitch is when we miss a bunch of frames in a row. A low frame rate is when you're ticking out a frame every maybe 1/5 of a second instead of every 50th. Variable frame rate is maybe some combination of these things. And this is particularly painful when you're trying to interact with something. So here's a div with a bunch of Chrome logos moving around, and it scrolls sluggishly. It's what we call a janky scroll. And the problem here is that as I move my finger on the trackpad, I'm scrolling around in this little iframe, but the frame rate isn't matched up to the monitor's refresh rate. And as I move my finger, I don't get the smooth motion on the screen that I sort of expect. And so the physical metaphor is broken, and it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel fluid.
Yeah, so basically what's going on behind the scenes when you get dropped out of your experience and you get something like jank is one part of the rendering pipeline is getting behind, right? Now, if you go online and you look at our talk from last year's I/O, and also a lot of great resources out there on jank busting, you'll find that there's this great feature in DevTools called the frames mode. It's in the timeline, and you can use that to record basically an interaction with your page and see, for example, oh, hey, this frame ran long because of JavaScript. And there are just thousands of things that can go wrong. CSS can run long. You can have an XHR that comes back and does some big JSON parse. You can have an image decode that fires. You can, I can go on for hours on this,
What Nat's trying to say is that there's a lot that gets in the way of the 16 milliseconds that you have to make a new image before the monitor refreshes. And there are, as Nat says, lots and lots of ways that this can go poorly, but today we're going to talk about one kind of specific category, and that's what are essentially the green bars in the vertical timeline in DevTools. This is what we call sort of rendering, but that breaks down into painting and compositing, and we're going to talk about both of those in today's talk.
And it's good that Tom saved you from me yammering on, because you'd just fall asleep and be wasting your time.
So rendering, what are we going to talk about today? We're going to talk about painting speed, what kind of goes into it, and how you can try to paint as quickly as possible. But then, even better than that, we're going to try to talk about how you can avoid painting in the first place, either because you were doing so accidentally and you didn't realize it, and we're going to show you how to notice that kind of thing. And then, better yet, we're going to talk about how to deliberately avoid paints from the get-go when you're designing your application.
And there will not be a rocket ship that we can give you at the end as a takeaway, so sorry. The beginning building block of rendering in a web browser is preparing pixels to be put up on the screen. So if you go to Google, right, we've all been there, you're presented with this, which is the nice little happy hello Google thing, and you get a blinking cursor, right, where the only difference between the page over time is the cursor coming on and off. Now what Chrome's doing behind the scenes is it's actually filling in those black dots for the cursor itself. And what it's doing is it's got some logic in it that says, ooh, this part of the page has changed. I need to refill those pixels with black, or I need to remove them. And so you get this little update rec, this painted area on the screen that we repaint, and then you see this illusion of a blinking cursor. Now, if you think about that, that takes some time, but it's probably relatively little. And if I compare the time taken to blink the cursor versus, say, if I just had the whole Google logo blinking. Now, of course, people would be upset if I did that to our homepage, but also it would take more time to do it, okay? Because there's just, you can sort of think about this as intuitive. We have to touch more pixels, right? So that's one dimension of rendering performance, and in particular painting speed, is how many pixels you've touched. But that's not the only dimension, of course. The other part that matters is what you touch and what type of content is in the area that you're updating. So if you take this white block on the upper left, that's just white. And if you think about what Chrome has to do to make those pixels white, it just has to sort of put RGBA for white into a bunch of parts of memory. So that's a mem set, and it's pretty darn fast. In contrast, the I'm feeling lucky button has all sorts of nasty little details on it. And it's actually kind of fun to zoom in on this on a computer with a magnifying glass and see all the things going on there. If any of you have actually taken like an undergrad graphics class and had to write like a line drawing algorithm, imagine having to do that, but in Chrome, where you also have anti-aliasing and rounded corners and blurs and text and anti-alias text. It gets really hairy, and it's sort of the thing that makes you want to jump off a cliff, but it's also the thing that makes the CPU chug along. So painting is a slow thing, and it's something to be avoided pretty much at all costs.
And you want to wonder probably like what is expensive and what isn't, right? Like Nat's just asserting that like, drawing these anti-alias lines is expensive, but in an ideal world, you would be able to measure this kind of thing. And this is something that DevTools does allow you to do to a certain extent. A good question to ask is like, well, which elements on the page are really expensive? And a good way to measure that is with continuous painting mode in DevTools, which is a DevTools setting that we're not going to talk about in great detail today, but there are some really good resources on the web about how to use it. This link and our slides will be linked on the web later. We'll take you to an article that explains in detail how to use continuous painting mode to repaint the entire frame as fast as possible and tell you how long that takes, and then you can hide certain elements and see how does that affect the painting time, because often as not, it's a single complicated element that's taking a lot of time.
When you look at your page, look at all the pieces, and keep in the back of your head that not all of them are the same cost, and you're paying for some of those effects more than others. And if you start getting in a situation where you see painting, start figuring out which ones you're paying for and whether you really want to be paying that bill for that one.
That's right. Painting also, I should say, it's not just about the blinking cursor, right? In the blinking cursor case, it makes sense that we need to repaint like the part of the screen that's changed because the pixel output is different. But there are plenty of cases on the web where even if you change something that doesn't have any sort of material impact on the final presentation of what goes up on the screen, you can still incur a costly repaint. And we're going to show a small demo of that right now. If I hit this button, I get elements that are added to the screen. This is really simple. These are just gray divs, basically styled, right?
Winner of Website of the Year for 2013.
Thanks, Nat.
You're good.
And what we want to do here is get some insight into what is being painted when by the browser. So if we open up DevTools and we turn on Show Paint Rectangles under the rendering heading of settings, then we have the ability to really see what gets painted as the page changes. So again, I'm going to hit this button a few times, and you can see that as I add additional elements, there's a red rectangle that flashes over the element, and that red rectangle means this part of the screen just got repainted by Chrome, or really by Blink in this case.
So that's that rectangle that I was showing you in slides, but in runtime for your production site.
That's right, and I can keep adding elements, and now I'm adding elements like way below the fold of the page. And you can see that as I add more, the only thing that gets repainted here is the button, because it ends up in this depressed state and then comes out of it, and the scroll bar, because the scroll bar size is changing. So this is great, right? And it makes sense in some sort of basic logic that as you're adding elements below the fold of the page, you're not having to repaint anything that is on the page. But it's not always that simple. If I try to do something like inspect this container block, and the DevTools inspection is going to drive the paint rectangles nuts a little bit. But if I look at this block that contains all of these elements, and then I toggle, say, how much padding there is on the right side of that container block, I'm not going to end up with any, again, visible change to what gets rendered. These divs are sized such that even if there's an extra 10 pixels of padding on the right side of that container, the layout's not going to change. Nothing's going to look any different. But watch what happens when I add some of that padding. You can see it's probably small text, but padding has showed up in the element style and inspector, and I got this big red rectangle that flashed over the entire container. And the reason is that Blink, I mean, it's not that smart, right? And so when some of this padding got added, there was a series of steps that it went through that said, okay, now I need to think about, do I need to recalculate the position of any of the elements inside of this container block? The answer ends up being no, but in the process it invalidates the sort of visible state of all of these elements on the screen, and then they all get repainted.
Yeah, Blink has a well-meaning but sometimes confused brain. And so, you know, in this case, it's getting confused. It thinks that maybe something bad's about to happen, and it causes a repaint. And this is the sort of thing that actually happens more often than we'd like. When you use and write really nice modular code that's beautiful and has all sorts of awesome design patterns in it, sometimes this sort of thing will creep in because somewhere deep in there, somebody added a class and then removed a class somewhere else, and that confused the system. So this is something to keep your eye out for when you're doing sort of day-to-day production. Keep an eye out for these erroneous blinks where you would expect there to be no red flash, and there is. Because once they start creeping in, they're really devilishly hard to stamp out again.
It's very true. And so switching gears a little bit, we've talked about painting now, but the next best thing from trying to avoid unnecessary paints is to not paint at all. And Matt's going to talk a little bit about how we do that for common cases like scrolling.
So like in ye olde days, right, like 1990 something, the way that we would scroll a page in a browser was we would repaint parts of it. So we would move bits of the pixels up using some low-level things, and then we'd do a big repaint rectangle on the area that you'd exposed from the scroll. Now, we just talked for a while about how devilishly slow painting is and how it should be avoided. So developers in both WebKit and Blink and Chrome and pretty much everywhere have adopted this new notion of a layer. If you look at this picture we've got up of Gmail, the analogy is this. If I look at Gmail, I know that there's a part of the page that's just going to move up and down. It's not going to change visually. It's just there are going to be new pieces shown that weren't previously visible. Right? But the stuff on top of it, the top nav and the left thing, they'll always be there. And so there's this sort of idea of, hey, we will detect that using semantic cues in your thing, like it being an overflow div, and we will turn those into layers. And each layer becomes a picture that we upload to the GPU on your computer, store there, and then if the thing that you're doing to your page is just moving the layers around, we can ask the GPU to scroll it for you, or in fact reposition it and then ask the GPU to recompose them. And so it looks like you're scrolling, because you're only looking down at the layers. You just see it, it looks like your same old web page. But what's happening underneath is the browser is just recompositing, skipping that expensive paint step and going nice and jank-free. But this all depends, this jank-freeness is all predicated on you getting good layers in the first place. And if you don't get those layers created, things can go a little bit haywire.
That's right. It's also predicated on not like the good layers. It's predicated on the layers being set up in such a way that we don't need to paint them, right? Like if the layer content is changing, then all bets are off on this being a good system. So I'll open up another demo, and this one, maybe it'll load. You want to turn off?
I will turn off Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi and try again. In a case where we scroll, in this case, a whole long list of images, we can do that pretty well, right? Nothing on the page is changing here. This is a really simple sort of like static media site scenario, and indeed, we can scroll this quite well. This whole sort of body of the page is in a layer. It's being recomposited every frame.
We shall bless this jank-free.
Right. But if I open up DevTools again, and I turn on Show Paint Rectangles, as I had, then you can see that part of the kind of jank-freeness here is that nothing is being repainted. The only thing that's being repainted is, again, the scroll bar, which we can kind of afford.
So we're keeping that contract with the browser. I won't repaint, and you'll be jank-free.
That's right. But if I hover over this image, I've got actually kind of like a nice animation that happens. I add a shadow, I change the opacity, I brighten the image a little bit. This is the kind of thing that's become increasingly common. And as I do that, you can see that because it's sort of a complicated animation that Chrome doesn't accelerate very well, I get a lot of repaints throughout the course of the animation. And that's those red rectangles flashing over the image again. But that animation is going to play really, really poorly with the scroll. And you can probably guess why by now, based on everything we've just said. The browser is going to start repainting to run the animation right at the time when what it wants to be doing is recompositing this static, unchanging content over and over again in different positions. But if the content's changed, then it can't just reposition it. It needs to repaint it first, re-upload it to the GPU, and then recomposite it. You lose all the benefits. And indeed, if I try to scroll with my mouse over here, the resolution of this screen is hurting me a little bit, but it gets a lot jankier. And you can see that there are these big red flashes that occur all over the page, and that gets in the way of a sort of jank-free scroll.
Yeah, so these big red flashes are your warning to, your one-way trip to Janktown, right? You've got big red flashes, and you're basically going to start repainting all the time, and then on a low-end machine, this is a MacBook Pro, so of course it's going to be in better shape, but on a lower-end machine especially, you're going to really start paying dearly.
And this is the kind of thing we see as particularly painful on like phones or tablets. In this case, I mean, getting rid of the hover effect is a relatively simple task, right? So if I uncheck this box, there's a scroll handler here that will disable the hover effect when it first runs and then sets a timer, and 200 milliseconds after the final on-scroll event, it'll re-enable the hover effects. This means that I can start scrolling and the hover effects get disabled and no repaints happen during the scroll, but then as soon as the scroll is done, I still get my sort of nice animation.
And this is sort of your instant recipe to making it smooth, right? Is if you are willing to compromise on some of those gorgeous hover effects or whatever it is that is causing your repaint in the first place, if you're willing to reduce it during the scroll or simplify your content in some way, you can go nice and fast again.
That's right. I mean, this is changing the behavior of the page, right? And that's not always going to be acceptable to you. So it's important to understand that there are often trade-offs between how well something performs and what it looks like. But it isn't always going to be possible to achieve whatever sort of like crazy effect you want in a totally nice performance way. We're sort of picking on hover here, but really there are all sorts of things that can cause this sort of problem. The real thing you want to do is use Show Paint Recs to sort of look for these big red flashes during your scroll or during your animation, and then try to get rid of them. So hover effects are one thing to look out for, but there are a lot of others as well. Common problems come from fixed position elements or overflow scroll divs or touch listeners, mouse wheel events, trying to reposition things in an on-scroll handler for like parallax effect sites. These are all things we see that like really kill performance.
Social widgets that you position when people hover over an article and stuff like that. Like give the page a chance to settle before you bring in your +1 button, right?
Right, which is not to say that like these things are bad, right? It's just that you need to be aware that in sort of liberally using them, you may end up in a position where you really end up fighting with the rendering system and performance is going to go through the floor. There are cases where you really do need that paint, though. You really do want something to change during a scroll. And that's fine. If it's fast enough, it can still be jank-free, right? But you're going to have to be very vigilant about keeping paints as cheap as possible. For this, you want to be paying a lot of attention to how visually complicated your CSS is, and continuous painting mode that we plugged earlier is a good way to try to reduce the cost of a lot of those paints. Image decodes and resizes can be really painful. If you're on a media site with tons of images, you can blow the image cache inside of Blink, and that can be really painful, et cetera, et cetera.
Vigilance.
Constant vigilance is the answer, yeah. But now Nat's going to talk about some of the other great applications of layers.
Well, I think we got another demo for you, which is always fun, more fun than us talking. But here's the thing: we showed you how you can use layers to scroll smoothly, right? And you can sort of understand that we're moving something up and down. But people like drawers and hover effects and slides that zoom in from the left, right? And this is a really cool thing. There are some amazing things you can do here, but the way to make it fast versus the way that you can code it up quick are often not well aligned. So it's very important when you do sort of animations to also think about layers and also think about how can I construct this animation so that it plays well with Chrome's layered rendering model, not fights against it.
Right, and a lot of that comes down to how can I run this animation without incurring any paints. So here's a really simple drawer. This is styled like incredibly plainly, but you can see that if I open up DevTools and I have Show Paint Recs on, that as I run this animation, which is a simple CSS animation on the left property, right, like very basic, I get repaints of the drawer throughout the entire animation. That means every frame, this entire part of the screen is being repainted, re-uploaded to the GPU, and recomposited. And that's again, relatively painful.
And if you take that to a low-end device, it'll be worse and worse and worse. 6 times worse often.
Right. So the question you want to be asking yourself is like, okay, well, how do I get around this, right? Like, how do I avoid these red rectangles? And it so happens that one good way to do so for moving things like this is with transforms, CSS3 transforms, rather than changing the position property. Transforms take elements out of the flow of the page, which gives the browser some stronger guarantees about what it can move without risking having to reflow other elements.
So this is an example of not all, you can make the same look in CSS with different types of selectors or different types of attributes and get the same visual look, but it's going to perform totally differently.
Right. Chrome has all these fast paths, but you kind of need to find them, which can be painful. If I use a WebKit transform here and a translate X, I have this comparatively much nicer animation, right? You can see that it's a little bit smoother if your sort of eye is attuned to it, but the really nice thing is that I'm not getting any paints, right? Like, there are no red rectangles throughout the animation. There are red rectangles at the beginning and end, though, and we're going to talk about those next.
Yeah, like if you get somebody who stamps out that first bit of animation and Tom comes over to me and says, I got it, we just have red flashes at the beginning and end. That's not good enough. Never, ever paint. That's what we're looking for. Not, oh, I reduced it a bit. It's don't paint.
Right. And so we're standing up here stating that this thing is now fast because it's in a layer, but you shouldn't take our word for it. You should want to look for this yourself. And the way to do that is to open up DevTools again, turn on Show Composited Layer Borders in DevTools settings, and if you look really carefully, I'm going to zoom in here. There's like an orange border that goes around the edge of the page, and that orange border is your cue that says the content inside of this border is in its own layer. And you can see that there's only one orange border. I mean, it's probably hard to see from the audience on this screen, but
trust us.
there's only one orange border on this particular page because there's only one layer, right? But again, look really carefully, and I'm going to zoom in again. Look really carefully at the edge of the drawer as this animation runs. You can see that there's another orange border that pops up along the edge of the drawer during the animation. And that's your sign that says, oh, this content actually got promoted to its own layer, and now it's being moved back and forth, which is great. But the question is, why the red rectangles at the beginning and end? And if you look carefully, maybe you can guess why. There isn't an orange border before or after this animation runs, right? So what's happening is that the layer that the drawer is in during the animation doesn't exist before or after the animation, right? So the animation starts, we pop the drawer out, put it in its own layer. It's a new layer, so we need to render its contents, right? That's the first red flash. Then we recomposite it, move it all the way over, and then pop it back into the base layer. When we pop it back into the base layer, well, the base layer has changed, right? So we need to repaint that part of it. That's the second red flash. So how do we avoid this? Well, one way is sort of incidental, but if you use a translate 3D instead of a translate X, you get a layer even when the thing isn't moving, because it will be promoted to a layer not due to the animation, but due to the CSS transform itself. And if we try that and run this animation, you can see that I can now run it back and forth, no red rectangles.
Yeah,
right?
look mod, no red flash, right?
And that's great. That's kind of what we want. And if I open up the timeline view, we talked about vertical timeline earlier. Usually you would see all sorts of paint events and stuff, right? But if I start a recording and run this animation, you can see that throughout the animation, all we get are these composite layer operations over and over and over again, which are comparatively super, super cheap. And that's really good. This is like the ideal timeline case, where yes, things are moving, but there's a minimum of other stuff going on. So that's drawers. But sometimes this isn't quite enough. Sometimes just seeing those borders isn't enough to tell you really what's going on, especially if you have really complicated animations, et cetera. Like, these are sort of contrived examples, right? And it's really easy for us to come up with a demo that shows this kind of thing off. But if you're trying to debug a site or an app on a phone in production, there can be lots of stuff going on. There can be all sorts of layers all over the place, and you can be trying to add more, but that's only causing you to have too many. Maybe you're running out of memory. All sorts of things can go wrong, right? And so Nat's going to talk a little bit about what to do in those more advanced scenarios.
Yeah, so what we're going to do now is we're going to take the covers off of an internal tool that we've been developing in Chrome to show the nasty inner guts of the compositing system, which is this thing that makes things jank-free. Now, as you see this, keep in mind that basically this is very, very brand new. And it's designed for developers first. But we wanted to show it because this shows you exactly why things really are slow. The way it works is you get a relatively current build of Chrome, and that'll probably be like Friday's build, not today's. So that's how new it is. And you pop over to your site that you think is janky. So I'm going to just start with something really simple. This is just a tall site with some A's in it, right? Really bringing out the good content for you guys. But remember we showed you the picture of Gmail, right, with it broken out to layers. So what you go is you go over to tracing, this Chrome tracing thing, and you start it recording. You go back over to here and you do your thing, whatever that thing happens to be. So just like in timeline. And what you're going to be presented with once it does its thinking is something that should actually remind some of you of Android systrace in sort of appearance. What you're seeing here is these are all the different times my finger was moving on the trackpad, causing it to scroll. And the nice regularity of that should scream out jank freeness right away. Each one of these green dots are the things you really want to click on, right? Everything else is sort of sideshow. The green dot represents Chrome drawing one frame up onto the screen. And that's kind of where the meat is. Down here you've got, in the center here, you've got a list of the layers that were on the screen on that frame. There are two. There's this one, which is shown over here, and you can sort of see that's the really tall page. And you see it's the whole darn page. And then you've got this thing, which is tall and narrow. What is that?
It's the scroll bar.
Scroll bar, right? It's that little thing, and even on Mac we have it, even though it's transparent. So that's sort of the shape of the page. And then the thing that you want to then look at is, as I go from frame to frame, see this thing over here, this is our mini map. And as you go from frame to frame, you see the green thing, which is the layer, moving. And that's the scroll happening. The blue represents the viewport. So just like in the Gmail example where we showed the Gmail thing, the mail list moving, and sort of this hole where the viewport was looking, this is the same thing, but for my live site. So this is kind of, you can sort of start thinking, this is kind of useful. Hey, that's a big picture. I wonder how much memory it's using, right? And we've had a lot of people sort of worry about that, where they say, hey, these layer things are great, but they're eating a lot of memory. Well, you can actually click now on this, and you'll see the actual bytes consumed by that layer. It's like 7 megs, something like that. And I'm beeping. That was fun. So that's the most fun part of the talk. So you can actually get the actual memory consumption from this tool, which is super useful when you're trying to take your site, which is very layer heavy, for instance, and bring it to a phone, which is constrained. So remember we had this demo up, right? This drawer, and Tom was saying, trust me, there's a layer there. Don't trust, measure. So we're going to reload. I'm going to set it to do that thing where it was popping in and out, and we're going to do the effect. Same old thing. And we wait for it to do a bit of a think, and you can see again, there are these 2 big bursts of animation, which is when the rendering system was active. And when I click here, let's pick that frame, you can sort of see this, right? There's my page, as before, right? There's the drawer on the left. And then there's this big stall here. It's jank. And when I click here, you see that it's gone. There's a hole. Where did it go, right? And now you see that there are 2 layers instead of 1. This is the root layer, and that's this newly created one. And that got painted. We paid to paint that and pop it out. And we also paid to paint the other layer and to create the hole. And now you see on the left in the mini-map, that drawer is starting to slide in onto the viewport, right? So now it's sliding in, and it's good, and we're happy, and it's 60 hertz, and it looks smooth. And then toward the end, what you're going to see is it smooshed down. So here, from here to here, you see that we have 2 layers, like this still. And then in the next frame, it's smushed down to 1. Right? So then we paid yet again to paint it, and we didn't pay so much of a painting penalty this time, but maybe on a lower end device we would have. And if you scroll down, you can actually see the painting activity taking place. One other final thing to show about this tool. A lot of people wonder, when you get a big site, big production site with a zillion things going on, you get a ton of layers, and you're like, I didn't ask for this. Why is this layer promoted? So if you actually look down at the bottom of this thing, you can see this compositing reason. And so this says no promotion reason given, because it's just the root layer. But if I click on this one that's moving, it's using accelerated animation. And that is your key to then start understanding, hey, maybe I should keep this promoted for some other reason too, so that it stays promoted afterward. And so when we turn this on and do a trace of this with the real, that final demo that we said was jank-free, you'll see that then has several promotion reasons that keep it promoted the whole time. So this is sort of the quick glimpse into a tool that we're trying to get out there into people's hands so that when you're really under deadline and you need to make something jank-free, that's available in your arsenal to sort of help with.
That's right. It is, as Nat said, like super new though. We have some nascent docs up at this link, and we do encourage you guys to maybe in the next couple of weeks go try it out as it lands and starts to stabilize. But for sort of advanced use cases, this is
you can get very far with dev tools. So this is if you're in a pinch, you can check this out. You'll be confused, but it'll help.
That's right. But for starters, as you sort of begin down your journey towards fighting jank, you want to use DevTools. You want to turn on Show Paint Rectangles every time you see jank sort of crop up in the wild, and you want to look for what is repainting and try to figure out why. You want to ask yourself, why am I repainting this? And can I either avoid it by just being very judicious and not changing style when I don't have to, or by using layers or some combination of the above? And if you can't avoid it, then you want to make it as fast as possible using something like continuous painting mode that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, there's a lot of great tools, and the thing to keep in mind, if you walk away with sort of nothing else in your takeaways is this. All the browsers basically are building something around layers. Think about doing your effects, your awesome immersive web experiences in terms of layers. Think about whether you're designing for that. Try to reduce paint. And if you do, the browsers will pay you back in scores with jank freeness, smoothness, right? And if you don't, then you're going to be fighting the browser, and it's going to be doing its best, but you're asking it to do a hard thing. So, happy jank busting.
Yeah. I think we're going to take a few questions because we have some time left. But if you're hungry for more, we've got sort of a collection of links and articles and whatnot up at jankfree.org. It's just sort of a dumping ground for us, and that's where we're going to put these slides as well. So if you take away one URL from this talk, it should be that, and you can get to everything else from there. HTML5 Rocks is the Chrome Developer Relations website. I've written a couple articles there, and we're going to continue putting up content about this kind of topic. So you should definitely go check that out. Our contact info is up here too. We're happy to talk about things like this if you have interesting cases that you want to sort of bring to us. We also welcome bugs on the Chrome bug tracker. And with that, I think we're going to take some questions. So thank you very much.
Hi.
Yeah.
So it seems like layers are really important, but right now it seems like you kind of have to do a snake dance to figure out or make something into a layer.
I like that expression.
Does it make sense for there to be an explicit, style declaration to say, hey, I know how I want to composite my page.
Right.
Let me turn this into a layer, just like WebKit layer or whatever. Make this into a layer, almost like Z-index, right? Is that coming or?
Right. No, I mean, it's a good question. It actually comes up a fair amount. It's something we've resisted because, like, in general, there's resistance to adding API surface. But
one of the great things about the web is that your content can run pretty much anywhere. And remember I showed you in the demo that these layers take memory? If you start telling Chrome to use a layer for that, then you run into this situation of it might fit on your high-end computer, say a Pixel, but then it won't fit on an Android device. And at which point, what are we to do? If you start making assumptions about this definitely being in a layer, and we can't fit it in memory, what are we going to do? So I totally get where you're coming from, and this is something that we as a community, the web community, need to really tackle in the next couple years of how to improve the statement of intent. But we also have to think about, as we do that, how to make it work and preserve sort of that promise of the web where it just sort of works everywhere. Does that feel responsive?
The intent point is a good one, right? Because, like, in some ways, the layer concept, like, it's kind of an implementation detail, and that's not the kind of thing we like to codify with syntax, right? Instead, what we want to codify is stuff about intent, right? So things that, like, for instance, the Chrome compositor is good at right now is moving stuff around, changing opacity, and sort of doing this 60 times a second. And there actually are semantic ways of declaring all of these things, and if you declare them, Chrome will do the right thing, right? Like, those things get layers, and those things get hardware accelerated. And so I think that's probably more the direction we want to go, because otherwise you're going to end up trying to, in some senses, abuse it, right? And, like, you're going to try to trick the compositor into doing things that it's not really designed for. And I wonder, I don't know, but I wonder if we'll end up in a worse place if we kind of go down.
So TLDR, hard problem, and if you have any brilliant observations, come grab us.
Sure, we're going to be in the Chrome performance area later too, if anyone wants to talk. Yeah, in the front.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, like, if this tool is available on Chrome or Android?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Is this tool available on Chrome for Android?
The
The
trace viewer
last one?
will work on
last one.
Android eventually, yeah.
Yeah, all the DevTools stuff, yes.
Yes.
The last sort of advanced tracing tool doesn't work yet, but
It'll come.
It should.
It's all sort of common infrastructure.
The basic tracing does work on Android. The more advanced features to view frames doesn't work.
I haven't
there
tried
yet.
it. Might work. We'll see. But it's all one big happy family. We all think about all platforms.
Yeah, we work across.
So, if it's not working today, it'll be working, very soon, because we want, our whole vision here is you write your web platform thing, and we'll take care of all your OSs for you, modulo a few details.
So instead of asking for a layer, is there a possibility of getting like an experimental no paint attribute on or suppress paint while we move stuff around? Because sometimes you do have, it's kind of like you have to hold the old style TV antenna up to get the right, it's like, did I do the right thing, to kick the compositor just the right way? But if we had a attribute that said, seriously, we actually know better than you, don't repaint this, it might help some edge cases.
There's a proposal floating around for, I believe we're calling it pre-painting. And if you look on one of Chromium's graphics development mailing lists, you'll find a discussion about it. And I think we intend to broaden that discussion in the coming months. But this is about being able to say, hey, I'm bringing it, so think about infinite scroll. You're adding elements to the bottom. Hey, Chrome, or hey, browser, I'm adding this image, but like if you can't put that up in time, no big, I'll put in a placeholder or something. So hey, this is optional, and please let me know when it really is there so I can get rid of my placeholder asset. That's being discussed. I think it may be abusable for the other things that you're thinking about too. That actually feels relatively within scope of the platform, I think. We'll see.
I think there's also room to do that kind of thing higher up the stack before we talk about painting. Like really what you want to do is sort of make a promise to the browser that you're not going to do anything that's going to manipulate style or layout inside of sort of a container block. And if you can do that, then like further down the stack where we're talking about, then we can do the right thing and not paint. But there's some efforts going around things.
There's a lot
like
of discussion here, so we're definitely, and please come on up and we can chat if you want. There's a lot of discussion in the team about how to basically say to the platform, hey, I solemnly swear I'm up to good. Now get out of my way.
Okay, great.
We know it's not good enough yet.
Yeah.
And any love for SVG, jank-free SVG anytime soon?
Oh, totally.
Definitely. One of the people helping build that tool that we demoed is one of our SVG awesome peoples.
Yeah.
Definitely important.
Summary is yes. It's a little harder because of the way SVG works, but gloss over that. In the front?
Jank-free is awesome, especially considering how poor performance still is 6 years into smartphones on smartphones.
Totally.
But I can't help but look at these demos with, oh, make this a translate and then make this a 3D translate, and think about people who used underscores for their CSS variables to make IE7 not look at that one and look at a different one. It feels like we're introducing yet another web development snake dance, and I wonder if there's anything we can do to mitigate that, to think about our code bases as something that's going to live for longer than the 6 months that I'm on this project, and make it easy for people to maintain down the line.
Absolutely, and I mean that's kind of the reason that we were saying what we were in response to the first question about like, oh, can we have a primitive for like layer promotion? And the reason that there's hesitancy to do that kind of thing is because, again, so directly targeting implementation details of the browser, you end up in a world of pain later where like, oh, I don't really care about whatever IE7 so much anymore, but now my code base is all kind of split up because of that. And that's the kind of thing we don't want to do. We want to stay as semantic as possible so that future versions of the browser don't need to handle these kind of weird cases that were targeted very much at implementations.
If there's one thing to keep in the back of your head, it's this. Probably for the next couple of years, it's going to be messy. And so having your infrastructure on your project be set up to deliver custom CSS or in some way handle special casing for different browsers is the probably unfortunate reality of our platform at this time. And that really stinks, and we all know that we need to do better. But you will find quirks that you need to apply for Safari different than, say, Chrome, that are different from, say, Android, the old Android web view or something like that. So I would plan for the possibility of needing to do that. How are we doing? We got probably one more question.
Minute, so one more question.
Especially as we're long-winded.
Hi, you talked about permanent vigilance. Can you tell us how Google internally spots these, whether you've got automation tools to assess when things have got worse so that we can not depend on developers being vigilant because they're going to be distracted by other things as well?
Sure, yeah, Nat built some of them.
So what we use, we're starting to use, go Google Chrome telemetry. It's a framework built in Python on top of DevTools protocol. So DevTools has this fantastic JSON level WebSocket and then JSON level protocol where you can talk to the web page out of process. And you can build developer tools on top of it. You can also build fantastic profiling tools. And you can get out of the timeline stream in that the painting info of what was painting. And you can then build all sorts of cool stuff on that, one of which is telemetry.
So that's the harness, and then we have sort of collections of web content that are sort of interesting cases for whatever reason that we're worried about improving performance of or regressing performance against. And we run sort of banks of that content with this harness, and we have like performance waterfalls.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
Hopefully that is compelling.
Well, thanks everybody so much for coming.
Yeah, thanks
good
again.
luck dejanking.
That use location and explore this area of ubiquitous computing, things that are telling you about the world around you, helping you explore, but without necessarily using an app in kind of a conventional sense.
Now, you have a history of working with startups anyway. I mean, you came from Keyhole with the Google acquisition of Keyhole. It really became kind of the backbone of Google Earth and a lot of the other work that we've done. It really seems you have a passion for maps. Help us understand how both of those projects, Ingress and Field Trip fit together, are helping Google's location information get better or helping users know more about their world?
Yeah, I mean, I love maps. Obviously, I came in 2004 with Keyhole and was the product lead for that part of Google for about 7 years. During that time, I used to daydream about other things that we could do with the mapping data and the resources. And one of those things was a game, and as smartphones started to proliferate, I felt like the time was right to tap into all of the mapping data that we have and to create an awesome game for mobile that would encourage people to really get out and explore their world. And that's really kind of the spirit behind both Ingress and Field Trip.
So let's tell a little bit about Ingress. What is the deal anyway? For those who haven't played it, how do you describe it? And what's the difference between the Resistance and the Enlightened, for those who don't know?
Well, I mean, the story behind Ingress is, it's a science fiction themed story that really puts a layer of reality onto the world around you. So there's a mysterious energy that's been tapped into in a lab in Geneva, Switzerland, and through the story of Ingress, you begin to learn a little bit more about that energy. It's called exotic matter in our world. And as it turns out, it's all around the globe, and it's concentrated in these places called portals, which often are pieces of public art or museums or historical sites. And you use the Ingress application on your Android phone to discover those places in the real world and then to tap into them. And you can mine virtual objects, you can interact with them, and you can try to take control of those locations for one of two factions, the Enlightened and the Resistance.
And so as a player, you pick a team and you go find these portals and you have to blow them up and use up your XM energy and all of that. Now, poor me, I find myself often trying to take my level 3 or level 4 skills. I just can't blow up a level 8 portal. When you look at Ingress, is there room for the novice player who's just starting it now or wants to get into it? Or have all the places basically been locked down by the hardcore players?
No, I mean, there's definitely room. One of the things that we didn't expect with Ingress was how much teamwork and collaboration would end up emerging. But we found that people really love getting together and playing in groups and having meetups. We're having one here in San Francisco this week, but we have them all around the country, all around the world. So it's a great way for a new player to kind of get into the game, would be to meet up with other Ingress players. And some of the more senior players really love taking a newbie under their wing and showing them the ropes and also helping them level up in the game and become powerful enough to start affecting the real global battle.
And you have something special going on here at Google I/O, is that right?
Yeah, there's kind of a game within a game. So we're doing two things. We're doing Operation Fan Out, which is all I/O attendees are able to take part in that. And if you level up during I/O, you get a really cool Ingress t-shirt. If you show up as a level 8 already, we have a special level 8 t-shirt for you. And we have another thing that's open to non-I/O attendees as well. It's called Operation Bowstring. And that's being played out across San Francisco, and it culminates in an event on Thursday night at Cupid Span, which is down in the Embarcadero, with a meetup over at the Alchemist bar later.
Now, Ingress right now is Android only. Field Trip is available for both Android and iOS. How do you see that the users of the different operating systems use the apps differently?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you were to look at Field Trip, it's available for iOS and for Android. It's rolling out globally today, actually. Initially, it was a US-only launch, and then the UK. There are subtle differences. I mean, we've noticed that Android users tend to spike on the weekends, and they're out using and so maybe exploring more than their iOS counterparts. I don't know if that means that Android users are more into exploration than iOS users, but yeah, there are small differences.
Should we expect to see even more products coming out of Niantic Project?
Well, you never know. I mean, we are looking at a range of technologies in this mobile space. We're very interested in wearable computing and what you can do with it. But the things that we're putting all of our energies behind right now are Ingress and Field Trip.
So I should expect to have Ingress on my glass like any day now, is what I'm hearing.
Well, I think that Glass would make an excellent platform for some awesome games. So we'll see about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, one last question before we wrap. Niantic Project as a startup at Google, do you have more freedom to do more things? Like, what does that mean to be within Google, but also be within this tiny little enclave?
It was a great opportunity. It was set up by, with Larry's support so that we could pursue this area and, across kind of ideas and concepts from mobile to social to geo, and try to weave those things together in new ways to explore what could be done to create apps that were really native to kind of the new wave of devices that will be coming, wearables.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate you taking the time, John. I know we've been real quick jumping into Ingress and Field Trip. For those of you who haven't downloaded those apps already, definitely check them out. We have more exclusive GDL.io content coming. We'll be talking about Google Now with Bears Gultaken at 3:25. So please stay on the streams and enjoy your sessions. We'll be right back.
We're going to talk about a lot of stuff today. Way too many features to really cover in depth, but you can follow me on Google+, you can follow me on Twitter, or check out some of the articles I've written on HTML5 Rocks, which will discuss some of these technologies and APIs more in depth. So Plane got more awesome. I stood on stage last year and sort of gave a rundown of really cool features. And there's a ton of stuff that have come since last year, in the last 6 months, even in the last 3 months. Web components is now a thing. There's a lot of stuff landing under this umbrella in the browser. You saw some at the keynote. There's a couple sessions on this tomorrow, including one that I'm giving. Really exciting, awesome technologies under that umbrella. WebRTC, now on mobile, now everywhere. Data channel API for doing binary streaming peer-to-peer is a thing now. Web Audio API is getting awesome adoption across the various browser vendors. So Chrome, Firefox has this enabled in their nightlies. Safari and iOS on mobile, you can do real-time processing. We'll see demos of this later on in the browser in JavaScript. Request autocomplete, standardizing payments on the web is a session, I believe, tomorrow or today on this. Just amazing stuff. And the list goes on and on and on. There's APIs just for about everything now. But I want to focus on two sort of primary topic areas, and that is CSS and multimedia. I think these are the two biggest areas where we're seeing the most sort of changes and most awesome stuff land in CSS and multimedia. So just a little convention on this slide deck. You're going to see icons for everything here. You're going to see specification links. There's actually only one thing today that I'm talking about that doesn't have a spec for it. HTML5 Rocks article, if there's more content on that subject, you can come back later in the slide deck. Old way, sort of the red, old busted way, this is a technique we've made, have learned how to do in the past, and there's probably a better way to do it. Maybe a CSS feature has landed that we don't need JavaScript for anymore, and so that's what the new hotness, the orange means. No JavaScript, the purple, basically means, again, CSS stuff is starting to take full circle, and we don't necessarily need JavaScript to do the things we used to need to do. We can offload that stuff to CSS at the presentational layer where it should be. And then that sort of leads to this last bling, the bling of the hash perf matters tag. This is going to be a performance tip that you can take advantage of. All right, so without further ado, let's dive right into CSS. If you take away anything from this talk, it's basically that you don't necessarily need JavaScript for everything. And that's really because performance matters. You saw the talk before me talk about jank busting. The more we can offload from JavaScript, not have to set up scroll handlers, all this stuff, the more the browser can optimize. And one great example of this is new viewport units in CSS. So this is really great. We have VW, Vmin, Vmax, and Vmin. So these are the viewport percentage units. So viewport width, viewport height, viewport min, and max. And unlike rems or EMs, which are based solely on the parent container, right? These are relative to the parent. Viewport percentage units are great because they're based solely on the viewport. So in this sort of multi-device responsive design world, it's really handy to be able to size things according to what viewport I'm talking to and my app is being displayed on. So one of these guys is equal to 1% of the width or height, depending on which unit you're talking about. So 1 VW is 1% of the viewport width, 1 VH is 1% of the height, and in the case of Vmin or Vmax, you're talking about the minimum dimension. So this slide deck, for instance, is about 1,000 by 700 pixels. So my min would be the height in this case. So 1 Vmin would equal 1 VH in the case of this viewport that I have here. So this is cool too because we can size things based on the viewport, solely on a viewport, and we don't need to set up crazy amount of media query breakpoints to size things like fonts. We can just take advantage of these units and use them right out of the box. So ultimately what this means is you have a couple of performance gains here. You don't have to do things like determine the viewport size. If you're just sizing fonts or sizing divs or something, you can use these units. And you don't need to use JavaScript to determine that viewport size anymore. And similarly, you don't need to set up resize handlers. People tend to do way too much stuff in resize handlers. They manipulate the DOM. And that basically just says, OK, browser, you can't optimize scrolling or anything of that nature. So a quick example of this is something like this. I have a 1,000 by 700 pixel viewport, and I want to set an H1 to be 4 VW, its font size. So what that roughly calculates out to be is 4 times 1,000, so viewport width, times that 1%. So in this case, my H1 is going to be calculated out to be about 40 pixels when it's displayed on screen. Similarly, I can set a div to be a width of 15 vmin, which means 15 times the minimum dimension, so in this case it's the height, 700 pixels, times that 1%. So this div's width would be roughly 105 pixels. Quick example of this. So this is my current viewport. It's about 1500 by 1984 on this resolution. So one use case for viewport percentage units is things like font size. It's really, really great. Your fonts are always going to look good no matter what viewport you're on. Now, as I scale this thing down, you'll see that my fonts are being recalculated based solely on the viewport. So those hello worlds are always going to look great no matter what my viewport size is. And so they're always going to be scaled based solely on the viewport. So I don't have to set up things like media query breakpoints to define all these different breakpoints for my responsive design. So that's pretty handy. And support for this is actually really, really good. So this is sort of your current lay of the land as far as browser support. You have Safari, Firefox, Chrome. IE has this as well, which is really great. And mobile support is actually up and coming too. I'm including Opera Beta Mobile on here because, of course, they've moved to Chromium recently. So this is something you can take advantage of today. Really, really awesome, especially for responsive type designs. Something else we have is intrinsic sizing, and this is really one of my favorites, and a lot of people don't know about this. But if you combine intrinsic sizing, so there's these new values, and these are vendor prefixed, WebKit min or Moz min, content, fit content, max content, and fill available. And so you combine something like this with Flexbox, and it's just absolutely amazing. It boggles your mind. So I have display flex, this, of course, vendor prefixed for this AP or this property. I have my red container is a Flexbox container, and its content, the hello world, is being centered vertically and horizontally. Thank you, Flexbox, 3 lines of CSS. Really, really sweet. But then I can combine it with intrinsic sizing and do things like I can basically shrink wrap the width and height of this parent container down to that inner children content. So I don't have to use JavaScript to sort of get computed style of my inner children. I can just set fit content to both width and height and get that shrink wrap effect. I can also say fill available, so take up the entirety of your parent container. And so height 100% doesn't ever work out like we quite want it to, but fill available does the right thing each and every time. You can also say min content. So in this case, shrink wrap yourself to be contained inside of your children, but it's okay to wrap. So I have a text node, it's just hello world. That's going to wrap. I haven't specified for it not to. So really, really handy. You combine this with Flexbox. You don't have to do crazy things in JavaScript anymore. Support is in Firefox and a couple of the mobile browsers as well, and Chrome. So really, really handy. Again, height 100%. You don't need it anymore. You can use fill available. What about CSS variables? This is something that's sort of been on the horizon for a long, long time. People have wanted proper CSS variables, to do variables in CSS. And we can finally enable this. This is an experimental feature in Chrome that you can enable in About Flags. And so preprocessors have made this really common, right? Less, Sass, Compass. You can set up variables globally, and then you can use them throughout your style sheets. Very, very handy. It's an obvious win for the web. And so we can do that now actually in CSS proper. And the way it works is that you define a variable name, and the only caveat is it has to be prefixed with this var dash. So again, vendor prefixes, var dash, variable name, whatever you want, uppercase, lowercase, camel case. So I'm defining a font color to be red. And then the way I use this variable is to use the var function. So var and then the CSS variable's name. What's really nice about this is that just as with CSS, right, things cascade down. That's an awesome property of CSS. Variables cascade down too. So this variable here, this font color, has been defined in my body element, my body selector, and then I can use that in any children that it cascades down to, which is really handy. It's a great property of CSS, and that carries over with variables as well. And there's also room for fallback cases. So if I don't have that cascading, for some reason I'm not getting the font color variable in that selector I'm using, I can use the var function, give it the font color variable name, and if it doesn't exist, we'll just use blue by default. So that's pretty cool. A little bit more sort of real world example of this. So I have basically defined a couple global variables on my root document. So this is how you define global variables in CSS variables. So I have a text color that I'm setting to yellow, and I have a background color that I'm defining to be pink. But you'll notice in my footer, right, this black thing at the bottom here is this live demo, and the black thing is not pink, it's actually black. And that's because I've defined sort of a locally scoped background color variable to be black. So that's sort of the local scoping of CSS variables. And then I'm using the text color, which is inherited from that global variable, that text color yellow up here at the top. I can use that because, again, these rules cascade down into children. Very similarly, I've redefined a new local variable text color. Even though it's the same as this one that I've defined globally, it's locally scoped down here. And so that's why this white span is colored white instead of, what, yellow. So that's pretty awesome. CSS proper variables now. You can experiment with this in Chrome again with the experimental features flag. This is a really awesome, great, perfect time to highlight chromestatus.com. A lot of stuff I'm going to show you today is brand spanking new. And of course, Chrome is one of the first browsers to see a lot of this awesome coolness. But we're actually trying to track across different browser vendors sort of the lay of the land, where features are in flight. And you can visit chromestatus.com. It's not only Chrome features, but sort of what other browser vendors are thinking, where specs are. So you can get a good idea for when features are available. Haha. What about CSS feature detection in CSS? How cool will that be? It's right here. So we have now a new @supports rule that finally landed. And we can actually do feature detection in CSS to detect features that are CSS features. So this is really great because we've relied on JavaScript libraries to do this for us. But if I wanted to, I can test if the browser, right, that the user is using, if it supports Flexbox. So basically this new @supports rule. And then I give it the query, sort of like it's similar to a media query, right? But it's the property that I want to test for. So in this case, if the browser supports Flexbox, all the rules in this block, right, will then apply. So in that case, I know it's true. The browser supports Flexbox. I can set and use, I can make the body a Flexbox container. So if the browser doesn't support this new rule, it's no big, nowhere. It's just going to ignore all those styles in there. So that's totally cool. There's no harm done there. But I can do things like nodding or anding or oring. So a more complex example, although not entirely more complex, is at the bottom here. I can test for the negation or the complement, right? So if the browser doesn't support Flexbox with this not, then I can apply, maybe I can use floats, or I can use CSS columns, or I can use CSS grid if it's available. So really, really handy. You know, at the presentational level, we can now test CSS features using @supports. But similar to media queries, right, there's also a JavaScript API for that. We do have a JavaScript API for testing CSS features as well. And that's a new property on window, it's CSS. And then there's a supports method that you can use. And so this is kind of cool because you can do things like dynamic testing. And so it's really important that for this to return true, the browser has to support the feature, right, support the CSS property. So most browsers now support width, so we're cool there. But the browser also has to actually successfully parse out, and this has to be a value that can be set to this property. So what I mean by that is, yes, width is supported in most browsers, but CSS calc, A may not be. But when I set it to some garbage, I use calc in like ABC or something, that's not a parsed out value. So the browser is actually going to return false for that particular call if I'm trying to set it to some garbage. And there's actually an overloaded version of this as well. If you don't want to give it sort of the simple property value pair, you can put in your full-on, crazy string of features that you want to test and feature detect. So I can test, for example, if the browser supports width, setting it to this calc value, and the browser supports Flexbox. So that's how you would do anding, nodding, and oring, or test for a bunch of vendor prefixes. So I guess the takeaway here is that we can reduce possibly if once this is supported across all the browsers, we don't need a library to do this for us and do feature detection. We can feature detect now natively in CSS. So this is actually pretty good support as well. Firefox Nightly has this, Chrome and Opera have this @supports. So this is a really common thing that you see all over the web. And if you can't kind of tell what's going on here, let's try to play this again. If you can't tell what's going on here, it's this thing on the left, this nav bar, right? So as I scroll this page, this nav bar kind of scrolls with the page, and at a certain point, it stops and becomes sticky. It sticks to that position. And that's really great for navigation. And then when I come back past that threshold again, it starts to be position relative. And this is great. This is a really common thing to do. The internet is littered with this now. You have Google News, which was that example I just showed you. Yelp on their map results has this, their little menu, or their map follows you as you scroll the page. I think TechCrunch used to have this on their header. So super common, blogs do this, everybody's doing this. And the way you do it is really easy. It's with some JavaScript. So you define a position fixed class that you can apply in CSS. Excuse me. Give it position fix. I want to tell it to stick to 0 pixels from the top and give it a width of 100%. So this banner is just going to sort of span the entire top of the presentation. And then what you do is you set up a JavaScript scroll handler. So you get that initial offset of that element you want to tell to stick at a certain location. And then you set up a scroll handler that basically detects, have I scrolled past that initial offset if I have apply that position sticky class or that fixed class. And then when I come back down, this, of course, conditional won't be true anymore, and then you just remove that class, and it becomes position static or whatever it was before. So that's super handy. But a really cool new way to do this is to use position sticky. And this is actually one of the only features I'm talking about today that doesn't have a spec. It landed in WebKit. It's super awesome, super handy. Because without any JavaScript, we can have the exact same functionality. So I really hope this is implemented soon in all browsers. FYI, you can enable this as well in Chrome using about flags. So I can set up a class, position sticky, or vendor prefix, WebKit sticky. And I can say 10 pixels from the top, that's where you're going to do your sticking. Totally cool, no JavaScript whatsoever. So if that doesn't make sense to you, let me show you a quick demo. So these blue bars running across my sort of blog posts here are just H tags, and they have position sticky on them. And so without any JavaScript, I can tell them to stick at 10 pixels from the top as I scroll this page. But what's really cool about this is that once their parent goes off the viewport, off the screen, they'll also go off the screen. So this is a really sort of common UI pattern that you're seeing now. I think Gmail does this, the native app at least. And this is really great because the browser can optimize the snot out of this page. Let me bump this up a little so I can scroll way more. It can optimize the snot out of this page and put scrolling on the GPU, do all kinds of crazy cool compositing things like the previous talk talked about. And I don't have to touch JavaScript. I don't have to sort of negate that contract and say, I'm going to be doing a bunch of work in my scroll handlers. So that's really awesome. With run new position property, we have that functionality without the need for JavaScript. So again, position sticky enableable in Chrome. It's in WebKit nightly as well. You can play with that. What about doing crazy things like clipping DOM elements to crazy shapes or like making interesting UIs? One thing we've had for a long time actually is the CSS clip property. And so with clip, I could say any DOM element, image, div, whatever you have, clip yourself to be a rectangle. And so that's what I'm doing here on this image, just clipping it to be some rectangle shape. But there's actually some really crazy limitations with this. First is that clip only supports rectangles. So I can't do anything more complex. I can't do circles. I can't do polygons. So that's pretty limiting in and of itself. But the more, I think, restrictive thing is that the element has to be position absolute. So if we're talking about, again, responsive design, not everybody's doing position absolute layouts anymore. So super limiting in what you can do with CSS clip. But what we have now is sort of an awesome new way, and this is clip path. So don't get confused. Clip path is different than clip. But this is great because it removes the requirements of clip, which are that the element doesn't have to be position absolute anymore. That's great. It can be position relative, whatever. So that's the first thing it gets rid of. And the second thing is that you can use any basic shape in the CSS or SVG exclusions specifications. So we're talking circles, we're talking polygons, we're talking whatever. Whatever you want, you can clip DOM to that clip path. And you can also specify a more complex shape. So it doesn't have to be just a basic shape. It can be, you can reference an ID of an SVG clip path, and I'll show you that in just a second. So again, vendor prefixed, clip path, I can clip any type of DOM to whatever I want now. In this case, I'm clipping just a section of div, right? Just some text to a circle, and I can have a little CSS transition as I do that. I can use crazy CSS animations and then do kind of a star effect. I don't know if you want this on your website, but it's still pretty cool that I can do that. And this here, the one all the way to the right, is just a list. It's a bulleted list, and it's got a little clip path polygon on top, so it's kind of a cool tape cutter effect. And so again, any type of DOM. So I'm just going to go to HTML5 Rocks here real quick. And I have this bookmarklet here. That when I do this, it's going to add a CSS clip path as a circle to the entire sort of container of the content. And see, it's kind of this cool little, do-do-do-do James Bond effect. And I have a little, I can change the the width of this. But really neat. I think this is kind of cool. Like, we haven't been able to do this before. Clipping DOM to different shapes. Again, not just regular shapes. We can do more complex things like reference a clip path in SVG. So I have a defined clip path in my SVG, right, inlined SVG to my document, and I can use clip path and reference a URL, or its ID by URL here at the top. And so what I get for this is, crazy modern art or something. I'm clipping an image with some interesting polygons. I don't know what's going on there. But again, it's not just images, right? It's any DOM. So this is text that's being clipped to that same reference clip path. Very cool stuff. So this one, Safari, Firefox, Chrome, and a couple mobile browsers as well. You can play with this today, clip path. All right, so that was a crash course in CSS. There's plenty we could cover, as I alluded to before. But I want to switch now to multimedia, because I think there's a lot of really, really awesome stuff coming to the browser space under multimedia. First is screen sharing. So I wrote an article about this on HTML5 Rocks. I might have talked about this a little bit last year using a WebSocket. You can do crazy kind of hacks and do screen sharing. But actually what we have now is the ability to do proper screen sharing with WebRTC. So this is an extension to the WebRTC specification. And so instead of getting user media, right, instead of getting camera or microphone data, I'm going to say my mandatory, the thing that I want access to, instead of giving a Boolean, I'm giving it an object describing I want a Chrome media source and set that to screen. So my source now is not my camera or mic, it's the desktop screen. So a quick demo of that is once I click this button, it's going to use get user media. It's going to create that call. I'm going to say, yes, I wrote this app. I trust it. And when I do, what I get is sort of an inception effect. So this is sharing, again, not just my tab, but it's my whole desktop. And so you can imagine, Google Hangouts, for instance, uses a plugin to this. They could easily do something with WebRTC now that this is available. Very, very cool, very inception-y. What I'm not showing you here is the more interesting thing, which is actually sharing that content out to other users. So I'm just rendering that locally to a video tag, getting that stream. Let me switch back to the code real quick. So I'm getting that using get user media. I'm getting the stream of data and pumping that in just to a video tag. But you could use our WebRTC data channel API then to transfer that as sort of a peer-to-peer. You could do things like remote desktop assistance, browse the web together, right? Friend and you sort of view different pages together. And that's all using nothing but open web technology, thanks to WebRTC and the project and some cool stuff they're doing in that project. So this one you can enable. It's still behind a flag, at least in Chrome. You can enable screen capture support in Get User Media, and that's in Chrome 26. So we've had web audio. There's been a couple talks last year on web audio API, but what we didn't have at the time was the ability to do anything really, really interesting with it. And what I mean by that is that you can combine sort of the WebRTC get user media, right? Get access to live microphone data, and you can combine that with web audio. You can do real-time sort of processing and analyzing of a microphone input into the laptop using nothing but open web tech. So this is one of my favorites because it really is great because it illustrates how a lot of, or at least two of these new APIs are talking together. So we have get user media, right? We get access to the microphone data, vendor prefixed. Once we get the stream, we'll create our web audio context, but we won't give it an MP3 file, we won't give it an audio file to play. We'll create media stream source. So we'll pass that microphone data right to the web audio API, and then we can use that API to do real-time processing, effects, filters. So that's really awesome. Let me just show you a quick demo of this. This is a demo I did a couple of years back, but now, good afternoon. So hopefully you can see as I talk, there's a canvas tag that's doing the real-time analysis of the voice. So get user media is giving me access to the microphone, and then we're pumping that in to the web audio API. Very, very cool. It allows you to do some very interesting things, not just visualize your voice, but you can do things like record Can we have this other mic on? Record, so this is just a visualization of my voice as I talk into this second mic here. But using nothing but client-side technologies, I think it's Recorder.js, you can record your voice, get that data from the Web Audio API, and then get the spectrum data and download the WAV file of the thing I just recorded. So really, really cool. No servers involved whatsoever. It's all thanks to WebRTC Get User Media and the Web Audio API. So what's even cooler is actually, it's not just microphone, right? Get User Media is for any type of device. So I want to see if this works here, you guys. Bear with. It's going to be a test of my guitar skills. There we go. Let's do a cool effect like distortion. That's a great guitar distortion. So Web Audio API, so I don't have a pedal up here. This is just basically a microphone input to a web page. So I can play guitar into a web page, I can tune my guitar, I can apply distortion effects in real time. What else we can do with this API? You can get sort of a, let's try this one. So that's interesting. Web Audio API. What a flange. Now we're rocking. So all I have up here is a little USB controller that I plug the guitar into, plug that into my USB in my laptop, and using the Web Audio API and Get User Media, I can play guitar, I can even tune. Let's see if this one will work. Oh, I don't have it. Sorry. Took it off. But very, very cool. Really awesome examples of sort of new web tech working together to do some interesting things we could never do on the web before. So live input to the Web Audio API is available in Chrome. Firefox actually just has a Web Audio API coming. I believe they enabled it by default in their nightly build. So I really, really hope this comes to other browsers very soon that implement the Web Audio API. I think it's super, super awesome, right? Real-time processing effects, using mic input. You can imagine sending that across the wire using WebRTC to do karaoke or something. Auto-tune in the browser, it's here. It's super, super cool. Somebody wanted it. So if you remember from the keynote, right, you saw Google now sort of being, living on the web. And so can we do that? With all this access to the microphone data and these extra devices, can we do that in websites now? The answer is sure, we can do this. There's a new API, it's called the Web Speech API. And it allows you to do speech recognition and voice synthesis in the web browser. And so you can set up this speech recognition object. You can say, hey, I want my results to be continuous. I can continue to talk in the microphone. The user can talk, and you can process results for me. I can set up interim results if I want. So as sort of the user talks, new results are being thrown back at me, and they're being redefined. I get that information. And then you set up events for all this. So there's error events, there's result events. In this case, on a result, all I want to do is rip out the last result that was filled in my results array and then pull out the transcript. So this is how I get the speech to text from the server that this is talking to. So let me hook this mic back up. Testing, testing. Give me 1 second. Testing, testing. did. Testing. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I'll use good tried and true. Hopefully I can use just the max input. This will be good. Testing, testing. So I can talk into this application. It's just a web app. It's using the web speech API to do continuous dictation. And I can type an email with no hands. So this is great. It's continuous playback. You can see the results as they come in. Hopefully it's not going to say anything naughty. As they're being processed by the server, they're coming in, they're being redefined. Apparently I just said nutty professor in 1910. We're not in 1910 anymore. But this allows for more than just dictation, right? We can do some really interesting things with other server-side and APIs to talk to. I don't know how to speak in Spanish, but I hope someone here does.
No sé cómo hablar en español, pero espero que alguien aquí hace.
Italian sounds very beautiful.
Italiano suona molto bello.
English doesn't sound quite as good, does it?
English doesn't sound quite as good as it.
So that's voice dictation, that's translate using the Translate API. But what about Star Trek? Can we do Star Trek? Sure we can. Presentation.
Yes, how can I help you?
Go backward. Go forward. Open google.com. Close it. Google Paul Irish. Close it. Make me a sandwich.
Do it yourself.
Please make me a sandwich.
You're getting warmer.
Sudo make me a sandwich.
You said the magic word. How about PB&J?
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Quiet her up. So that's using nothing but the web speech API and web technologies. No plugins whatsoever. Very, very cool stuff. Available in Chrome today. We talked about a lot, so I have about 4 minutes left. I can't cover the entire web platform, but we talked about feature detection in CSS, new units, responsive design, CSS variables after 15 years or something. They're finally like a thing you can start to play with. Position sticky for doing position fixed elements that are really easy without JavaScript. Live input from not only a microphone, but different types of devices to the web audio API, screen sharing, web speech API. And there's plenty to look forward to. Things like CSS grid layout I'm really excited about, being able to define sort of a grid system for your page or your app. Web components, there's 2 sessions on this. Amazing stuff you can do. It's going to fundamentally, I think, change the way we develop applications. WebRTC on mobile, video conferencing on a phone using nothing but web tech. And there's some other cool things too. I think Blink has proposed some interesting ideas such as lazy block layout. This is infinite scroll lists that are really easy. This is very hard to do in JavaScript. There's been a lot of smart people on this. They're proposing an API to do this. DOM attributes in JavaScript make everyone's app faster. So there's plenty to look forward to. I want to point out, if you want to follow sort of things in Chrome, we're trying to track this really aggressively now. There's these Blink intent to implement emails that are sent out to Blink dev, and you can follow sort of the lay of the land of where everything is in flight on all these new features if you want to stay sort of up to date or 6 months ahead of where things are implemented. So that's really great. Turn to HTML5 Rocks. My team helps write articles for that, and we try to cover some of this new stuff so you can learn about it. I'm going to plug Chrome status again. It's not just Chrome. We're trying to do this for all browser vendors and sort of get the lay of the land so you can follow things. There's bugs, there's version numbers. It's really handy. So I really appreciate you guys' time. Thank you for everyone tuning in the live stream. This presentation is going to be up at moreawesomeweb.com. I might not have enough time for questions here, but feel free to hit me up at office hours or visit me on one of those social channels there. Thank you guys, really appreciate it.
Welcome back to Google Developers Live at I/O from Moscone Center here in San Francisco. I'm Louis Gray from Google Developers Live. I'm joined today by Barish Gultaken, who's working on Google Now.
Yes.
Welcome, sir.
Hi, thank you.
And you're the Director of Product Management in the search team, focused on Google Now. Google Now has really been incredible, I think, in a revolution in search, to have the card-based capability and some of the automation that you're doing, and really trying to anticipate what it is the user's looking for and tell them just at the right time. So I know we have a good chunk of time to talk about it today at GDL at I/O. Thank you for joining me. Maybe you can give us a little bit of background on the project and how it came to be.
Yeah, sounds great. Thank you. It's exciting to be here. I have a few slides that I'd like to go through to just talk about Google Now.
Sure.
Let me just dive right in and...
yeah, go ahead. We'll jump into the slide deck and have a conversation.
Sounds good. So we started Google Now to help you at just the right time by giving you the information you need right when you need it. But before I start and talk about Google Now, I think it helps to think about how search has evolved over time to lead us to where we are now. So we started in 1998 with the concept of keywords. And when users type in a keyword, our users were delighted to find all of these links, the 10 blue links on the web. But of course, immediately they started asking for more. So we started adding things like images and videos so they get a much richer experience when they search for something. And recently we announced the knowledge graph. The knowledge graph is our ability to understand semantically about things, places, and people, and the relationships between them, so we can answer questions directly and in a lot more detail. And of course, afterwards came mobile, right? With mobile, it's really, really important that we understand conversation, and it's really important that we understand natural language. So that's what we focused on, and then we launched it and as part of Google Now. If you think about both of these directions, it's all about giving you the right answer really fast when you need it. Especially with mobile, giving you the answer fast right away is very important. And Google Now is a great evolution into this next step. It gives you the information you need before you even ask. So think about it as trying to understand your context and giving you the information that's relevant for that context. So we think about Google Now as a way to give you just the right information at just the right time. It's supposed to be very contextual, and if you take a step back, it really fits in well with what we want to do in Google. At Google, we want computers to do all the hard work so you can focus on what matters to you most. Google Now embraces that and tries to use the power of Google with thousands of computers and also have this powerful machine that's very contextual, your phone, that you have a personal relationship with, and combine the two to give you the information you need at just the right time. So it helps to have users walk through a day of life in Google to even visualize what Google Now does. And the first step is Google Now helps you organize your day. So imagine that you woke up in the morning and you're sipping your coffee. Chances are you care about what to wear that day and you care about the weather. So we'll just have the weather ready so you know what to wear, and if you need an umbrella, you can take the umbrella with you. As you're getting ready to leave home, we'll tell you about traffic. Chances are you care about traffic, of course, and you know that you need to leave a little early if there's traffic on your way home, on your way to work. And when you get to work, the types of things you care about are when my next meeting is. So we'll make sure that we tell you when your next meeting is and tell you that you need to leave now so you're not late. We don't want our users to be late ever. So we're very proactive about telling our users, taking into account where they are and where they need to go, and taking into account the traffic. We also want to make sure that we remove friction. As you're going through your day, there's a lot of different things that you have to worry about. And we want to make sure that we assist the users when they need assistance the most. Travel is one such case. When users are traveling, they need a lot of information. They'd like to get a lot of suggestions for their travel. So Google Now is a great assistant for travel as well. For instance, when you're traveling and you're waiting for the train to come, we'll tell you that here's the next train. It's going to arrive in 5 minutes. So you know that you need to hurry up a little bit to get to your destination. Or when you arrive at your airport, we'll have your flight status, so you know that you can take your time and grab a bite before you get to your gate. We'll also have your boarding pass ready, and when you take that flight and land at your destination, we'll help you get to your hotel. So that's one less thing to worry about. Another thing that we really want to do is we want to help you discover new things as well. So, for instance, when you're at a symphony with a loved one and your mind is back at home about the sports team that you care about, we'll keep you updated about live scores. And when you're traveling and you are wandering around, we want to make sure that you don't miss that cool photo spot that everyone is taking pictures at. So we'll show you where that photo spot is. And as you're getting ready for the weekend, we also want to help you find cool things to do for Saturday evening. We'll show you comedy shows or concerts that weekend. So that's broadly what Google Now does. It's very contextual. It tries to understand what you need and try to provide you the information before you even ask.
And, having looked at the keynote today, we looked at Amit and some of his vision. He called it the Star Trek computer to bring on the future of search and getting the content to you at the right place at the right time. And some of the words he talked about was assist and really trying to find the next step to be able to get it to you exactly when you need it. I had this interesting experience when Google Now first came out. It's been about a year. And I remember I was at home one Saturday in the middle of the day and my phone buzzed and it said, you need to leave right now to get to, and at the time it called it unknown location. And it said, you have 25 minutes. And like I said, what are you talking about? And I realized every Saturday around that time, I had gotten in my car and driven to take my kids to baseball practice. And somehow Google knew this. And it alerted me without my having to tell it anything that I should go immediately if I'm going to get there on time, because I always go on Saturday at that time. And that was my aha moment, that Google Now was really impressive. From a geeky perspective, we call it persistent implicit search. It's constantly searching for you, and you might not explicitly tell it what you want, but it's always looking on your behalf to find you the right content at the right time.
That's right.
And so what is your view on that in terms of the future of search? How is Now kicking that off?
So we have all of this, you have all of this interaction with your phone, right? You carry it with you everywhere you go. But yet, it's very, very important for us to understand that and then help you right at just the right time. So in your case, for instance, being able to tell you that, hey, there's traffic, you should leave now because you're always there at the time, is the aha moment. For a lot of our users, things like when they search for a restaurant to go to and then they hop onto their car and the directions to that restaurant is right there. These little things are these magic moments that our users really love. If that answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing you talk about Google Now, originally it was all on mobile, and it's really having glass. It's been a really impressive thing to find the content exactly what you want with just a swipe of the finger. But we saw some really incredible additions today to search. And maybe you can talk to me a little bit about how some of that voice search is coming to either Chrome on the desktop, but as well as the new cards that came out of Google I/O.
Yeah, so the voice search coming into Chrome is quite exciting. We announced that with what we call a hot word, you can just, start talking to your desktop or laptop right away. All you need to do is when you're on google.com, just say, OK, Google, and start speaking what you'd like to get. We think that's really, really exciting, and it's again in that evolution where the Star Trek computer is slowly becoming real. You need to be able to talk to your computer and have it do things for you. So we think that's really exciting, basically bringing the power that we have with our devices to also other platforms like the laptop and the desktop. In addition to that, we also announced that we're going to have reminders on Google Now, which I'm really, really excited about. We want our users to rely on Google when they need to be reminded of things. So if you are going to, if you need to remember to buy eggs when you go to Safeway, all you need to do is just say, remind me to buy eggs at Safeway, and the reminder will be there contextually right at the right time.
So when I get next to Safeway, it'll say, hey, buy eggs?
When you're at Safeway, it will say buy eggs. That's
nice.
right. And also because Google now semantically understands the locations that you care about, you can also say things like remind me when I'm at home to do something, or remind me when I get to work to talk to my colleague. So it's basically time-based reminders and location-based reminders. Another thing that's really, really important is that we're also enabling an integration of reminders in your search experience. So let's say you're searching for a movie that's upcoming. On the knowledge graph, you'll be able to see a button that says, remind me when this movie comes out, and we'll remind you when that happens. Or when you are searching for a date, when are Oscars? When you see that date, also you'll have a reminder to be reminded when that becomes available.
Now, I think one of the things we talked about was that Google Now really started as a 20% project here at Google. And for those who are a little familiar with Google's culture, that's when an employee essentially dedicates one day of his or her week to a new project and focuses on it all the time. And what that really means is usually an employee has a full-time job and another job, which is the 20%. Can you take me through that? Like, how did that become a 20% project of yours and then consume you fully?
Yeah, absolutely. It's really exciting. Even though we're betting really big on Google Now, it had its humble beginnings as a 20% project, as you said. It started when our engineering lead was thinking about how do you make sense of the location information. And then he launched the location history analysis. We basically understanding that we show our users, here's how much time you spend at home and at work, and here are the places that you go to frequently. Then we gathered a group of engineers, volunteering their time in addition to their full-time job, and we started putting demos together. These demos got our executives really excited. And when we went to our executives and said, hey, here's something we have, they were so excited that they said, great, launch it in a few months. We have I/O coming. And the rest is history. We launched it in 4 months, and the reception has been great. We're really,
we are
really
coming
excited.
up on that 1 year. I mean, it's amazing to think that it only launched at I/O last year.
That's
to
right.
me, it felt like we've always had it. I've been an Android user. We've always had the cards. It's really easy to kind of look and see what the sports scores are. And it learned really quickly. It says, hey, this guy likes, I like the A's, you like the Giants. We can still be friends. But you still get to see that content, the sports scores and the stocks and the news and the weather. And it's been really interesting to see that kind of recommendation pop through and get exactly what you want. Now, I/O is a developer conference, so I'm going to ask you a geeky question again. You look at this, it's really got to pull from a lot of different places. You talked about location history being the first one. So you've got to pull from the Directions API, Calendar API, Google Translate API. How did you go about looking at all of these different APIs to make one cohesive service? And did having those APIs in play make it a lot easier and a lot faster to ship? You only had 4 months.
Absolutely, yes. So we have a huge benefit of sitting on top of all of the Google services that our users use and love every day. So when we started, we rely on a lot of core, core services that Google has. Location is one of them, but also calendar, email, and the searches that you have. So we have the benefit of all of these teams thinking really hard about those instances when users use those products. And what we do is we bring information from those products to the user proactively at the right time. So we did have a lot of benefit from all of those APIs that are available to us.
Right, and I think what I saw with Google Now, you look at today's keynote, and a lot of it was about having the same environment on desktop, on mobile, on tablet. Android introduced the capability to dismiss notifications across each of these devices. Is that something where we're looking at having a unique, a similar interface on each of these devices as well with Google Now?
That's right. So we announced availability of Google Now on iOS, iPhone, and iPad recently. So we want to make sure that we bring our services to where our users are, regardless of the platform. So starting with Android, we brought it to iOS, and now part of it is also available on the desktop. So we want to make sure that our users get the best of Google, regardless of where they are.
Now I'm going to bring up the Giants one more time,
Sure.
but in a different way. So a few months out of the year, I'm intensely interested in a couple sports teams because I'll play fantasy football, right? And so I'll find myself constantly checking on the scores for the Washington Redskins and the New York Giants because I've got a couple of their players. And then after that, I don't care. And so how easy is it for somebody to dismiss something where Google Now infers an interest, but it might be a temporal interest? What kind of information can they do to help teach Google Now and make it better?
So we do various things. We try to understand the likelihood that you're interested in something. So things like time decay, for instance. The last time you were doing a search and you were engaging with Ace or Giants, if it has been a long time since you've engaged, then we'll take that into account in understanding whether you care about seeing that information. There's also things you can do, like dismisses, for instance. We'll learn from your dismisses. We give a lot of control to our users, so they can also tweak the cards that they're seeing. They can add more sports teams. They can remove sports teams. So all of those in combination are the things. Either implicitly we try to understand that was temporal, or explicitly you can teach the system by dismisses or saying, no, I don't want this anymore.
Now, is there a Google Now API? Is there a way for developers to tap into that and make their own custom cards, or ways for the applications to interface with that?
So we have a couple of partnerships that are already live. For instance, with United Airlines, when you check in, you'll have your boarding pass ready when you arrive at the airport. Or when you purchase a ticket through Fandango, that ticket will be ready when you arrive at the movie theater. We also have a partnership with Zillow. If you're in the market for a home, we'll show the open houses in the area you're looking. In addition to all of this, today we are also announcing that with our select partners, they can mark up their emails so we understand whenever there's a flight or whenever they have a hotel or a reservation coming up. So all of those are ways where we engage with our partners to provide more information into Google to show to their users.
So what type of information goes into Google Now to improve recommendations? You talk about location, you talk about possibly search history. What else does Google take from the different pieces that you're watching on the mobile phone to make your cards even more smart?
Right, so location is a core component, and we want to be able to help you, get to your next destination and tell you traffic about it. So location becomes a very core component of Google Now. Searches are quite important. Like, we'd like to help you, continue researching, or we'd like to help you, get to your next destination because you've been researching that place. So search is another component. Calendar is really important, right? Because with calendar, you're explicitly saying, I have this meeting that I need to get to. So there are many things that we can help with that experience. So we focus on that as well. At large, what we try to do is we try to think about what are the instances in which our users need assistance the most, and could we predict and help in those instances and prioritize that way.
So I had an incident recently when I was traveling. I flew over to Paris, and I opened up my phone, and first time I get Wi-Fi access, I look at my new cards, and it was really incredible to see how not only did the phone know what I was doing, but it had all this helpful stuff. I know your demo basically talked about places to take photos. And for me, I'm not really a huge photographer, but I appreciate knowing that. But it had stuff like conversions. It would say how many dollars a euro is and other bits. What are the things that play into travel? Like what kind of really cool cards can come up when I travel 3,000 miles?
Yeah, so when you travel, there are a couple of things we show. We show you time at home, so you know when to call back home. We'll tell you things like conversion rates, the currency conversion rates. We'll give you information about translation, so you have a translation tool at your fingertips. We'll also show you attractions if you're new to that city. If you've been to that city multiple times, chances are you don't care about attractions anymore, so we won't show it. Also, we'll help you.
How many times is a number of times? Is 3 a lot? Is 5 a lot?
Five is probably a lot, right? Basically, the way we try to think about it is showing this card to the user adding value. And if you've been to a place 5 times, if you've been to London 5 times, for instance, showing you, hey, there's Big Ben, doesn't really matter anymore, so we stop showing it. We also want to make sure that throughout the process of traveling, we help with various things. For instance, if you were searching on Google a week before you go there about getting to a destination, for instance a restaurant that you're going to meet your friend at, we'll show you directions to that place when you're there. So it's basically a collection of things that we want to help you manage your day-to-day life, as well as little tools that will also help with the experience, in addition to helping you discover new content like photo spots nearby or attractions.
And we talked a little bit about the genesis of the product as a 20%. So I'm really intrigued by the amount of content that is flowing through mobile devices, the amount of mobile web tracking that's happening, the amount of mobile web browsing that's occurring. Would this project even have made sense in a world without smartphones? Like, would it even have happened? Like, what were those trigger points that says, aha, we've got to do this?
I think mobile is critical, right? Because mobile, first of all, it's a very contextual device. It has location in it. It's also connected and it's with you all the time. Another aspect of mobile is that users have this very personal connection with their devices. They're constantly using their device. I think mobile is key in helping us understand what your context is, helping us understand in what situations you need this type of information. So without mobile, I think this product would have been much less powerful.
Do you find sometimes that people confuse Google Now with voice search and they'll ask you one or the other? Do you see them as being completely intertwined?
I think the whole search experience is we think of it as a whole. So Google Now is part of the Google Search app on Android as well as on the iPhone. You can search with your keyboard. You could also do a voice query and it will assist you with that query. And we'll also try to infer whether what your search is and try to show you information. So I see all of this as a collective assistant trying to help you, either before you ask or when you ask. We want to make sure that we have the best experience for you.
Right, and I think you put on a keyword which is assist. There's assist and there's anticipate. Anticipating what you're going to ask before you even ask it. Going back to voice search, I'm a parent, I've got 3 kids that are 5 and under, and for them, every screen should have everything in the world available to them. They can't believe it if they can't find exactly what they want. And I'll often run into my daughter holding up a Nexus 7 tablet to her face and saying, Google, show me videos of sea turtles.
That's great.
And if it doesn't load, like if there's a problem with the cloud, she's like, ugh. She's like, Google, show me videos of sea turtles, until they all come up and she's on her way. And so it's just been, you look at the evolution of it, and the fact that we're able to take all of these things for granted to be right there is just stunning. And I look at Google now with its cards and the fact that it is only a year old and how far we've come. And it's been really incredible to watch. I definitely appreciate you coming on the GDL at I/O stage to talk about it, and I hope we can see really incredible stuff for year 2. And when we definitely will be bringing you back.
I can't wait. We believe the potential is so high, and we're just starting, so looking forward to it.
Yeah, so definitely thank you for taking all the time with me, Barish. I really appreciate that. For those of you on the live stream, if you want to see great GDL content the rest of the year, subscribe to Google Developers on YouTube and check out developers.google.com/live. We'll be back here at 4:30 talking about performance on Chrome.
On your local machine. One way or another, it's particularly easy on the desktop. It lends itself to it. But when you actually start working on the mobile web, you realize a lot of this isn't quite the same. It's not the case. Now, regardless of what your specific workflow is, I'd say you could probably put most of the parts of what you do into these 4 categories. You're going to have a setup stage, whether you're picking what tools, what source control, staging server, production server, all those kinds of things. Then you're going to obviously have the bulk of the work, the hard bit, developing. You're going to have a testing stage, whether that be just you yourself testing in a couple of browsers, automated testing, QA teams. And then obviously, once you've launched, you're going to have the iteration steps, hopefully adding new features, improving on what you've already done. And essentially, what we're going to be looking at is just some of the tools that you can be using in your current workflow for the mobile web to hopefully make it a bit more productive, fit in a bit easier with what you're already doing. So let's start off with setup. Now, I'm not going to go into particular frameworks you guys should be using because I think a lot of that comes down to personal taste. But the one thing that you will need for the mobile web is obviously either testing on a device or on emulators and simulators. And most people will kind of opt for emulators and simulators if it's an option because it's just convenient to have on your desktop where you're already working. But there are a couple of caveats that I'd kind of just raise when you're doing this. One way or another, you should never treat an emulator or a simulator as a replacement for an actual real device. They're great for convenience. They're fantastic for checking out what your layout is actually going to look like. And often it's a case that the APIs, they're a great test bed just to make sure that what you're doing is going to work. The problem is often performance is very different from real-life devices. If you look at an Android emulator, it's particularly slow in comparison to a real device, whether that be a high-end or a low-end device. If you then compare that to some of the simulators that you can get, they'll actually perform really, really well. And then when it comes to testing on a real device, actually performance is really degraded at certain points. So I just wanted to make that point quite clear. Use them because they're awesome and they're really helpful, but don't treat them as a replacement for the real thing. Now, the Android SDK, obviously there's been a slight announcement at the keynote, but essentially, when you go to the web page, there's 2 options. One of them's hidden, which is just the plain SDK. The other one is the ADT, Android Developer Toolkit. ADT will come with Eclipse, or now IntelliJ, as well as the plugins to make it work with the SDK. There is the option of just downloading the SDK if that's all you want, to avoid downloading extra stuff you won't need or use necessarily. But once you download it, the first thing that I'd encourage you to do is just make sure you add platform-tools and tools to your path. Generally, there's going to be a couple of tools that you're going to be regularly relying on. So just make it a bit easier on yourself and just add it to the terminal. It's something that I think can quite easily be overlooked. And 2 of those tools I want to talk about is ADB and Monitor, which will help you set up the Android emulator. So whenever I'm starting development, if I plug in my device and it doesn't do what I'm expecting for whatever program, ADB is the first port of call that I go to. If I run ADB devices, it does a couple of things. One, if ADB server isn't running in the background, it'll actually start it. And if I do actually run it, it doesn't start the server and there's no devices, and that's normally a good sign that something's gone wrong with the USB to the device. So just unplug it and plug it back in. Because ADB is essentially the bridge between your phone and your local machine. And the other tool that you're going to be regularly coming into is Monitor. Now you can kind of think of Monitor as just the one-stop shop for all of the Android tools, or at least the majority of them. Now when you kind of open it, it looks quite daunting at first, but it's really not that bad. So if you look over on the left-hand side, you're going to get a list of devices connected to that machine. So there'll be emulators as well as USB-connected devices. Along the bottom, you're actually going to have Logcat. And what this is the log output from emulators and real devices. Now, if you ever do a hybrid application with a web view, if you do console.log, the messages will actually end up in here. So it might be useful if you ever start working on projects like that. And then the top right, it doesn't necessarily have anything useful for web developers, but it's essentially thread management as well as memory management for native applications. So if you ever wondered what that was, there you go. So along the top, you're going to actually have options to access another couple of tools. Now, the first one is the Android SDK Manager. If you sit there and say you want to support Android 2.2 and above, this is where you'll go to download those versions of Android. And then there's the Android Virtual Device Manager. Now, this is where you actually go to set up all of your emulators. So we open that up. Now, the first thing I want to point out on this screen is over along the top, you'll actually have Android virtual devices and device definitions. Now, you can imagine scenarios where something like the Nexus 1, it's one device, but it's actually been upgraded through a couple of versions of Android. So realistically, you want emulators for each version of Android, but to that device definition. So that's the difference between the two. So if we open up device definitions, you'll notice that it's just a long list of devices. Along the top, we'll have ones that are provided by the SDK, which are the Nexus devices, the flagship ones from Google. And then below that, we'll have generic devices. Because in most cases, you can actually kind of put an Android device out in the wild into one of these categories for the most part. But if you ever find that there's one device that's actually causing you grief, like whether it be a particularly large screen size or it's something you're not expecting, you can actually add in your own device definitions. Something like the Galaxy S3 or Galaxy Note, where they have a particularly large screen, you can add it in, and you just do it once, and then you're set up. So the Android virtual devices, it's just a long list of devices which you would have set up. Here's some that I've got. But if you go in, I'll just quickly step through how to make your own. So we'll click on the new along the right-hand side. It's fairly self-explanatory. You just need to enter in a name for your emulator, something that you recognize. Then you have the option of selecting which device, so which device definition you want to use. Here we're going to go for the Nexus 7. And then you select which version of Android you want to use. Now, there are a couple of other options, but for the most part, I don't think you'd need to change any of them. But the one thing that I would like to highlight is this option down at the bottom, which is Use Host GPU. Now, what this basically enables the emulator to do is use some of the hardware power that you've got on the graphics card. Now, if your machine supports it, it vastly improves the use of the emulator because it speeds it up quite a bit. Now, it's only available on Ice Cream Sandwich and above, but if this is something you're looking at, definitely switch it on, because if it works on your machine, like I say, it makes it a lot more usable. And then, obviously, to start it is just a case of clicking on your emulator and clicking Start. Now, I won't lie, I have edited the video a little bit to make this nice and speedy. Our time's valuable, we need not waste it, but at the same time, if I just cut off at this point, it would feel a little bit harsh. So you only have to do this once. It may seem like quite a long process, but once you set up your emulators for devices you want to support, all you have to do is come into this tool and start them up. For the iOS simulators, it's a bit easier. If you have Xcode installed, you'll actually just have a drop-down option for Open Developer Tools and then iOS Simulator. And then within that, once it started up an iPhone or iPad, whichever the last one was opened, it will allow you to change the hardware as well as the version. So once you set up the emulators and simulators, we move on to development. Now, I think it's fairly common that all of us, one way or another, will be using localhost. Now, the problem is if you imagine something like the Android emulator where it's emulating an entire platform like it would on a device, well, that device has its own local host. So at which point, developing on your machine kind of starts raising the question of, well, what happens when I type in localhost? So I'd like to introduce your new home away from home, 10.0.2.2. Now, what this is just an IP address that Android have just left in the emulator, and it's like a backdoor. So what you're saying is, when I type in this, go to localhost on my actual machine. But then, even if you can get it on your emulators and simulators, what about a real device? Because normally, whenever we try and do this, it leads to a bit of pain, tears. Because obviously, you have to find the IP address of your machine, you have to type that in on the device. That's assuming that your network allows it, depending if you're in a corporate network or not. You then also have the issue of if you've got a configuration on your Apache server with subdomains, it doesn't quite work. It's not fun, it's not nice. So in the DevTools, there's actually a new tool that we've added in, which is called reverse port forwarding, that actually allows you to locally develop on your device. So you have to enable a flag in the beta or canary version of Chrome, which is enable developer tools experiments. And when you do that, you can actually go into Chrome Inspect, and when you open up Chrome on your Nexus device, or Android device, sorry, you'll notice it'll come up in the Chrome Inspect option. And you'll actually end up with an expected item like you've got down here. I've already opened up the developer tools in this case. So this is the developer tools for Chrome on Android. Now, because I've enabled the experiments flag, I've got this experiments menu item. Now, what you'll notice is I've actually enabled already enable reverse port forwarding. Now, what this is basically doing is saying, whenever I type in localhost port number on my mobile device, make it come onto my machine. So here, you'll see that I've got a number of ports already mapped. Now, these don't need to be the same port numbers, but the left-hand side is essentially the port number that I type in on the device. And then on the right-hand side, it's essentially saying localhost, and then the port number that's actually running on this machine. So if I switch over to this machine, now, if I make a typo, you'll have to excuse me. So this is Adi Osmani's to-do list app. But essentially, that's running off of my local machine. And just to prove that that's the case, if I switch back over to my laptop, I have the Android emulator already set up. And just to keep you on your toes, if you look at the iOS simulator, it's actually localhost instead of any kind of backdoor. Now, I'm hoping that's not going to try and use the Wi-Fi network to try and find that site, because it will not work. No? Go on. OK, we'll go back to that anyway. But this introduces a new problem, because essentially what we're doing is we suddenly got 2 emulators and simulators and 1 device. Now, normally when I'm developing, I'll have a mobile device, just a phone, I'll have a tablet, and then I might have a range of emulators of varying screen sizes just for this. And there's nothing controlling these things. They're all individually working on their own. So that's why I think it's starting to get to the point where you might want to think about having a device lab. Now, normally when people say device lab, you think, oh, I need to have 30 devices to warrant that kind of thing. That's not the case. If you've got a couple of devices on your desk, start thinking about using a piece of software to help you do it, and there's a range out there. So there's Adobe Edge Inspect, which is essentially you can download a Chrome extension, and then it will mirror that tab that's currently open onto any devices that have got the Adobe Edge app installed and opened. There's Paul Kinlan's Bootstrapping Your Own Test Lab, which is a small script which will actually open up the browser on any connected Android emulators or devices to the correct URL. And then there's also this open source project, which is Remote Preview. Now, all this is doing is it's a small piece of JavaScript that's just checking a particular file. And essentially, whenever that URL changes, it sets the URL on an iframe in that web page. So the idea is that you put all of your mobile devices to this one URL, and then you've got one central place where when you change that URL, it changes across the board. So, if I switch back to the mobile device, all I'm going to do is just change the URL. Well, I just did it. But if I come back over to my laptop, you'll notice the Android browser is already changing, and the Safari one would be changing should it work, which it is. So I'll show you what I did. All I did was edit this one file, which is url.txt. And then when I change that, it starts affecting all the devices. So again, I'll show you on the mobile device, because that's the only one that's playing ball. But again, it's just changed to the to-do list app. So it's a very simple thing, because it means that should you ever get to the point where someone comes up to you and says, hey, you know what, I just need help on this project, and you're head deep in something else, you've only got to change one place, and then all the devices that are connected already start filtering through. And there's also this other website, opendevicelab.com, that I wanted to highlight, which is essentially, it's a list of device labs across the world that you can actually go to and check out. So if you live near one, find out what they're using to do this kind of work and figure out what pitfalls they've had, and it might solve some of the problems that you might be having in your own workflow. Another tool I wanted to talk about was Responsive Inspector. Now, this is a third-party Chrome extension made by Peter from the Adobe Creative Cloud team. And it's just a really nice way of viewing media queries. So what you're seeing here is essentially 3 different kinds of media queries, which is basically saying a media query where there's only a max width set, which is the orange one on the top, a media query where you've got a min and a maximum width defined, which is the green one in the center, and then the 2 blue ones on the bottom are the minimum width that's been defined. Now what this tool is really great for is if you actually click on one of these media queries, you'll notice the browser in the background snapping to those particular media queries. So it's a really nice, easy way of A, viewing what the media queries are doing, and secondly, just interacting with them in the same way. But you also have the option of going to the ruler, the measurement across the top, and forcing the browser to snap at a particular width, which is really nice if you've got media queries that are overlapping, and you want to ensure that things aren't actually conflicting. And the last feature, which I really am a fan of, is this CSS option at the side. Now, if you click on this for one particular media query, it'll actually take you to the CSS that's essentially that media query. Now, I found this tool really useful for, A, if I have a compilation step with perhaps JSLint optimizing CSS, etc., I'll check whether the actual version of the site that I'm looking at has those media queries in it. And secondly, if I'm having problems, something's not quite right, normally it's a case of the CSS isn't quite doing what I'm expecting, something's not in the right order. And in which case, this CSS option is really easy. So then we come on to testing. Now, raise your hand if you use the DevTools in Chrome, the Firebug in Firefox, Safari DevTools. Who here uses them? Now, keep your hand up if you'd actually be quite happy to live without them. Like they're just gone. Had no option to them. There's a couple of hands, which I'm surprised at. But the problem is, with the mobile web, we don't have those, right? They're a separate device, they're separate browsers, and generally the tools are only just starting to get there. But it's not on all platforms. If you look at something like the Android web view, there are no dev tools for that. You can't hook into them. So one of the tools that you'll actually find that most people will use is this tool called Winery, which is Web Inspector Remote. That's what it stands for. Some people call it Wiener. But essentially what it does is you put a little bit of JavaScript in your web page, and then if the APIs are actually there, what it'll do is it'll actually use some of the developer tool APIs to then give you a remote dev console like you'll see on the left. And the nice thing with this is you can actually edit the HTML, edit the CSS, play around with the JavaScript console just like you would on your actual local machine. If you wanted to play around with this, I'd strongly encourage just checking out debug.phonegap.com. It's actually a running server of this. And what's really nice as well is if you think about cloud-based testing, you can actually put the script in this. And if the server is actually in a local public place, you can remotely debug a cloud-based system. And then we come on to something like MeTool, which actually uses Winery. So it's a native iOS application. And essentially, when you actually load up a web page, it'll already start up Winery for you. It'll give you a URL, and you can just access it on a local network. If you go and use it on an iPad, it goes one step further, and it actually gives you Winery inside the application. So you can actually debug there and then on the device. But the really nice thing with MeTool as well is it's actually added a couple of features which you can't get in Safari DevTools. So it'll actually show you the composited layers as well as the draw count. So if you're finding performance might be a bit of an issue, you can actually start using this to find out what's going on. And I've already briefly touched on this, but this is the cloud-based testing idea. So I imagine a lot of you are kind of familiar with Browser Stack and Source Labs, and there are a number of other services, but Browser Stack comes from the idea of manual testing. You open up a couple of simulators, emulators, and you get to play around with them and interact with them. Now, Device Anywhere comes from a slightly different idea of real-time devices that you're actually getting screen captures from or webcams from. Now, the nice thing with this, if you're having a particular problem, perhaps a bug in the JavaScript or something on one particular device, this is a nice way of you can actually gain access to that because it comes with all the OEM tweaks rather than an Android emulator where it's just stock Android. And then Source Labs comes from more of an automated testing background. So let's talk about automated testing. There's kind of a couple of different ways of doing it. There's obviously unit tests. And if you develop unit tests, you may have them running locally. But you could also start looking at running them in the cloud. I was recently playing around with a couple of grunt tasks for Source Labs and Browser Stack, which actually take my unit tests in QUnit and run them on whatever simulator I tell it to. But then there's also test scripts. If anyone's ever worked with a QA team, you know that quite often they'll run scripts, they'll follow certain steps and see what the output is. So you can actually start doing this in browsers with something called WebDriver. Now, what WebDriver allows you to do is essentially interact with the browser and control it in certain ways and perform certain tasks. And the way you can do this is essentially using a small little JavaScript in Node.js as well as a number of other platforms. But I'll go through a brief example in Node.js. So here's just a brief configuration for a browser that I want Source Labs to launch for me. So essentially, we're just saying, I want an Android tablet with version 4 of Android running. And then we have a small bit of code which is just setting up. So we're saying to the WebDriver, I'm going to use a remote connection to Source Labs. And then down the bottom, you'll notice I've got initialization step, which is just saying I want the browser of Android tablet. I'm passing in a GET request to the URL localhost. And this is because a lot of these services will enable you to make a local tunnel from your machine to their services. And then I'm saying take a screenshot. After that, check some navigation, and then quit. So if we look at taking a screenshot, the code is surprisingly simple. You literally just say, take a screenshot. You get a callback with a 64-bit encoded image. And then here I'm just using the file system API to save it. And then checking navigation, here I'm just saying, find the link inside an element with the ID blog, click that element, and then afterwards check what the actual URL of that current page is, and make sure that it's what I'm expecting. And I've done a full example which you can actually take and run yourself, which you'll pass in an array of browsers that you want to test on. It will then set the orientation to portrait. It'll take a screenshot, which is what you're seeing on the right-hand side. It doesn't just do the bit of the screen, it does the entire thing, if the body's set up correctly for the correct height. And then once it's actually done that, it'll check the navigation and then flip the orientation to make sure that the media queries are actually happening as they should be. And then the check navigation is just a small example of things that you can do. But WebDriver, you can do a number of other things. You can execute JavaScript directly into the page. You can also, with Source Labs, actually watch the entire recording of the tests running. So if there's certain things you want to do in terms of click this element and watch the DOM be manipulated, the visibility is changing on certain elements, or sizing's getting tweaked, you can actually just sit there, tell WebDriver to do this, and then watch the video that's captured on Source Lab. And the other thing I wanted to talk about was networking. Now, if we are just working on a local machine in our office, we're going to have a nice, beefy internet connection, hopefully. But obviously, mobile users aren't going to have this all the time. They may be at home on a nice Wi-Fi. They might be on 2G in the middle of the woods with barely any connection at all. So there's a couple of tools you can use to actually throttle your local network. So here's an example of using the link conditioner OSX. So on the left-hand side is when it's off, and the right-hand side is when it's on. And this is, I think, an edge connection. Now, the really nice thing with this tool is here you can see things are slowly getting loaded. It's not particularly performant. But if you have a page like this where you've got a dark background, and then you're actually using some dark text on one particular item while a background image is loading, which is light, what you can actually find is you could just set a background color, which is light, and then suddenly people can actually read the text, whereas before they wouldn't have been able to. And plus, it gives you an indication of what's actually happening, what a user is seeing. So then we have the live step. We've actually launched the product. It's out there, it's in the wild, people are using it, and it's awesome. But one way or another, through your development cycle, you will have made certain assumptions. We all do it. We all get to that point where we need to do it. But one of the things that you always have to make, and it's kind of a tough call, is breakpoints. Where do you decide where to change the look and feel of your web app to actually fit the range of devices? And Google Analytics kind of has this little hidden nugget of gold. And you can actually find out what the screen resolution of the mobile devices that are actually visiting your site. Now, the nice thing with this is you can actually realize that you can probably support 80% of your users with just a small number of configurations. Now, these are metrics that are actually taking into account the screen density. So it's the same as what your CSS media queries would be seeing. Well, what's even more interesting, if you look at number 1, you'll notice that the height, I think, is 768. Whereas if you look at number 4, it's 720. So it's only about 40 pixels different. But if you were to say, I'm going to put my breakpoint at 768, which I think is an iPad, and then everything below that gets the mobile experience, well, suddenly that 720 pixel width device is actually getting the phone UI rather than what you've already designed for a tablet. And that's a simple change. That's just changing it to 40 pixels less. So at that point, you're actually giving a better experience to a wider audience. And then there's also page speed. You can actually change the configuration so you're only filtering on mobile and tablet traffic, so you can actually see what users are getting in the wild. Now, the nice thing with this is you can find out, A, if what your testing has been doing is actually matching what users are getting. But on the other side of it, if you sit there and say, I want to improve this, and you actually start making steps to do it, you can confirm that it's working through this. And ultimately, this is all going to feed back into what you do for the next project or whatever new features you come to develop, because ultimately, it's going to influence what your decision is going to be on terms of what emulators you test on, what platforms you test on. It's going to encourage you to look at the way you're going to continue the development. If you realize that it's too many devices to test against, perhaps you want to find out another way of doing it. Testing, hopefully if you've started playing with automated testing, you're going to have an idea of what works well, what doesn't work well, what things you could have really easily scripted that later became a bigger problem. And then live, well, again, mobile is never going to sit still. It's always changing. So at that point, you're going to be constantly iterating over what you want to support and how you're going to support it. And this is kind of the main point of a mobile web, right? Is it's still relatively new. Things are changing constantly. And these are just some of the tools you can use today in your workflow. But there's nothing to say that throughout your development of your next project, you're going to see more tools come out that are going to change the way you work or make things easier. Maybe even the case that you guys are actually making the tools for this. So I hope you enjoyed my talk. That's all I wanted to say. So I think we've got about 10 minutes for questions. If anyone has anything, we've got a mic there, if you want to queue up.
I've had the very unpleasant experience of trying to develop on a 12-hour overseas flight and realizing that to be able to tether an Android device to a laptop, you have to be able to hit App Engine in the cloud, which doesn't work if you don't have an internet connection.
Yep.
Is there anything that's being done to improve that?
So what I demoed was the actual local host from your desktop machine onto a device.
So with no network connection, you can do remote port forwarding and everything will work?
Yeah, the only caveat is if you need to pull a couple of local host services, you do need to define each port. That's the only caveat that I found. So what happens is when you actually unplug your device, it will still save which ports you have set up for that device. So you can actually set up multiple ones and it will work.
Okay.
So you'll need to get beta for Chrome. And this feature hasn't added to it yet, but it will be coming very soon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hey.
I'm a bit curious about the development workflow. Today, many of us are sitting in our text editor, and we're sitting, when we're making a change into our web application, we're sitting with the inspector. Today we saw that the Android guys, they got Android Studio to give this fully integrated development experience.
Yep.
Is there any plans on bringing that to web? Because today it's kind of an isolated world. I'm sitting in my editor, I'm going to my inspector, trying to memorize values, going back to my editor to save them.
So Paul Irish is actually doing a talk on DevTools in Chrome, and there's a load of new features that I think are addressing exactly that problem.
Okay.
And it's going to be exactly the same for this. So yeah, I definitely recommend checking that talk out.
Thanks.
Thank you. Cool. Thank you, everyone. My slides will be up with a load of the other I/O stuff. I haven't put a link up yet, but follow me on Google+ or Twitter, and I'll be tweeting them and everything else.
Welcome back to Google Developers Live at I/O. I'm Louis Gray from GDL, and I have with me two distinguished guests, Colt McCandless and Ilya Grigoric. Thank you for coming, gentlemen.
Thanks for having us. Thanks.
And we're here to talk about web performance today. And if you remember from the keynote, it seems like so long ago now, but it was only about 5 to 6 hours. We were talking about performance and speed and simplicity and all those things that really are part of Chrome and really part of everything that Google is doing with our approach to the web. And so I'm really happy to have Colt and Ilya on here. Both of them have spoken a lot about making the web faster and Chrome tools that'll get the job done to make everything go more quickly for the web platform. So I wanted to just get really started. You know, web performance is really all of what we do at I/O and through the rest of the year. You guys even have a booth upstairs. I just checked it out, which is great. Why so much attention on web performance, Colt?
Well, so as every app developer knows, as we start to bridge into mobile, that it's not just about network performance anymore, about how fast your page loads. It's about how fast the page is to respond to the user once they're in it, right? So we have to feel like apps, which means developers have to worry about the 3 pillars of performance now: network, rendering, and compute. And because of this, we've got a lot of presence here, a lot of great talks going on to try to help developers start talking about this, bring this mental model to the table, and show them what tools they need to get things done.
Now, it's interesting you bring up networking, rendering, and computing. You know, I came from a world where computation was always the bottleneck, and it was the server that was slow. And I think what you've seen with networking has grown exponentially, 10x each round. And it's really become something where the data center kind of becomes a cloud and you don't think about the server anymore. Yeah. And it's the network that's the bottleneck. And that, as you mentioned, it can be really difficult and different complex. So what are you guys doing up at the booth to take all that complexity and make it simple?
Well, we absolutely are sure that it's super complex, right? I mean, we as the Chrome developers spent a long time architecting this stuff, right? What we've actually done is we've assembled all of the brains at Google who deal with performance on a day-to-day basis, and we basically have them standing around for about 8 hours answering questions, right? In addition to that, they're going to be walking you through the tools that we use for our internal analysis and all of our profiling and showing you how to use them, and at best, if you bring us one of your sites, we'll actually tell you what's wrong and how to fix it as soon as possible.
And so that's performance Ellie has shared.
Absolutely.
So I like the idea of hearing a bunch of gurus standing around like at my service. So what exactly are they going to be doing? Is it like I show up with my laptop and they're going to tweak my browser settings, or what's the deal?
We won't tweak your browser settings necessarily, although maybe we could, because as you saw in the keynote, we have the Chrome data compression, right? Yes. So that's already a nice win that you can enable. But as a web developer, I think another thing that we can take away from the keynote is not only is the web getting faster, it's also getting more ambitious in terms of the applications that we're building, right? Which is why we care about rendering performance, like 60 FPS in a browser. Mm-hmm. For game developers, this has been a day-to-day thing. Absolutely. For a lot of web developers, this is a new concept, right? So upstairs, we're talking people through kind of the steps of what are the tools in Chrome that can help you figure out what are the rendering bottlenecks. Maybe you have a CPU bottleneck, a compute bottleneck, or maybe it's networking. Right? So for example, for networking, we have a suite of tools called PageSpeed, which is basically like a performance linter. You run analyze, and it tells you, here are the 10 things you should fix right now. And then we can also provide some tools to help you automate that web performance best practice, which is great.
Isn't it true? You never really eliminate the bottleneck, you just move it to a different place?
Absolutely, that's what happens, right.
And that's the way we always learn that. I mean, if you get it out of this spot, you're going to find something else that's hot.
Yep.
So you're talking about really like a performance analysis service. And kind of finding the best stuff and finding how you can optimize for that. I know we often have you online at GDL. I appreciate you coming on and talking about making the web fast. What are those things that web developers can really key on to try and make their pages load more quickly? What are the things that really are the slowdowns? I think one of the pieces was touched on the keynote was the option to get away from possibly JPEG and moving to WebP. Yep. Can you talk a little bit about that compression and things that are out there?
It's a really cool example. So it turns out for an average page on the web today, over 60% of all of the data transferred is actually images, right? So we're building pages which are very media heavy, lots of images. And with WebP, we can actually give or provide about 30% better compression over JPEG. And what we didn't mention in the keynote was 80% win over PNGs, right? Which we often use for alpha channel and transparencies, which are very popular in games and other places. Yeah. So you put those two things together, by using something like a WebP format, and you get a huge savings, which fewer bytes transferred, which makes the page load faster. It also decreases the cost of your page, right? I think it's something that we forget, on a 4G connections. For a lot of users, bytes are expensive, so reducing that amount is actually very, very beneficial.
Well, you mentioned 4G connections. I'm going to date myself a little bit and go back and talk about modems.
Sure.
So the web they just announced its 20th anniversary, essentially. And so some of us have been using the web for a long time, and some of us were using Mosaic and Netscape Communicator and all those cool things. where you had essentially gray pages with blue links, and when you click through, you would get to text files. And you had to do that because the downloading speed wasn't even possible to load an image, and it was painful to download hundreds of kilobytes of data, which are things we absolutely take for granted. And I think often what we run into is if you have a pipe and you make that pipe bigger, the people who are designing your apps are going to fill that pipe. And so how do you manage that kind of one-upmanship on the equipment side that's really sucking down the data to the people that are creating bigger and more greater apps?
So I think it's a challenge to both us developers, on Chrome and at Google and all the rest to make. So we want to build more ambitious applications. We want live streaming, right, to happen. We want to deliver rich media, rich games in the browser and all the rest. So developers keep pushing us to build more ambitious applications, which means we need to improve the performance of the web, performance of the browser. But it is a collaboration, right? We can't fix everything within Chrome, which is why we have the performance area, where developers can come, show us their application, and it gives us feedback as browser developer, right, to say, here are the things that we need to address, help developers fix, or vice versa. Like, we were not educating developers about something really
What is it about Chrome specifically that makes you say it's speedier? What is it that we can test on, and what's different about that browser?
Well, from the ground up, we always focus on performance. I mean, that's one of the cornerstones of Chrome that started at the beginning was we need to make a faster, more secure browser for people because that enhances the web experience for everyone, right? The browsers get better, the web gets better, everyone gets happier. So we do a lot of things across network, compute, and render to make sure this happens. V8 is by far one of the top JavaScript VMs out there. The way we handle rendering and our utilization of the GPU is top tier, right? We do things that no other browsers can do just right now. Networking, we do a lot of great stuff like the flywheel technology as well as the way we're compressing the network transfer stuff.
A really cool example with network is Chrome literally learns the topology of the web and it becomes faster the more you use it. We learn your browsing patterns, and next time you open the Google News homepage, we say, hey, we can preload these other pages to make it seem faster, pre-rendering and other tricks under the hood.
So a lot of pre-caching and fetching of pages that I might go to in the future, almost like cheating. I think one thing that Linus, I believe, was touched on today, they looked at the performance of Chrome on JavaScript, both on desktop and on mobile. And on the desktop side, year over year, maybe we increased by 50%. And I apologize if I get the number wrong. And then mobile, it practically doubled. And so when you look at mobile, how important is making the web fast relative to desktop?
Oh, it's everything right now, right? As we've already talked about, the amount of content coming from mobile platforms is eclipsing desktop more and more and more. We're seeing that. And especially it's becoming the life force for a lot of these small businesses that rely on mobile for their input and their income, A user visiting a website has a different sort of expectation when they visit on mobile than they do on desktop. And so decreasing the load time, increasing the performance is going to be critical for these guys to stay afloat as the technology moves forward.
Cool. Well, I know we actually did this pretty fast. It's good for guys who are doing performance to talk quick. And I appreciate your performance on it. I appreciate you joining us at GDL@IO. For those of you on the live stream, we're going to get back to your sessions next. And follow us again. We'll be at GDL@IO again at 5:20 talking about Drive. See you there.
Old as the internet itself, so we're excited to talk about a new technique we've got. So what are we talking about today? Well, first, we're proposing an extension to a web standard called autocomplete. And secondly, we're going to show you the implementation that we have going in Chrome, which is partially a proof of concept and partially something that we hope to launch sooner rather than later. So without further ado, I'm going to cut straight to the chase and give you a demo of what we have going on. I'm a new user on this website. This is a site that sells booze-related accessories. I don't know how to even pronounce the name of this site. I've never been here, but this looks kind of exciting. I'm going to go after this lasso wine holder so I can capture all the wayward bottles of wine that are trying to run away before I can drink them. I'll go to checkout. And so I'm hit with a page that's full of forms that I have to fill in. And it's all this data. I don't really look forward to doing this. I know it's going to happen when I go to buy stuff online. I know you're not looking forward to watching me type it in. So instead of making you watch that, I'm going to back out of here and instead show you how easy life could be. So I'm going to enable the new feature that we've got here. Going to try checkout again. And this time, Chrome pops open this dialog on top of the web page. It's presenting this information that Chrome knows about me because I've typed in the past. So far, nothing's happened, but if I type in my CVC right here, and then hit submit, this information will be sent down to the merchant site. As you can see, it's reciting it back to me. And now the site's ready to put this card number into its payment processor as soon as I hit place order, and I'm done. The order is placed. Now that was really easy. That was great, because I'm really lazy. As you can see, I don't even like typing in my own information when I'm buying something. And then there's another example of me being lazy on this slide. So this is me commuting to work at the office in beautiful Venice Beach, California. I'm taking the bus. And here's me. So I'm being very efficient in this picture, or lazy, however you want to look at it. I'm getting maximal rewards for minimum effort. This is something that makes me also very keen on online shopping, because online shopping is very efficient compared to real world shopping. I don't have to drive to the store. I mean, LA usually is a swath of traffic. The store's way over there, I'm over here. Once you get to the store, you have to find the item, you have to wait in line at checkout. It's a big hassle and it makes you feel rather emo. But the one thing that's good about buying stuff in the real world is it's very easy to pay. So as soon as you get to the front of the checkout line, you hand over a big stack of cash or you swipe a little piece of plastic and you're done. It's something so easy a baby can do. But as we all know from personal experience and from what I showed you a second ago, it's not as easy on the internet. So here is an example where I went to a web page and a merchant site. I tried to buy something. I'd never been to this site before. And then when I'm going through checkout, there's these 4 distinct steps that require interaction and inputting information before I even get to the confirmation page. Now, this is a big hassle. And this is why we're seeing users abandon items in their shopping cart, or this is at least one reason why we see users abandon items in their shopping cart upwards of 60% of the time when they're going through e-commerce checkout. Something like 14% of users, if you poll them, will tell you that checkout complexity is one of the limiting factors and why they don't do more online shopping. And then, of course, you might have navigated here on your mobile device, in which case you see something like this. Half your screen is taken up by your keyboard. You're trying to type in addresses and numbers, and things are not easy to get exactly right on a small keyboard where predictive text doesn't help so much. And so the abandonment rate skyrockets up to around 97% on mobile. So this is a huge lost opportunity, a huge frontier, much room for improvement that we think we can tackle. And that's one of the main motivating factors for what we're presenting today. At the end of the day, you end up feeling a lot like Fry as a user. You just want the sites to take your money and give you your goods, and you don't care how it's done, as long as it's secure. So what are we doing about it? Well, a few years ago, Chrome introduced a form-filling feature called Chrome Autofill. And what that does is when you type in information on one page, it will remember your information, and then you go to another page, and it'll help you fill it in. There's a couple of problems with that, though. For one thing, it's tacked on top of the web, so it doesn't have an easy time of matching up the form fields from one page onto another. Since every page looks different, it has to figure out what kind of data was going into this field and on site A and match it up to which field on site B should get that same data. Another problem is that site A may not have asked for all the same data, so you haven't typed it in yet. Chrome doesn't know that. It can't fill it in on site B. And then there's cases like you saw on the last slide where there's a checkout flow that's several steps long and you have to initiate autofill over and over to get through it. And while this is a good tool to have in your belt as a user, it makes your life a good deal easier, it doesn't help much for developers. Developers are people too, of course. So they look something like this when they're trying to come up with the perfect checkout flow. They have a lot to worry about. They have to make sure the UI is intuitive and friendly and not confusing. And there's all kinds of research. I mean, there's entire journals that talk about user experience research that focus on how to improve your conversion rates in the checkout flow. So it's a hard problem. And then you've got to worry about selling internationally, if that's your market. The address information that a Slovakian user or an Irish user or a local user would put in is all different. And in addition to that, no matter what you do, how intuitive or friendly your UI is, there's going to be typos when the user is putting in new information, or if they moved, they changed their address, they have a new credit card. They're always going to make typos, and so you have to validate that input. And every site out there that's doing that is reinventing the wheel over and over. It's a big hassle. From where we stand, there's a lot of wasted effort, both on the developer side and the user side. The user is typing in the same information over and over. And so as the browser and as the platform, we think we can make a big impact and reduce the effort of everyone involved. The only thing that we have to do is we have to have collaboration from the page and the user, and they have to rely on the platform. So here I am again. In this case, I'm here in a metaphorical sense, and I'm a web developer who is not exactly getting a free ride, but getting helped along by request autocomplete, which is the loose name for the new spec that we're introducing today. So what's left in this presentation? Well, first of all, I'll give you a little bit more of an extended demo of what we got going on the desktop. So I should say that all the demos you're seeing today are live in Chrome. They're not enabled for users, but they're behind a flag. And if you have, if you download the Chrome source and you build it yourself, you can see all this in action. After which, Dan's going to stand up and he's going to tell you how to integrate it into your site as a merchant. The smoke and mirrors, what's going on at the last site that we were on in order to make this checkout experience possible. And he's going to tell you about all the features that we were able to add on to our implementation to improve the ecosystem, both adding layers of security and convenience. Some of these features might even blow you away, as they did to Dan. After which, I promised that mobile was one of the areas that we could make the biggest impact, so I'll give you a demo on the implementation that we've been working on so far concurrently on an Android device here. So, without further ado, it's time to check out. I'm going to press this big, juicy button, and this is the dialog that you saw a few minutes ago. So one thing you didn't see before is this big red banner on top. The point of this banner is that this slide deck, which is an HTML5 slide deck, is not actually a secure place to input your credit card information. So we're warning the user about that, but that's OK. As the user, I'm going to make an executive decision to input my information anyway. Now, Chrome already has this information stored about me. I haven't had to type anything in. But I'm actually going to say that I am shipping this to my dog. It's a gift, so I'm changing the shipping details. And as you can see, it was really easy to choose among the different addresses that Chrome has remembered about me. And something else I'll need to do, of course, is type in my CVC. And here we go. I'm going to press submit. Like I mentioned before, input validation is one of the things that we're targeting for our implementation because, of course, 9i8 is not a valid CVC. So we're trying to make the experience really easy for users to understand why the submission failed, give helpful error messages, and make sure that the data that we collect from users is really high quality before we send it down to the merchant. One last thing I'd like to point out is that all of this is stored locally in Chrome, but it's also synced to the cloud. At least the shipping addresses here are. So I never typed in these addresses into this particular Chromebook, but my other Chromebook, which I've left at home, is where I typed in originally. And because I have Chrome Sync enabled, it's synced to all my devices. Anyway, I can press submit. It's done. And I'll hand it over to Dan to tell you how to get this nearly one-click experience on your site.
Hello, everyone. So I'm sure you're all wondering, how do I integrate this with my site? We're at a developer conference. Everyone wants to see some code, right? So let's see some. First, we're going to go through tweaking your existing markup to allow request autocomplete to work with it. And then we're going to invoke the API and handle some errors. So here's an example of a typical web form that you would see today. Unfortunately, this isn't entirely clear to Chrome the purpose of each input here. It looks like billing because we have credit card and CVC, but we also have inputs that could be ambiguously for shipping or billing addresses, right? So in fact, it's not just unclear to Chrome. It's unclear to all browsers because this is a little underspecified. So a while back, HTML5 added the autocomplete attribute to itself. which we then implemented in Chrome for Chrome's form filling, and then we are piggybacking and reusing for request autocomplete. So if you want to invoke the API, you can take 1 second and add autocomplete to each input name. So as we expected, they're actually all billing address inputs. Great, so now that we've elucidated each input's purpose to Chrome so that we're more confident about getting the information from the user and filling it back in correctly, how do we invoke the API? So it should be literally as easy as form element.requestAutoComplete. We've worked really hard to keep the API very slim and easy to use, integration super quick. So don't start hacking away yet. As a security measure, we only allow the API to be invoked in response to a user gesture. So we're going to show you an example of that later. And first, we also have some ideas how you could optimize request autocomplete for your flow. Because while we were working on this, we noticed that if you take the existing web form flow we have here, and then you just invoke request autocomplete on top of it, you're in double trouble, right? You have a form on top of a form. People will be forced to make exhibit memes about you. No one wants that. So instead, here's an alternate example, right? So we recommend doing something along these lines. We recommend that you move invoking request autocomplete earlier in your checkout flow, right? So in the response to clicking on a checkout button, or maybe when you're adding new users and asking billing information from them, right? So let's, as you see, I've added a checkout button here, and let's see a slightly beefier code example. So here we're using simple feature detection to determine whether the user's browser has request autocomplete. So this will allow you to write code now that should work in the future when all browsers have this. So if the browser does not have request autocomplete, we fall back simply to the traditional web form flow. And if it does, we can simply on-click, invoke our API, and then on successful submission, you'll get a brand new event dispatched in the form called the autocomplete event. Don't feel bad, we just added it. Don't feel left out if you didn't know about it. And then after that, the form has all the information filled in it, and you can just submit it normally like you usually would, okay? So, and then at this point, like I mentioned, you don't want 2 forms in a row, so we recommend you just hide your current form so it doesn't clutter up your site and make users think they're gonna have to input stuff. Great. So if you were paying close attention, and I hope you were, you'll notice that we also have a cancel button, right? So what happens when a user cancels? How do you handle that in the code? So for this, we've also added another event called the autocomplete error event. This event includes, as a property of the event passed in, a reason, right? So this reason, in this case, we can handle it by just looking for the cancel string that is equivalent to it. So in this case, when you cancel a modal dialog above a site, there's probably not much you really need to do. The browser has already left the context, so the user is already on your site, still there. Nothing explicit should be required, so that's what we're just returning in this example. And then there's a couple other reasons why you might get an error. The first is maybe your form isn't actually annotated with autocomplete yet. So that's more of a developer integration thing. Or as well, a user could have explicitly disabled this from settings, like Evan did earlier before the demo to show the fallback behavior. And then there's a couple other edge cases that I can talk to you afterwards about. And then lastly, let's get into our implementation. So I showed you how easy this is. It should only take a second to integrate it with your site. And let's see how Chrome implements our specific proposed standard. So one aspect that I think Chrome has kind of in common with new user or guest checkouts on merchant sites is that we also have new installs. So if someone has just first installed Chrome, how do we get their payment information without them ever having actually input it into Chrome? So we noticed early on that there's a high probability that they will be existing Google users already, right? So in this case, perhaps if the user is already logged into Google, we can talk to the cloud, and the cloud will give us from on high. Maybe they've paid for something on Android in the in-apps payment SDK, on Google Play, or with the Google Wallet app, in which case they've already given their information to Wallet, right? So all of these clients already harness Wallet information. So we just went ahead and integrated request autocomplete with Google Wallet, right? So This adds a second data source for users to choose from. So you have both local form-filling data in Chrome that's synced, like Evan mentioned, as well as existing Google users' payment information. This is really powerful. I should mention a couple things that you probably already thought of. This also allows users that have already paid from any of these sources to pay for things on your website right now. That is really cool. As well as when you add, for instance, a credit card from Chrome, it will be instantly usable on Play or any other source that uses Google Wallet, because it's all using the same common secure vault. Great. So we've come to the presentation that makes me the most excited. Uncomfortably excited, if you will. So this is my favorite feature as a user. I want to tell everyone about it. I want to tell my mom. In fact, my mom's watching right now. So Mom, I have something for you. So a lot of people minimize the amount of sites that they give their billing information to, right? This is to make sure that if one of them, in the unfortunate event that this site gets hacked, that there are less targets to accidentally, give out their billing information, right? So what we've done, and a benefit of integrating Request Autocomplete with Wallet, is we've added a new feature that allows Wallet to never, ever give away your real credit card. These are called virtual one-time cards by Google Wallet. So what this allows is, for each transaction, you can give out a temporary special card number that the vendor site uses to charge your original card without ever having to give out the real card number. This is amazing. This is changing the way that I shop online. I mean, this is really cool. So, I mean, this changes the way, for instance, I shop, because before I was willing to pay extra money to buy from verified vendors, or to go on sites that already have my billing information to minimize how many actually have it. This makes that much less of a deal. So, if your information does get hacked, they only have payment information that can't even be used anymore. So this is awesome for the web, awesome for our users, and we think this is like a killer feature that we've added. In addition to that, using Google Wallet gets us fraud detection for free, right? So we interface with Google Wallet's fraud detection engine. Chrome is elevated. Chrome has privileges that normal websites don't have. So we can pass along secondary information with each transaction to help keep the user safe and to make sure that the correct user is using the correct account. So say an attempted fraudster tries to use a different machine than you've traditionally used to pay for something, we can detect that right away, and we can issue, before the transaction even can complete, like a challenge to re-enter your verification code off your credit card, or in the case that this person is trying to do something especially nasty, re-authenticate with Google completely, right? So this is a great win for users as well, just another security layer we're adding on by integrating Wallet with Request Autocomplete. Great. So let's see a virtual card in action. So here's the same website that Evan was showing earlier. It's just in an iframe inside this presentation. So let's see, what do we want to buy? I'll get an aerator, because it's a little stuffy on stage. I need some air. So let's show the checkout flow. So you'll notice here, well, first, there's another error. It's not the same as before. This one is, the details will be shared with GoogleDrive.com. That's the site hosting this iframe. You'll notice that when an iframe hosts and invokes this API, we actually prompt the user saying, by the way, this isn't coming from the original site. Anyways, let's sign in to use Google Wallet. All right. Just an example user. All right, great. So this is my credit card information as stored in the Google Wallet. You'll see my totally real card number ends with 1111. Anyone that's ever tested credit card sites knows that's not. But anyways, let's protect my fake cards too. All right, so I'm submitting, we're talking with Wallet, and very quickly we come back and bam, there's a brand new virtual card waiting for me on the vendor site. Again, this is a card that's given for each transaction, a special number, and it bills the exact same card without ever having to get it out. That's awesome. You'll never have to give out your card on the web again. That's pretty transformative. All right. So do we want to show our promised mobile demo?
Indeed, we do. We told you that mobile was a place where we can make a big impact, and so we'll prove it to you. But I'll point out one more thing about this before I switch away from it, which is that this number, the site will still run it through its normal payment processor backend. I will not do so until I press place order. So it's a really lightweight API that we're adding. It's just one more way to get users' data from them, but it uses the same backend as the site's already had in place for its other payment flows. And now I'll show it to you on the mobile device as soon as I log in and switch over. All right.
They'll see our super secret password.
Yes. I hope no one can read that quickly. So anyway, this is the same site. This is the mobile version of the site. In the time that I was sitting in that chair over there, I looked it up and learned that it's actually pronounced the Anophelist. If you were wondering, if you learned nothing else today, that's a good takeaway. This time I'm going to go on and I'm going to buy the robot wine sheath because I'm on Android, and that seems the most appropriate. I'm signed in as the same user. I'm just going to tell you. So here I go through the checkout flow. It got my information from Wallet. I didn't have to type anything in, and it's good to go. I'm already ready to press submit. But I'm actually going to instead make this a gift again, but this time to Dan. He's done such a good job presenting today. I'm feeling pretty good about this. Chrome already knows his address. I've typed it in the past because I've shipped him things before, and so it's suggesting that I fill it in, and I have done so. It's as easy as that. So now Dan is the shipping man. It's still being billed to John Doe's credit card. I am John Doe. And as soon as I press submit, Wallet is now taking this opportunity to generate the one-time credit card and sending it down to the page. And as I also promised before, this UI is still a little bit rough around the edges. So this is a bleeding edge copy of the code that we have here. Oh, and it's done. So this card number, once again, is not the one that ends in a bunch of ones. It's a new credit card number, and I don't have to worry about what happens if the Anophelist one day is the target of an insidious hacker's attentions. I'll place my order, and I'm done. And so as you can see, even though I filled in some new data, sort of, there was a form field. I didn't have to type anything. You probably didn't see the keyboard. Well, you didn't see me use the keyboard once except to log onto the phone. That was the closest thing. So that was very exciting, and now I actually see this as a platform that I'm willing to buy stuff on. And I mean, mobile is growing tremendously as a platform from which to browse the web, and now we think that this will help will help m-commerce keep pace with e-commerce in the same way that browsing the web off a mobile device has possibly kept up with, or even will one day surpass browsing from a normal desktop device. So with that, back to the slides. This, as you can see, is Dan and me if you want to reach out to one of us. Here's some contact information. And now we'd like to open the floor up for some questions. There's both, so if anyone has a question that's live, there's mics up here. If anyone thinks of a question later, you can send us an email at this address. And then also we have some audience members at home who maybe have entered questions on here. Well, if they do, we'll see them. So
They may not.
We'll start with a live question.
By the way, this is Cindy from the Wallet side to help us answer questions.
Yeah. This is Cindy. She's been helping coordinate with Wallet. So.
Hi. Hi, Cindy. Looks great. Can't wait to use it. Now, one-time transactions aren't the only kind of transactions on commerce. I want to sell a subscription to somebody. If it's always automatically behind the scenes giving a one-time credit card number, how do I charge it again next month and the month after that? Is there some way to tell you guys, hey, this is going to be a recurring billing event?
Sure. So we would consider that a single transaction. So the user is saying, I want to do this 12 times with you. So that would be a transaction. That would be a supported use case.
Yeah, we've been thinking about this for a while.
Okay.
Yes, that's definitely support.
So if I was the vendor and I was getting one of these one-time things, would I learn that it's a one-time and basically know not to save it, or would I actually have to just kind of guess?
Well, I think that our recommendation is probably not to be saving this information, because one of the things that, even if you're not dealing with new users but returning users, when you get a new credit card and then you go and you visit all these sites that have independently stored your credit card information, you would have to update it many times. So if you're using this UI, our recommendation is probably that you don't store it and that they will just update it and continue to use this API for transferring their information down to your site over and over.
As a follow-up to the recurring billing, well, you'd said that this is going to be a standard, and so I would imagine like implementations in other browsers wouldn't necessarily be tied to Google Wallet. And so it'd be nice from whether you're doing a subscription or whatever, well, especially in the case of subscriptions, to have that be transparent. That one-time use card really kind of breaks everything, because coming from other users, other browsers, we wouldn't necessarily be getting a one-time use card, or is that some kind of required piece of the spec that they have to implement it in some other fashion?
So the virtual cards are specific to the Google Wallet implementation. So when the other browser manufacturers implement this and they're handing you normal credit card, like the user's original credit card number, it's business as usual. And the same goes for the Google Wallet virtual card. Even though we're not recommending you store the card, you can treat it just like any credit card.
So just to clarify, so on our side, as say like the site owner side, when we go out to hit that one-time use card again, it will go through.
You follow the same processes and rules you would to normally process a transaction. So there's a card number, an expiration date, and a CVV. So everything that normally happens on the payment network occurs as normal.
Okay, so it sounds like the one-time use card really means that I'm the only vendor that has that number. It's not necessarily you can only charge it once.
Correct. It's per transaction. So like there's a lot of use cases. Let's say you ship things in 2 shipments and you charge the card twice as you ship each product. That's supported.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks.
Okay.
Sort of to piggyback on the last question, I was curious what efforts are being made to reach out to the other browser vendors like Safari or Mozilla, especially since the tie-in seems to be, or the juice in this is the tie-in with Google Wallet and with autocomplete via Chrome sync.
Well, we have been in talks with other vendors, and we've received some supportive messaging from them. And part of the reason why we're going ahead with the implementation is because we want to prove through testing with some trusted partners, A/B testing, that this really does increase conversion rates. And once we've proven the value of it as a platform, we expect the other browser vendors to jump on board as well.
Okay, and can I ask if Safari is one of those vendors, or Apple in this case?
I don't think we can. Just come and see me afterwards.
So one quick one, not quick. The warning, is that on who this form's going to versus on the form submit? So if you're using CyberSource or Stripe, right, am I always going to get that warning that it's not me who's actually going to get where that form's going?
So are you talking about the warning coming from a different frame?
Yeah.
If you're invoking from Stripe, it depends on how it happens, but generally, if you're invoking from a different frame, you will have a warning, but you can work to remove that warning, and I can show you how afterwards.
Okay, yeah, because we do CyberSource, for example.
Yeah.
And then on the one time, I'm short. So from the user point of view, we tokenize and then basically charge later, 30 days later. And there's like this CS issue. If at Kickstarter your pledge may fail, how would CS be able to work with someone on a one-time card? Does the user actually know they've used a one-time card? So, your pledge has failed. What card did you use? No, you didn't use that card.
Sure.
What card did I use, right?
Yeah, so they said multiple times during the presentation, this is cutting edge UI. We have we are in the process of refining the UI to make it very obvious to the user what is going on. And obviously, we talked about it multiple times that when they get to that review page, they're going to look and be like, wait, that's not my card. We're prepared to handle that within the UI in a graceful manner so that they'll understand it. And more than that, in Google Wallet, we provide them a transaction history so that they can see what transactions they've done with Google Wallet, and we're working to educate them on how to make that analogy. And then even beyond that, we do provide merchant support to Google Wallet merchants that might need extra assistance aligning transactions.
Okay. Yeah, it was a little bit more of a feedback than question, but
sure.
Thanks.
Sorry, another one-time card question. I was just going to ask, I'm from Africa. Is this going to be available globally? And will you be able to integrate other payment types, that are not necessarily cards?
That's a great question. Google Wallet right now is US only. So international support would be something we would do in the future. So when you're supporting this on international sites, the users would be able to use the Chrome data as their preferred choice.
So I'd like to point out that right now, Wallet is one of the data sources that you may choose with our implementation, the other one being local Chrome autofill, which is also synced to your other devices. And we don't have currently, it's bleeding edge, we haven't launched it yet. So we don't have international support in our UI currently, but that's something that we're looking to add very soon. And autofill will still be usable. I mean, autofill already, Chrome autofill does support the international use case. And then in order to support that for Wallet as well, will depend on Wallet rolling that out, which will happen.
So yeah, it will be.
It will happen. Yes.
Okay. So this is basically about refunds, how to handle that. So like either a full refund in case the customer returns something, or if I want to authorize for a higher amount, but just want to actually book a lower amount.
Business as usual.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just do the same thing you do today.
So nothing changed.
Nothing changes.
Okay. And what about other payment options? Like in this case, we only saw everything about credit card. Is there any option to distinguish between things like credit card, cash and delivery, or other things?
Between credit card and what?
No, this depends on credit card right now. I mean, credit or debit, right? There's no cash on delivery.
Right. So right now, Wallet only supports credit cards, but you would not be prohibited from using Request Autocomplete on your site if you use alternative tenders like gift cards. You would just set up the workflow of your checkout so that the user can choose those before they got into this flow.
Right. So what I think Cindy is saying is that you can launch this dialogue. The plan is that you'll be able to get this dialogue and get everything except for the credit card. And then if you want to do accept like checkmark like cash on delivery, then that would be handled outside of this API.
Correct.
Okay, so basically we have to check that before in the form step, and then in the next step, in the second step, when the user selected the payment method, we will call your autocomplete.
Yeah, this is a process that we haven't optimized yet, but we're looking to further refine the UI to make sure that we handle things like loyalty cards, gift cards, options like that in an efficient and have a nice flow for that as well. So thank you for the question.
We should mention if you have other further use cases, feel free to email this email request.
Yeah, we're, like I said, this is this implementation is kind of testing the waters and improving the concept. So we do appreciate your feedback and look forward to it for all the different use cases that we would like to be able to support like that one.
Mm-hmm.
So if this autocomplete is to become a standard, it seems that you'd have to support additional wallet providers. So are there any plans to talk with PayPal or Stripe or anyone else?
Yeah, we look forward to, we welcome collaboration from others. The standard itself is completely agnostic to the payment provider. The data source is not a payment processor or anything, but the standard and where you're getting payment information from are completely disjointed. So different browser vendors may choose to implement different backends, but we are also open to talks and collaboration with other sources, but we haven't gotten there yet. We chose to start with autofill because it's what Chrome already has cooked into it, and Wallet because of the features that we talked about, we presented today, which we think add security and convenience, and we're looking forward to adding other processors in there, well, providers as well in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, the one-time cards sound awesome. Is there a way on my site to only accept those and not accept autofill data so that I never have someone's real credit card?
Encourage people to use Wallet when using request autocomplete. Right now, we don't have a lot of mechanisms for talking to the dialogue from the site. We're investigating various things to be able to embed like inputs or something like that to be able to talk to the dialogue. We're working on that. But right now, hopefully, most people just see the benefit of doing that themselves.
Yeah, I was thinking just in terms of if I only had the one-time card, if that would actually have some impact on me in terms of being PCI compliant. Maybe there'd be less burden on me because I'm actually not exposed because I'm not handling real cards.
I don't know how this affects your PCI compliance.
Yeah. I know it probably doesn't immediately. I'm just thinking down the road. That would be an awesome option for me to have. Thanks, guys.
That's an interesting one. Thank you. We'll think about that.
Hey, so it sounds like really cool stuff. I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. So the one-time credit cards, it's a merchant-specific credit card?
It is a transaction-specific credit card.
Okay.
So if I visit your site 3 times and I make 3 purchases, it will be 3 different virtual card numbers.
Cool. And then Chrome autofill has been around forever. Are those 2 standards completely converged so that if you mark up your web pages with autocomplete for regular Chrome, that'll now work automatically with this?
Yeah, so autofill has already implemented those, the standard already. So we're just kind of piggybacking on top of that. So autofill will work with that. It either just released recently or will be in the near future. So that's a very recent development though.
Okay.
But yes, it will work.
And they do share the same data source.
Okay, cool.
So if you type in information to this dialog and save it, that will also be available to autofill to fill into other sites that are not using our API.
Cool. And it used to be like X-autocomplete. Now it's just autocomplete. Is that right?
That's been removed.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So it sounds like every webmaster in the world should implement marking up their web forms with these autocomplete, just because even if they don't use Wallet or the payment solution or anything else, Chrome will make the form filling incredibly easy and a very low barrier, and every other browser has a real incentive to implement that as well. Is that,
That is correct.
Okay.
And then those that also want to use this API only, then it's really lightweight to just add the request autocomplete call.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure I understand, because I'm about to tell a bunch of webmasters, you guys should all do this, because it's a really good idea.
Yes,
autocomplete
is great.
And like we mentioned, browsers that don't understand this seamlessly fall back. So it's okay to do it now.
Yes.
Would you consider, or is this already part of the standard, adding some sort of a mechanism for developers to identify the underlying credit card being used? So some sort of token or completely opaque hash or HMAC or something like that. The reason I'm thinking this is for abuse prevention. Certain systems depend on credit cards being the only verifiable piece of information. And so if a user can show up and do 100 free trials of something, then that abuse prevention mechanism goes away.
That's good feedback.
Yeah.
That's definitely, we're happy to hear it and consider it.
Thanks.
Yeah, and awesome feedback like that can also go to that email address
Yes,
once again.
email us.
That'd be a lot easier for us to follow up and make sure to track you down and have good answers for you. So.
Great. So it seems like we're about out of time. I didn't see any questions on the
If anyone has a question, it's 20 seconds or less.
Go. Oh, nobody.
I'll start you off. What about one-time cards? Yes.
So the question was again.
I think the question was that one-time cards have a time limit before they expire, and if you want to charge it after that time limit is over.
Sure. The expiration date on the credit card is, the question was for everyone streaming live, what about expiration dates on the credit card if you do an auth and then it expires before you can capture the funds? The expiration date is set up as such to give you enough time to do that. So that would not be an issue.
All right. I think we're over.
So. Yes, we're done. Over, even.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Google Developers Live at I.O. from Moscone here at Google I.O. 2013. I'm Louis Gray from Google Developers Live, and my guest right now is Nicolas Garnier.
Hi, Louis.
On the Drive team, he comes to us from Zurich, Switzerland. So that's quite the trip. Definitely appreciate you coming by. And today we're here to talk about the first year of Google Drive. It's hard to imagine it's only been 1 year, but it came out last year. Last time we were here, we were talking about docs and spreadsheets, and each piece in its own little slot. So maybe you can give us a little understanding of what's happened in the last 12 months. How has Drive evolved?
Well, 12 months ago, basically, we launched Google Drive, right? And, people were really anticipating this launch. It's really what people expected, right? It's really a service for people to back up all of the files that they have on their desktop and upload them online and basically allow them to share these files with their friends, for example, or their colleagues. But really, lots of the effort we have put in, and lots of the groundbreaking features that we've been working on are really related to the SDK of Google Drive. So, the SDK that's basically the API and a bunch of other features that I'm going to tell you about.
And that really sets it up for developers who want to develop against the Drive API.
It's really for apps to really build on top of Google Drive and really use Google Drive as basically, the file system for the web platform, right? You can find nowadays, really cool, really powerful apps online. For example, photo editors, even faxing applications or diagram editors, all of that. So even Google Docs, right? All of these apps that run online that are great editors, we hope for them to actually use Google Drive really as the central place to read files and basically save files too. So that users have this central place to really hold and manage and organize all of their files, not only the files that they have on their desktop, but really use that for really the web platform, as I said, all of the apps that are out there that needs to save files, that need to read files.
Basically. And you talked about, you look at a differentiation between backup, which is essentially a passive environment where you just send files from one place and put them in another to retrieve later.
Sure.
To more of an active, interactive piece with applications touching those files, sharing with other people. One thing that I've enjoyed is you essentially have, whether it be Chrome OS or any other application, if you log into your account on Google, your Drive documents are everywhere, wherever you follow. And it makes it really feel like any computer in the world is my computer. It's no longer that my files are on my desktop living somewhere. Do you feel like that's really changed the way users perceive it?
Yeah, I think that's really one of the big reasons why people are really moving away from the desktop and doing more and more things online, basically. So alongside with all of the cool apps that are available, and but to actually make these web apps better and make them actually want to use Google Drive as an SDK. We've been launching a bunch of features through this year. I can just mention a few ones really quickly. There's now a way for people who have files on Google Drive to publish their files as a website, basically. That's one of the really interesting features. We launched a real-time API allowing apps to build real-time collaboration feature, web apps, right, that are using Google Drive. Real-time collaboration feature that would be similar to Google Docs, for instance. we've seen some really cool apps there using that feature. What else?
One of the good things about being on Google Developers Live and getting to see the Google Drive team present is I've seen a lot of these real-time interactive features with the real-time API. I've seen a number of the developers out there who have tapped into it for the first time.
Yeah.
And we've been able to see a lot of the tips, be it Claudio or Steven and the members of your team, talking about how to drive your first Drive apps, be it in Java or C++ or JavaScript. It really seems like the Drive APIs are exceptionally flexible for any type of code that comes in there.
Yeah, I definitely, I mean, actually, most of our APIs at Google have this really wide set of client libraries. We're really trying to make it easy for everyone to integrate with us. I think we have client libraries in 8 or 9 languages, iOS and Java, Python, PHP, etc. Right? JavaScript. And for JavaScript developers, and for web apps in general, we're really trying to make it even easier, right? We launched, for example, a bunch of widgets. Widgets that's basically, really common UI components, features of Drive that we don't want, developers out there to have to rebuild everything again, right? So we provide a bunch of widgets to them, like for example, the picker, which is like this file explorer, little file explorer they can embed in their website, so they don't have to build that, right? People can just trigger that widget. It's just a few lines of JavaScript, and people can go ahead and select a file in their Drive. It's like this little UI popping up. It's pretty nice. We have the same for sharing a file, right? So we allow developers to actually embed that, sharing widgets, the same one we use in Google Docs or Google Spreadsheet or Google Drive, to embed that UI directly into their website. So they don't have to rebuild that feature again.
And so in what fashion would somebody use Google Drive as the backend for their website? I've seen the feature launched, and it's really interesting to understand what kind of actual deployments have you seen so far?
I think the best suited apps for this currently are productivity apps. That's really the type of application, online productivity apps, right? That's really the type of application that, can really use the most of our features that are out there, right? For example, I forgot to mention that we have this really great feature that was available at the launch of the API a year ago. It's the ability for application to integrate directly with the user interface of Google Drive. So application can basically register just like they would on your local desktop computer. They register to open certain MIME types. They tell us, hey, I can open image. I'm an image editor, so I support opening JPEG and PNG images and stuff like that. So when people are actually installed that web apps or connected, we call that web apps to Drive, then from within Drive, they can, for example, right-click on an image or directly open an image with that image editor. For example, I can cite a few ones, Pixlr Editor or PicMonkey. Those are the few cool image editors that you can find online that have a very deep integration with the Google Drive SDK, basically, the Google Drive user interface.
And you mentioned Pixlr. They were actually one of the first developer partners that I asked Ali to take a look at. As somebody who uses Chrome OS every day, I want to have the ability to get into image editing, get really deep into it, do the cropping and all those things that you would do typically with a native desktop application. It's been great to see the integration with Drive there, where you can take content that is stored in Drive and pass it right through a system like that. Now, we have only a couple minutes. I definitely wanted to say thank you very much for coming through and talking with us about Drive and giving us an update on the 12 months of advancements that have happened.
Thanks for hosting me.
Absolutely. I appreciate you coming on GDL@IO. For those of you on the live stream, we're going to cut over to the sessions momentarily. And when we come back to GDL@IO, I'll be joined with the team working on games, which were all announced this morning, as you have incredible demos coming up. All right, thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ilya Grigorik. I'm a developer advocate with the Make the Web Fast team at Google. And one of the projects we have is the PageSpeed family of products that can help you both automate web performance and also give you insights about what are the kinds of things you can do to improve the performance of your applications. So first of all, why do we need this? Why does web performance matter? I think it's important to start at the beginning, kind of motivate the use case. So first of all, as you saw during the keynote, the web of today, the things that we're building on the web are much more ambitious, they're more powerful, they're more complex in many ways, and speed is a future. We're increasingly hearing this from our partners that are connecting performance to bottom line things like revenue and engagement, user engagement, and other things. So, and this is not just something that we feel is getting more complex. In fact, we can show this. There's a great project called HTTP Archive, which crawls the web and gathers statistics about how the web is constructed and how it's changing over time. And what this graph shows you very clearly is that the complexity of our pages, the amount of HTML, the JavaScript, the markup that we're putting onto our pages is growing very, very fast. And if anything, if you look at this number here, an average page on the web today is over 1 megabyte in size for desktop sites and about 700 kilobytes in mobile, which is very large. And most of that is actually images. So if nothing else, this is a really interesting insight to say that you should optimize your images, right? That's over 60% of all the bytes are images. So that's the first constant. So the web is getting, we're building more ambitious applications, and they're more complex. The other interesting thing is that despite the ever-increasing speed of, and demand from our users for performance and other things, and accelerating pace of life, or so it seems, there's some pretty good constants. There's good research that shows that in order to feel instant, an interaction needs to be acknowledged back to the user within basically a couple hundred milliseconds. Right? So if you respond to the user within 200 milliseconds, it feels nearly instant. Then there's that kind of gray zone around 1 second where the user is still engaged in the task when they click the button. But after you cross that 1 second threshold, you lose the context as a user. So all of a sudden you context switch and you're like, oh yeah, I gotta send an email to Bob and I gotta follow up with Jamie, and before you know it, you lost track of your user, right? And if you go anywhere above that, basically the user gets disengaged. So the goal for us is to render pages within 1 second and preferably actually much faster, right? We want a seamless experience for our users, and that's something that we care a lot about at Google. So this is great, right? We have this research, but you might be asking at this point, like, well, that's great and all, but really doesn't matter. Does it affect my site? And the answer is yes, it does. So there's a number of great case studies out there. This is a case study that was actually done. It was a joint research project between Google and Bing. And what we've done was we actually intentionally slowed down our search pages. So the results that you're seeing here are actually from Bing.com, where they added extra latency into their search pages, and they just measured how does that impact the user behavior on the site. Do they click more or less, and other things, right? And what you can see is basically there's a lot of red. There's a lot of negative signs. And when they added 2,000 milliseconds, which is 2 seconds, the per user revenue dropped by 4.3%, which is, of course, is a huge number for a big site like Bing and Google Search. Now, this is not only applicable to large sites, large search sites, but also across the web in general. So this is a great case study that was done by Aberdeen, which looked at 160 large e-commerce sites. And what they found was that adding 1,000 milliseconds, or 1 second of extra delay, decreased the user conversions, so 7%, fewer page views, and obviously the customer satisfaction also dropped quite dramatically. So very quickly, this translates into real dollars. This is not just dollars and cents. This is millions of dollars for many large sites. And I think you'll find that this is true for your site as well. So out of that, of course, we have the web performance optimization industry, or the WPO industry, if you guys have been following kind of the space. And the basic premise of the WPO industry is we have this waterfall graph, and we're using a lot of requests, 86 requests on average for an average page, as we said, over 1 megabyte. What can we do to this waterfall graph to make everything load faster? Can we download less? Can we execute the code faster? You heard about the great improvements that we're doing in JavaScript space and in rendering performance on Chrome. But what else can we do as app developers, right? The platform can advance, but we can do a lot of things as developers to optimize this. And of course, there's a lot of great best practices out there, a lot of good tips for how to actually optimize this kind of thing, right? There are great books by Steve Souders and others. We have techniques that I think many of us already do in our application, things like image compression, resizing, minifying assets, caching. The laundry list goes on and on and on. And the question at this point is, of course, great. We have the industry. We have all the best practices. So why isn't it that all the websites are fast by default? And I think the answer here is that a lot of these practices around performance can actually slow you down in other ways. For example, doing things like image spriting means that you need to talk to your designers and get them to think about image formats, and you need to invest into a build tool chain for concatenating files. And a lot of these things, frankly, are just hacks, right? They slow us down. We want to make sure, we want to just build features, we want to focus on features in our apps, not necessarily think about the minute details of should I concatenate these files back and forth. So it's a trade-off, right? And performance is a feature. It's a feature that requires a lot of investment, and it's a continuous workflow. It's not a thing that you add at the end, right? You don't build your app and then at the end say, yeah, we're going to do a performance sprint to clean it up, right? Like, that's how you get it wrong. It needs to be part of your culture. It needs to be part of the tool chain. So it's a continuous process. So that's what PageSpeed is all about. We do 3 things. PageSpeed tries to help you identify what are the potential performance problems currently on your site? So think of it as a performance linter for your application. Second one is just explaining and providing guidance for how do you actually address these problems. And then the last one, which I think is actually the most exciting, is the automation part. So we can actually take away a lot of this day-to-day work that you have to do and do it for you, which is great. So the rest of the talk will kind of split into 2 parts. First, we'll look at the analysis, and then at the optimization parts. On the analysis part, we have a number of different options that you should play with. And each one is good in a different context, and we'll cover each. And then there's a number of optimization products. So we have plugins for your servers that you can install that will automate a lot of these best practices. So let's dive in. Let's start with the analysis part, and we'll look at PageSpeed Insights. So PageSpeed Insights is an extension that you can install in Google Chrome. You need to go to the Chrome store, just search for PageSpeed Insights, and you'll get a new panel in your DevTools that will give you a lot of nice performance tips. So let's actually do a live demo. So I was getting a little hungry earlier today, looking at redrobin.com. Beautiful site, beautiful images, nice little gallery here. Let's open up DevTools. So I have the PageSpeed Insights extension installed. I should click here, and I can click Analyze. So what it will do is it'll reload the page. It'll basically monitor all the network traffic, all of the assets that you're specifying on the page, and run a number of different rules against them and checks against them. So you can see, great, here's our report. This page got a score of 49 out of 100, so that immediately tells me that there's some room for improvement. But the really interesting stuff is actually here on the left. So if you pay attention here, right, we basically prioritize a lot of recommendations on the left, saying there's some high priority things that you can take care of right now to help optimize your page. And then there's other stuff. So let's start at the top. Optimize images. So it turns out this Red Robin page is actually about 10 megabytes in size every time you load it. So, and we'll come back to why every time you load it. So by optimizing images, so it turns out that Red Robin's actually using PNG images for the beautiful gallery. By just converting that to a JPEG or a WebP, as you guys heard during the keynote, we can save about 50% of the bytes sent for this page. So we can reduce the total size of the page by 4.7 megabytes, which is, of course, a huge amount, right? Think of the difference this would make, both in speed on desktop and on mobile. One cool little tip that I like to share about PageSpeed Insights is, how do we know that we can save all this data? Well, what PageSpeed Insights does is it takes the image and it actually optimizes it when you run the analysis, and it can give you the optimized assets. So you have this original picture here, right? We can click on this guy. And if I go back, you click on See Optimized Content, you grab this URL. This is the optimized version. Can you guys see the difference between the two? Well, it's a lot smaller, right? So it's about 1.5 megabytes smaller. So right there and then, you can right-click on that image, save it into your application, and just be done with it, right? Like, that's step number 1, optimizing images. And then we just continue going down the list. So things like browser caching. So it turns out we analyzed all of the assets, and this site is not specifying cache control headers. So every single time you visit the page, you have to refetch all of the CSS, the JavaScript, and the images. Instead, we should be able to cache it on a client. Right? So a very simple thing to fix, and if you're not sure what this actually means or how to do this, you can click on Learn More, and it'll take you to our documentation site to explain that. Enabling compression. So it turns out that we talked about image compression, but for text-based assets, things like JavaScript and CSS, this site also doesn't have gzip enabled.
right? So there's a lot of savings that we could get here. We also found that there's a lot of small images, so hey, you could put this into a sprite, you could minify JavaScript to get more performance, and you can see how just going through this list, this is your performance linter, right? You can run this against any website, your own site, locally or elsewhere. So really, really nice tool. And this is effectively what we just went through. That's the PageSpeed extension. You can install it, and you can run it against any app, locally or remote. That's great. We also provide the web tool, so if you're just curious to play with it, you can just go to our developers.google.com/speed site, and you can just type in any website, and we'll actually we'll run all of the same rules against that site and give you a report card. So as you can see here, it all looks the same, right? It's all the same high priority recommendations. That's because it's the same code running under the hood. But great way to capture this. I can send this to my buddies and say, hey, we've got a performance problem, we got to address it. So if nothing else, a great way to play with it. And finally, we also have the PageSpeed Insights API. So this is great if you really want to take it to the next level, right? So now you have some build infrastructure, you're checking in code, you have continuous builds kicking off every time you check in code. You could actually script this and use our PageSpeed rule engine to run a number of checks against your code or against your site periodically and basically build a performance report. We have things like you can specify a strategy. So you can say, I want to evaluate the rules against a desktop site and mobile site. We actually have slightly different rule sets for mobile for obvious reasons, right? So it's a very different environment. You can also say, I want to check for a specific type of rule. So for example, I want to make sure that all the images are optimized. So there's a lot of fine-grained control, and a lot of tools are integrating or using PageSpeed Insights API to just pull in that extra metadata. So this is just a regular Google API. There's no extra kind of quirks to it. This is just a quick example in Ruby, but really, really handy. So that's very quickly an overview of what you can do by just leveraging PageSpeed to find performance problems, right? PageSpeed Insights gives you that hands-on look. You can use the web or the native version, and then you can use the API to script this stuff and automate a lot of this work. Now, we built a rule engine that can scan your pages. It can track what things you should do. Can't we just do it for you? Right? Like we've already given you all the best practices, we're giving you the images, like let's just go one step further, right? And that's what PageSpeed optimization is all about. So we have this core project, it's an open source project that can be leveraged as part of any web server called PageSpeed Optimization Libraries. And it's basically a set of C++ classes that takes in some input, let's say a style sheet or an image file or something else, and then optimizes that based on a number of criteria. So how does this actually look? The way I think about PageSpeed optimization is as a performance JIT for your site. So just like V8 takes your JavaScript and does all kinds of crazy optimizations to make it run fast, that's what we do on the server, except we're rewriting and optimizing your JavaScript, CSS, images, and HTML. And all of that is automated for you, so you don't have to change your application, and I think that's the really exciting part. We have a ton of sites, so over 400,000 sites using PageSpeed today already, and there's a lot of different filters that will do this work. So let's take a look at what it actually does. At a very high level, I've intentionally made these graphs really, really tiny. The point is not to really focus on what are each of the assets, but basically, once you turn on PageSpeed, this is hopefully what you will see. We will try to reduce the number of requests by concatenating files and applying all the best practices, and also optimizing each type of asset such that we can load fewer things faster, right? Such that the page gets rendered to the screen faster, and it's a better experience for the user. So once again, the cool thing about this is you don't have to modify your application. We're not talking about adding more build steps, right? This is not something that you run on a check-in and then it kind of like mangles your code and rewrites your code. You don't have to bug your designer buddies to say, hey, you should really pay attention to image compression, because all of this is done on the server. And it's especially awesome for things like user-generated content, right? It's one thing for us as developers to build really optimized sites. Then we hand over the keys to our new awesome fast performance site to our users, and they grab their awesome 15 megapixel or something camera, snap a couple of photos of kittens, throw up the 80 meg version on the web, and there you are, right? Downloading these high-res images. We can automate that for you. So here's an example, right? This is all very abstract. Let's take a look at a real example. Let's say you have some code like the one at the top here. So we have 4 different style sheets: yellow, blue, big, and bold. So we know that one of the best practices is we want to concatenate files to reduce the number of requests such that it downloads faster. What PageSpeed will do is it'll actually look at the HTML when the server is serving that HTML, and it will actually rewrite all of those into this command at the bottom. And basically, this is like this tells us the exact thing that we need to do to reconstruct the entire asset, right? And you can kind of decipher it. It basically says, I want you to combine yellow with blue, with big, with bold. .pagespeed is just our extension that says to our module that, hey, you should intercept it in the future. CC stands for combine CSS. And then we provide a fingerprint. And the fingerprint is important because when you change later the contents of any one of these files, let's say blue.css, you don't want to think about, like, do I need to revalidate the cache? How does this even work with PageSpeed? We do all of that for you. We fingerprint each file such that the moment you change it, we automatically rev the version of the file. You don't need to think about that. There's no extra build steps there. And the other cool thing is because we're fingerprinting this entire file, we can cache extend it for a year, right? So this plays really, really nicely with CDNs and all of your caches that you're running, Squid, Varnish, and other things. So that's kind of a cute example with CSS. I think a more interesting one is images, because images, as we said, is 60% of the bytes. So what can we do there? Well, let's take a look at this example. We have an image, which is an awesome cat image, and we want to display it at 800 pixels wide, right? Now, this is a PNG file, and we know that PNGs are not good for photos, right? They're not the most efficient format for serving photos. So that's already kind of a tip-off. Well, what PageSpeed will do is it'll, in the background, take this PNG file, which is right now 350 kilobytes, and it will try to recompress it using other codecs, so JPEG and WebP, and it'll kind of stash those in the background, right? So think of it as a background thread just optimizing these images for you. We haven't done anything yet. Then a request comes to a server, and PageSpeed will actually run a user agent check to say, okay, this is a Chrome browser. Chrome understands WebP, which means I can serve it a WebP file. Versus, hey, this is IE user coming, on an older client coming to my site. They don't understand WebP, so I'll serve a JPEG, right? And all of that is completely transparent to the user and to your application. This is done by the server. Then the next thing that we do is we're actually much smarter than that. We look at the markup and we notice that you said you want this image to be 800 pixels wide, right? We look at the image that's actually on disk that you've given us, and we say, is it 800 pixels wide? Or are you shipping the large image and resizing it on the client? Well, it turns out, because this is an awesome cat picture, he's 8,000 pixels wide, right? So you would ship the large version, resize it on the client. Instead, we will resize it on the server and serve the right image. So in the end, what PageSpeed will put in your markup is kind of this cryptic URL at the bottom, which actually is not that cryptic once you understand what it does. It's encoding the size of the image, the name, .pagespeed, .image conversion, and once again that hash. So if you change your image, we'll just rev the version. And this basically automates the entire workflow. We went from PNG to serving a dynamic WebP file, right? From 350 kilobytes to 60 kilobytes. And your application hasn't changed, which I think is the best part. So those are just 2 examples. We have over 40 different optimization filters as part of PageSpeed. We can do things like rewriting JavaScript, combining JavaScript. We can defer JavaScript. So we find that a lot of pages have blocking CSS and JavaScript files which are blocking rendering, for example, social widgets and all the rest, which we can safely defer until later such that the page paints, and then we add the extra functionality, things like social widgets and other things. Simple things, or actually they're not simple, things like lazy loading of images, right? How many people here have tried doing lazy loading of images? Right? It's a pain in the butt, right? It's like, which library do I use, and how do I detect the unscroll event? When do I know it's in my viewport? We take care of all of that, right? You basically set one command line flag in your config, and we just do all of that work for you. So one thing to note is, of course, this doesn't come for free necessarily. So this runs on your server, and it does consume some extra cycles. But all of the optimizations are done on demand. So for example, you come and visit my gallery page. We will optimize the images in the background. Our goal is to make your site fast, and sometimes optimizing images may take a while, right? Like it may take a couple hundred milliseconds. We're not going to slow down your site. On the first hit, we may actually serve the original image, because we don't want to block the client. But then on a subsequent visit, we will serve the optimized assets. And you guys will see this in a second. So the very cool thing about PageSpeed is, of course, it's an open source project. And we have modules for Apache, Nginx, and we have a Google hosted version, which means that we've had a lot of partners that have adopted PageSpeed. And for example, DreamHost, GoDaddy, and a number of other hosting providers basically offer it as a turbo button for your website, right? You literally go into the control panel and just, like it says, make my site fast. And that's what it does. It enables PageSpeed under the hood. We have CDNs, large CDNs that are deploying this technology at the edge such that they can rewrite your assets on the fly for you. And of course, we're dogfooding it at Google as well. Earlier today at the keynote, you guys saw Linus talk about Chrome data compression. So the way that works is your phone connects to a Google server when you send the request. And then it's the Google servers that fetch the content that you requested, we optimize it, and serve you the optimized version, right? Which gives us a huge savings in data compression and other things. And the core of that is actually powered by a lot of the PageSpeed logic that we've been just talking about here. So we're reusing that same technology to drive Chrome data compression. And 50% data compression is a huge win for a lot of users. Bytes are literally expensive for a lot of people. Right? You can be charged as high as $1 per megabyte when you're roaming. So this stuff adds up really quickly. So if you guys haven't tried it yet, I definitely encourage you to. Go and download Chrome Beta from the App Store and go into your settings and enable this. And I think you'll notice that your pages load much, much faster, which is yet more motivation for why you need to optimize your pages. This is a great case study. AOL is rolling out Mod PageSpeed, which is our Apache plugin for PageSpeed, and they're deploying it on a number of sites. These are the two most recent ones, both very high traffic sites. They enabled PageSpeed, and they immediately got 40% and 20% page load time improvement by just enabling PageSpeed, right? So no application changes, everything is done by the Apache server. Nice win. We've been working with ZipKid, which is a great hosting provider for WordPress and really focused on performance. We ran a number of tests, so they're actually using the Nginx plugin for their servers. And they found that they're getting a speed up of over 50% and a huge reduction in savings. So it turns out that WordPress sites are very media heavy. Surprise, right? Like that shouldn't be a surprise. And you can see results like the one on the left here, where the original site was over 7 megabytes in size. Once we ran the image optimization and other kind of best practices, we're down to, let's see, 1 megabyte and a little bit more, right? 1.4 megabytes. So huge, huge savings. So how do you get started? The best place is actually to just go to modpagespeed.com or Nginx PageSpeed. I think those are the two of the most popular servers out there. It's open source. You can grab it. You can play with it. We provide the packaging for it. You can basically grab the RPM and install it. And I'll also shout out to a couple of community-developed modules. So if you're running IIS server, you can actually also use PageSpeed. There's a great new project called IIS Speed that's being developed, and gives you the same functionality within IIS. And also the guys at LinkedIn are running PageSpeed, and they're using Apache Traffic Server. So they're the ones developing the Apache Traffic Server module, which I think is really cool. So we're all building off the same core and continuing to improve this infrastructure. So this is great, right? Like I have my web server, I can install this module, I can configure it, I can do other things, but there's still more that I can do. I can still deploy my assets to a CDN. I want to have some protection against denial of service attacks, and a number of other features. Wouldn't it be nice if somebody did all of this work for you? And that, in effect, is what PageSpeed service is. So this is a beta product and project that we have at Google today. You can sign up for it. It's currently in beta. And the way it works is the traffic to your site is routed through Google servers. So if you want to get technical, you CNAME your www domain to point to Google servers, such that when users type in www.yoursite.com, they actually hit a Google server. The Google server then goes to your server and requests the actual content. It grabs that content, does all of the optimization, saves all of the optimized assets in the Google Cloud, in the Google CDN, and we have a few servers around the world to do that kind of thing, and serves the optimized assets. So you're getting the benefit of CDN and dynamic optimization, which is really, really cool. So I actually have it running on my site, and I wanted to show you guys a demo of how this works in practice. So here I am, here's my site. I have this beautiful little gallery of my favorite travel photos. I love them in all of their high-res glory because I'm a photographer and I would never think about doing anything less. But I think we can do a lot better, right? So if you go to Network tab, and if we just sort the file size on the page, you can see that there's 3 images, Tokyo, Oxford, and Aurora, weighing at about 3 megabytes. And they're served as PNG files. That's how I save them as. I think we can do better. So I have PageSpeed service running on my site. If I go to my Google API console, I'm looking at the PageSpeed service tab here. Let's go to Overview. So basically what's happening here is, here's my origin server, PageSpeed server, so the Google servers are in between. And if we go to Configure Rewriters, this is where all the magic happens, right? We basically have a set of checkboxes, and let me make that a little bit bigger. Oops, that's not what I wanted. We have a set of checkboxes that just allow you to apply optimizations without actually modifying your app. So for example, I'm concerned about images, so let's go into Optimize Images. And I want to do a few things. So I want to resize images on the server, such that if I'm serving a file size or an image that is larger than what I meant to display, just optimize it for me. And also convert PNG files to JPEG. That sounds about like what I want, right? I'm serving PNGs. So let me save that. I'm going to apply this to the live site, and we're going to refresh the site. And we're actually going to do this twice. And the reason we do this twice is, remember what I said earlier, we don't want to slow down the site. So the first time, we may serve the unoptimized asset or the original asset. But then on the next load, you can see that the file name has changed. It now has this PageSpeed URL, and now it's being served as a JPEG. So what PageSpeed service has done, notice that I haven't done anything on my site, right? The Google Cloud is handling all of this. It's rewritten the image, it's fingerprinted the image, and it's serving a JPEG. And the images, they're the same size. That's not good. There we go. That was just a caching error. So 100 kilobytes versus 1 megabyte, right? But I think we can do better. Right? So right now, our total size of this page is 467 kilobytes. So let's go back into the console and also enable convert JPEG to WebP. And sure, let's just enable it all. Why not? Apply to live. And we're going to do the same test again. So we'll refresh it again. Now, Chrome, of course, understands WebP. So in theory, we should see WebP images coming through once they're optimized. And there they are. So we have the WebP. Let's just resort here. So we have the Tokyo file. It's now at 81 kilobytes. Previously it was 120. And the total size of the page is 328 kilobytes. So we went from a page that's over 3 megabytes to 328 kilobytes. That's a 10x improvement, right? And I didn't have to modify my application. The images are rescaled on the server and served in the best possible format. If we were to open this in IE, it would just serve a JPEG. I don't have to worry about that. So that's pretty awesome. Now, this works, of course, for any site that you host on any hosting provider. You just need to CNAME your site. But if you're using App Engine, you can also take advantage of Google PageSpeed service. What you need to do, and unfortunately it's a little bit small here, you can modify your app YAML file. And we have good documentation on how to do this. And you can just specify which filters you want PageSpeed service to apply. And before the request gets routed to your application server, it will actually be processed by our PageSpeed service proxy, and it'll do all this work for you. So we ran this experiment on HTML5 Rocks. I'm sure you guys have seen the site. If not, I encourage you to. Lots of great material. It's actually an App Engine app. It's a Python App Engine app. It's open source. You can actually check it out on GitHub, and you can check the exact modules and optimizations that we're applying. So we used Google Analytics to run an experiment and say, what happens if we enable PageSpeed service and then disable it? So we ran an A/B test. And we added 6 or 7 lines, whatever it is, to our app YAML file, and we made our site 10% faster. This is as measured by page load time, right? And there's a number of other metrics which we've improved as well. So this is a huge, huge win, especially for 7 lines of modifications. So I think the takeaway here is automating web performance best practices offers a lot of benefits. First of all, performance is a continuous process. It's not a checklist item. It's not something you add at the end, right? So building or leveraging these automated tools allows us to just not worry about that. The other thing is we just don't have to worry about things anymore, a lot of things anymore. So for example, when I save my images on my own site, I just save them as whatever format I'm working with, right? Like I'll save them as a PNG. I don't have to think about what is the optimal format for this image. I'll let the computers or the servers figure that out for me. I can just go into my control panel and kind of fiddle with the quality levels and other things. Not only that, but I can also dynamically adjust the quality based on the client, right? Maybe for a mobile site, you want to serve a slightly lower quality images because the screens are smaller and frankly the users won't notice. But that's a huge byte savings that you could have. These kinds of things you can't do manually. Like, how do you implement that in your application? You would have to use JavaScript with detection of a client. It's a mess, right? Let the server handle that for you. Not only that, but we can do dynamic optimizations that you can't, frankly, do manually, right? So you saw us serving WebP files. That would be a disaster to build into your application, right? It's doable, but it's hard. And then there's things like work on HTTP 2.0 and Speedy. So our Speedy protocol is now being standardized as HTTP 2.0, and they're adding a lot of great new improvements to it. And frankly, it's going to address a lot of the problems that we have to deal with today. Things like concatenating files, we don't have to do that anymore with HTTP 2.0. All right, so now that all of you guys have concatenated all your files, please go ahead and undo all of that, because that's what you do to improve performance on HTTP 2.0. Right? But then how do you serve the optimized version for both, right? Because HTTP 2.0 is not going to come overnight. It'll take a while. This is where automation can come in. This is where the server can automatically decide and figure out, like, hey, you're an HTTP 2.0 client. I just won't do this class of optimizations for you, right? So this is a great reason to invest into this, into these kinds of tools. And frankly, at the end of the day, it just allows you to focus on your application. So with that, we have a little bit of time for questions. And if you guys can, please grab one of the mics.
So thank you. This is really awesome. 2 questions. Firstly, Retina images. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so Retina images is a big discussion, I think, in the web community today. We're looking at a couple of solutions for serving high DPI images, like 2x images. We don't have any built-in filters today, but we have some in the works. And right now, I guess the problem is we don't have a generic way to do that across browsers.
Okay. Yeah. And sorry, the second one, the service looks even better. Is that something you expect to be a paid service when it comes out of beta?
PageSpeed, right, so PageSpeed Server is a beta right now. It is free while it's in beta. We're still trying to determine what is the right model to actually, charge for it and all the rest. Because it is being served through the Google Cloud, there may be some additional fee in the future. But I don't think we have a good answer yet. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can PageSpeed help you if you use a single-page web app who loads its content using Ajax?
Right, so can PageSpeed help us with single-page apps? Perhaps not as much, right? Because you're probably doing a lot of the loading through JavaScript of your assets and all the rest. But you can, if you leverage things like just regular image tags and other things, you can configure PageSpeed to do transparent rewriting and optimization of images, right? So I showed you examples where we rewrite the URL. You can actually configure it the other way around, such that the URL is the same, and then still leverage some of this functionality.
All right, thank you.
I'm going to interrupt you. Sorry. So as a Rails developer, are there any caveats that we have to worry about when developing more dynamic apps? Is this suitable just for sort of static pages, or what do we need to know about using PageSpeed for dynamic things?
So I don't think there are any constraints, whether it's a static app or a dynamic app. It really doesn't matter. So the way PageSpeed works is it intercepts your request at the very end before it gets served by the server. So it doesn't matter who generated. For Rails specifically, Rails of course has asset pipeline and other things that try to do a lot of this work at deploy time, right? Concatenating files and all the rest. I would actually say you don't need to do that anymore. You don't have to worry about it. PageSpeed will do all of that for you plus more, because we can do dynamic optimizations.
So quick question. With the beta that you have running, is there an upper limit on the number of assets that we could have cached if I wanted to do A/B testing for my company?
No, there's no limit on that.
Okay, and just to sort of to tag on to the previous gentleman's question, how would PageSpeed handle something like a setup like using require.js or something where we're doing sort of lazy load of static assets?
Yeah, so we have our own filters that do, for example, defer JavaScript, right, which will grab your code and actually wrap it in our own kind of markup to defer it to load later. So require.js is effectively that, but you're doing it manually. We don't have, and it'd be very hard to build scripts that introspect into require.js. So we may not be able to do as much if you're doing a lot of this kind of dynamic construction of the page. But that's certainly an area that we're looking for feedback from you guys as well, because I think these are the new apps that are being built. So if there's more interest in that, we'll start looking in that direction.
I actually had 3 questions. One is, can we use this with sites that have SSL enabled? I wouldn't be comfortable giving Google my SSL certificate.
Yeah, so for SSL, the answer is yes. Basically, you would terminate your SSL at your server, right? So, okay, so there's a couple of, I guess, questions. Open source or PageSpeed service?
The PageSpeed service.
For PageSpeed service, you would have to upload your certificate to one of our servers. So I have it set up on my site. You can actually try it. I upload the certificate, and the connection is terminated at the Google server.
Okay. The second question I had was, how much of a additional load in terms of CPU and memory does PageSpeed module add onto Apache or Engine?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And it really depends on your site, right? So as I mentioned, some image optimizations, for example, it can take a while, right? Hundreds of milliseconds to do. So I think it's giving me the boot. So what we do is we actually give you knobs to control how much resources you're willing to give the server. So for example, you can tweak the number of threads that we will employ in the background to optimize this stuff. You can also tweak the size of our cache. For multi-server deployments, we actually provide memcache caching. So instead of storing the optimized assets on just one server, you can share it across a cluster of servers. So there's a lot of knobs, and I didn't cover these here, but there's a lot of great documentation that we have on our site that you can look into.
Okay. Can we extend the PageSpeed module with additional filters?
Can you say that again? Sorry.
Can we extend the module with additional filters if we want to write our custom filters to do some optimization?
Oh, sure, yeah. So it's an open source project, and actually, the guy standing behind you is the guy to talk to. You can contribute new filters, and we'd love your participation. And if you want to, we have a very active mod PageSpeed discussion group. Just ping us there, and we're happy to talk about it.
Thank you.
Hi. So a lot of applications these days are written using client-side templating frameworks like Ember, Angular, Backbone. How does this play with serving up static templates and any of the?
So the short answer is I don't think we have a good answer for that today. We rely on being able to analyze your HTML, your markup, plus the JavaScript and CSS assets, right? And we discovered those in part through analyzing your HTML. So there may not be as much that we can do there. You can configure the server, as I mentioned earlier, to do transparent rewriting of images and a few other things. But I think that's an area that we can definitely do more in the future.
Hi, I'm Josh. Josh Moritz. I work on the PageSpeed optimization projects. And I just wanted to point out that actually just to this point and the one made earlier, if you're loading assets via JavaScript, we do a pretty good job of optimizing them. What we don't know is the sizing context, because we just get to, we get a request for a JPEG file and we optimize that based on whatever the user agent is. But we don't know how big it was supposed to, what slot it was supposed to go in, and we can't change its cache lifetime if we can't change its URL. But the on-the-fly transcoding that you get for reducing image size and bandwidth on Android browsers that uses that flow.
So I guess I'll add one note to that. As you guys probably have noticed, we have a performance area in the Chrome booth section. We have a big contingent from the PageSpeed family of products hanging out there. If you guys want to talk to us about specific questions, how to implement stuff, or just have ideas, please drop by.
Yeah, that's just about Java. You showed us how to implement that on App Engine using Python. Do you have any examples in Java? And you showed us the URL to get to the beta. If you could share with us the slides or go back to
Sure.
that URL.
So I'll take the last one first. So if you just use your favorite search engine and look for PageSpeed service, you'll land directly on the link that you need. That's the simplest way to get there. And then the other one was, I guess the question was Java versus Python examples.
Yeah, you showed us the Python example and how to do that on YAML file.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Yeah.
So the great thing about PageSpeed service is it's completely agnostic of the runtime that you're using, right? There's no difference between Java, Python, and all the rest. If you go to the Google App Engine documentation and just search for PageSpeed, you will have the specific commands that you need in there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I have been using PageSpeed service for a while, and it's pretty impressive. And I have one question: is that you mentioned you deployed several servers and words to make the optimization.
Yep.
So we know that in order to make the optimization, you need to make several sub-request of the first request. So I was wondering, can you share a little bit about your global deployment and the method you used to determine the closest server for optimization?
So thankfully, we actually on PageSpeed service don't necessarily need to do anything. This is part of the global Google caching policy, right? So whenever you issue a request to Google Search, we try to determine what is the closest location. We can do that through DNS, through IP lookups. There's a variety of different methods, and we just leverage all of that infrastructure at PageSpeed. So basically, your site is getting deployed on the same infrastructure that is powering Google Search and other things, right? So picking the closest server to the user is just part of that magic, if you will. It's not something that you need to configure at all or worry about within your application.
Thank you.
Yep.
Are there any optimizations that are device dependent? So for instance, having images that would be more optimized for mobile devices versus browsers?
Yep. And so the answer is absolutely yes. So the best one is the WebP example that I shared, right? So only certain user agents are able to use it. Another example would be leveraging local storage. So not all clients are able to leverage local storage, and we actually have a filter that can use local storage as a cache for your assets. And we will deploy those optimizations conditionally. And Josh is going to
Yeah, you can also say for small screens, compressed more aggressively than for large screens.
Yep.
So kind of a follow-up on that, both for the service as well as for something like mod PageSpeed, how is the universe of user agents that are being identified to optimize for being managed and the frequency with which it gets updated?
So we test the stuff very extensively. All the code is open source. I don't know, Josh, do you want to share any details? I think, one thing I didn't mention, I had it on the slides, but we have two sets of filters, core and optional filters. Core filters are what we call the safe filters. Like they should be applied to can be applied to any site without any risk or minimal risk on the site in terms of modifying the look and feel. And then there's an extended list of other optimizations, which we can do on a per user agent basis and the rest.
So in the open source world, we have to kind of cut releases and ship product.
Yep.
So we have we take kind of a whitelisting view of what we can do for different browsers. So if you're using mod PageSpeed from last month, and this month there's a new device that can support WebP, we won't know about it, but we'll get it in the next release.
And we actually, so back in November of last year, we shipped the 1.0 of mod PageSpeed. And when we did that switch, we're actually now shipping two channels. There's the beta channel, and then there's a stable channel, which very similar to Chrome. So if you want to be on the edge and try all the latest optimizations, that's where you would be. If you're a little bit more nervous about how will this work across all the devices, you should stick with the stable channel.
And another question is, all this is awesome to have it happen auto-magically. When it does that, does it also output reports so you can go back to your developers and say, hey, you guys should code better also, and this is how? Similar
So
to
that's
the way
that's PageSpeed Insights, right? We're effectively taking that same engine or the same rules and just automating all of that for you.
But does it output of what it's actually done so you can go back without having to run it through Insights on its own? Like, do you get some logging of, hey, we did these concatenations aside from the image optimization?
That's interesting. I don't think we've actually, we do have a statistics screen where you can go and kind of gather some data about, what is the server doing, how's it doing, tune its performance, but we don't have like an audit log today to say like, these are the optimizations that we performed.
Okay. Thank you.
realize we're wrapping up. I'll go quick. Is there any danger zones, things that you should not use, if you're using this, you should probably not use page speed on your server, like for using the open source Apache and Nginx models?
Sorry, can you?
Yeah, I'm talking too fast. If I'm doing X, then is there something that should I not, in this case, use page speed?
Oh, I see. No. So coming back to core filters, the safe filters, we try to be careful about what kind of optimizations rewriting we do to your markup, JavaScript and CSS. I would actually say, once you have page speed in place, you can undo a lot of the stuff that you're doing. So it probably makes sense just from simplifying your workflow, like not having to worry about a bunch of things. If you stick with the core filters, you should be pretty safe, but please test first. One thing I didn't mention, I should have, a really great tip, if you go to webpagetest.org/compare, you can type in your site, and it will run it through PageSpeed service, and it'll give you a side-by-side comparison, right, to show you, like, if you enable this thing, what would you get, right? Or you can actually, in our documentation, we provide a lot of toggles to selectively enable specific filters. Like you can pass us a query parameter string to say, I'm curious what's going to happen if I enable image lazy loading, right? And you can do that on a per request basis, such that as a developer, you can test one of these optimizations and then decide whether you want to make that part of your core configuration. All right, thanks guys. And if you have more questions, as I mentioned, please come by our Chrome area and ask us about it.
Hi there, I'm Daniel Seberg with Google Developers Live here at I/O 2013, and I am joined right now by a couple of gentlemen from the Google Play Games team, I want to say, if that's accurate. Lead PM Greg Hartrell and PM Duncan Curtis. Thank you both for joining us here.
Thanks for having us, Dan. Happy to be
So
here.
let's start by talking about what Hugo announced today, Hugo Barra, when he was up on stage, talking about Google Play Games service. What is it exactly? What does it mean to developers? Give me kind of the nuts and bolts here.
Okay, what we learned today in the keynote is, there's incredible momentum around Android in terms of the sheer number of installs, and particularly around, it's shown itself to be this tremendous gaming platform for game developers. And so what we've announced today is a set of services as a part of Google Play services that allow us to effectively bring games to the next level on Android and a number of cross-platform scenarios. It's really around four pivots. The first is achievements, so you can have badges, virtual trophies that increase engagement in your game, social and public leaderboards that leverage G+ circles, so you could be number one amongst your friends and maybe not necessarily number one in the world. We have a set of APIs that we just affectionately refer to as Cloud Save that effectively squirrel away state for your game, save game progress, settings, number of other virtual progress that's in games. And the last part on Android, we have real-time multiplayer, which allows up to 4-player simultaneous play with support for more players coming soon. And the theme around this is really, we're bringing the best of Google to gamers now, right? The things that we're good at, which is mobile and cloud, and allowing game developers to do what they do very well, which is make fantastic entertainment and fantastic gaming experiences.
Just to be clear, you mentioned this cross-platform idea, but Android, iOS, these are services that are going to work across all these devices, and we saw it today in some of the demos where they were actually working with each other.
Yeah, that's right. Part of the services is actually providing native SDKs for both Android and iOS, and then our REST APIs effectively allow any developer to integrate across any interconnected device. And what's fantastic about this is just, giving game developers the ability to build a community around their games across any number of screens. So it's also demonstrative of our commitment to being a cross-platform play for game services as well.
Now, I heard reference to you're talking about the leaderboard idea. I mean, far be it from gamers to be competitive. I'm sure we all know that that's a big appeal to any gamer to be listed in a leaderboard. You mentioned, between your friends, but between sort of the all-time list as well. Tell me about the fact that, when somebody beats someone's score or you get higher up on the leaderboard, this gets posted on Google Plus. I mean, I can actually brag about my score.
Look, of course, you can always brag about it on Google Plus, but what we're really doing is we're using it as a set of social discovery mechanisms, social play mechanisms around your Google Plus circles. So this is how you're going to find your friends to play with, and who you're going to game with, and who you're going to compare yourself against. You can also compare yourself against anyone who wants to put their score out there publicly. As I said, you can definitely still brag on G+.
Okay, that's good to know. And then what about the idea that, as you use different devices, if you do achieve or get to a certain level on one device, you go to another one, and sometimes you end up having to play that level again, which can obviously be a little frustrating. As much as you may love the game, you want to kind of move on. But now that will not be the case, right? I mean, you can actually have that kind of move from one device and pick it up where you left off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and this goes into those cloud save APIs we were talking about, is that because they're cross-platform, game developers now can basically squirrel away the game save data, so that way, if you've won level 14 on your game and you on your phone, and then decide to go home and pick up a tablet, or if you lost your device or have a new device, you can effectively pop open that game and pick up where you left off. And we think that's a really powerful scenario. Specifically to that service is that game developers will get basically 4 keys that they'll be able to squirrel away 128K of data. And that's pretty good, simple surgical tool for game developers to maintain that state. And then because, again, it's available on Android, iOS, and effectively interconnected device, we think that game developers will be able to use that in really creative ways to solve this problem that you just described, and probably quite a few others.
Let's step back just a little bit. If you could sort of talk to me about the game developers community on Play. Where is this going? What are some of the sort of exciting innovations that you've seen in mobile gaming? Are there some examples you can point to that are really cool these days?
Yeah, I think we've seen a number of partners. We have over 30 launch titles, currently that have started using Google Play services. I think Duncan and I have seen some incredible implementations of the game services that we've launched today. One of my favorites is a title called Frozen Front, where they've taken our real-time multiplayer and they've effectively created a turn-based atmosphere. So this is my definition of it. It's a bit of a real-time strategy game where you move around pieces on a board, and then similar to the way like a tabletop game would work, I would send my moves to you, and then you see my moves play out on your screen. So I think that's a really clever implementation and kind of like a really engaging experience that comes from that.
I would say the same, but for me, I really do like Frozen Front's implementation, but I really like World of Goo's leaderboard.
Oh, yeah.
So as you play through World of Goo, it's sort of a building mechanic game. And as you proceed through the levels, you get more building materials for your leaderboard. So the way you compare yourself against the other people in your circles is you actually get to build your tower. So the more skillful you are with just the few pieces of building material you have, you can actually build a better tower, or you can try again. Maybe a slightly different structure will actually get you further along. And since you're there, since they actually get your friends to show up in that level with you, your friends' pictures appear on little clouds for the taller your building goes. The little friends' faces are on clouds so you can see who you're actually beating. And it really drove me personally to want to just get that, those extra few meters or feet so that I could beat Greg in this case.
Not that you guys are competitive.
No. Duncan hands down beat me in that game.
And what about that multiplayer component? I mean, how much is that becoming a part of the gaming experience within what we're talking about today and going forward?
It's really becoming an important element. I mean, one of the really key things that we're launching is auto matching. So you'll be able to not just play with your current group of friends on G+ and in your circles. You'll actually be able to play with other people within the world. So you can jump in and be like, wow, I'd really like to play a game of Riptide 2. But, I know my friends aren't around at the moment, so I'm just going to jump in and choose an auto match player, and I'll get matched up with someone elsewhere around the world.
And how does that work? I mean, if I'm that other person somewhere in the world, do I get a notification that someone wants to play?
We'll be matching people up who, at a very similar moment, have pressed, "Hey, I would like to play a game with another auto match person."
Okay.
And it would be really nice for players to be able to jump into those gaming experiences whenever they want. Sometimes it's hard to get your friends to play at exactly that right moment. So when it is one of your friends, so let's say I invited you to come play a game and you're in my circles. I said, let's play a game of Riptide 2. You'd get a notification. It'd be like, bing, Duncan Curtis would like to play Riptide 2 with you. Click, assume you've got the game installed, you'll press play and straight into the game, and our game will begin. So this is going to be a really powerful tool for developers to re-engage audiences with a game that they may have lapsed from playing, or as a really great discovery mechanism for me inviting friends who haven't played the game yet. Because if you haven't had the game installed when I send you the notification, you'll be able to go check it out in the Play Store.
Right. And let's go back. I want to go back to that cross-platform or cross-device kind of an engagement. I'm forgetting the name. Forgive me, the name of the game that was demoed with the cars racing on the track and it was going across the different screens. I mean, that was fascinating to see how that worked.
Nostalgic about it. It was
right. I know it was meant to sort of recreate the idea of the race cars with the we had the trigger car. But anyway, talk me through what that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have a sample app that's called Nostalgic Racer that allows you to have like a little bit of a retro feel to it that way. And what's great about that is just having the ability to use those services across a variety of platforms, right? And so achievements, leaderboards, and cloud save are APIs that any game developer can take with our samples or in some of the demonstrations that you've seen, integrate those into the title and basically have it work on an Android device, an iOS device, or any other interconnected device, as it were. And we think that cross-platform play creates demonstrations like those and adds a little bit of a wow factor that way. But plus what Duncan was saying earlier, right, is that it's really about developers creating a really strong community of gamers that they have across whatever device they happen to have access to. And we know that developers have told us that that's a really important thing for them, and that's kind of been a guiding principle for us designing what we've designed.
I think a good way to put it as well would be to say that not only will we enable developers to actually connect people across devices where they want to play, but for the first time you'll really be able to add your G+ friends on your iOS device or on your Android device or on the web, and all of those communities will be able to feed into each other, so people will be around when you want a game. I think that's really important.
Agree, absolutely.
And tell me, if you could sort of look into your crystal ball, where is this headed? What are sort of like the sort of coming developments here? I mean, for any developers thinking, all right, this is awesome stuff today, but even beyond this, is there anything you can kind of point to?
Yeah, I think today what we focused on is building this really strong foundation for game developers, and we think of it as kind of a first step in many things. And so what we've heard from our developers is that integrating with our game services have been really fantastic. One developer specifically turned to us and said, wow, with multiplayer it would have taken me weeks, if not months, to be able to integrate something that complex and frankly deal with the server configuration, setting up peer-to-peer sessions, all of like the really hard networking problems that come with that. Yep. And that developer specifically was able to do it in a day. And we were pretty impressed when we had heard that, and they were really obviously relieved that it was that easy. So I think that looking ahead, what we plan on doing is listening to our developers who put together these services in their titles and launch it, learn from that, and a frame of reference here is to think about Google Play is really only it's just over a year old now, and the momentum that Google Play has created is indicative of the way that Google executes and the way that we deliver on a lot of our services. We want to maintain that momentum with games, listen to our developers, and improve the services as we go forward.
I can't wait till we look back in a year and be like, look how fast we've come forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And we'll be developing features based on our developer feedback and our community feedback as well. Those are really important to us to choose what those sort of next features and wins for us are going to be.
That's great. And tell me a little bit about that, the experience of working with these 30 partners and how they've been to work with. I mean, I'm imagining that this has been kind of an exciting opportunity for them, but also for for us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have a fantastic roster of partners. They come from actually very different types of studios. I mean, game developers, are very large outfits, or a guy literally in his basement.
Small, scrappy developer. Yeah,
Yeah,
Are most of them from a sort of a traditional game development background, or were some of them almost starting up in a way, looking at this opportunity? Or
The truth is that it's actually been a really healthy mix. We've been working with developers like Glue and Gameloft, right, who have some fantastic, really, rich experiences that, you really feel like when you play them on a tablet or some high definition experience. But then, Duncan brought up titles like World of Goo, and, we have, titles like Mega Jump that launched today. I think the other one that we were playing around the office was Plague Inc.
Plague Inc. was really good. Yeah, we've been playing Virtual Families 2 as well. We've been playing a lot of these games.
Be honest, that's all you guys do all day long, is just to play games, right?
It's hard.
You
I
must
don't know
get
how we
ribbed about this
survive on a normal day.
Somebody has to do it.
Right. Someone's got to do it.
Yeah. Anything else you guys wanted to mention while we've got you here?
No, I think it really just comes down to, we're really excited to see our partners launch their games today and create some of the fantastic gaming experiences they have. Hearing their feedback around what game services provided them, giving them opportunities to engage players, retain them, build discovery mechanisms for them to get their games known, and then frankly just having fantastic experiences that players are going to know and love for many months and years.
Sure.
This is just the start.
So if this is a race, we're going back to the car race then. We've just gone off the
Literally
start line,
just
really?
gone off the start line.
Okay.
We're excited.
I'm excited to see what's going to come out of all of this.
As are we.
All right. Well, Greg and Duncan, thank you both for joining us here. We really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure.
Daniel.
That's going to do it for us here at Google Developers Live for now. Hang tight, because we are going to be right back to talk about cloud. Guys, thanks again for joining us. Appreciate it.
Welcome back to Google Developers Live at I/O. This is our last session on the evening for day one. Louis Gray here with my co-moderator Daniel Seberg, who has returned. Thank you very much.
Happy to be here.
And Greg DiMichelli from the Cloud Platform team. He's Director of Product Management on Cloud.
Hey guys.
And Cloud has had a really solid update here at Google I/O. A lot of good information. And so we want to take this time at the end of day one to really walk through those updates and understand from you what's going on with Cloud at Google and what do people need to know?
Sure. Well, as you mentioned, it was a pretty big day for us here. And when I think about what we're doing in the cloud at Google, it really comes back to the fact that, over the past 14 years at Google, we've been building this amazing infrastructure for our own use. And whether people knew it or not, when they used Maps and Gmail and Search, they've been using this incredible infrastructure. But until now, it's been something that's only available for Googlers. And now with the cloud, we're actually letting third-party developers, any developer out there, run their applications on this same world-class infrastructure. And I think that's probably the biggest, most exciting thing. About 11 months ago, we were here at Google I/O. We first launched the cloud platform, and it's been a busy 11 months since then. We launched, I think, something like 163 new features in the 11-month period, which is really phenomenal if you think about it, but that's because we get to build on top of this incredible infrastructure that already exists within Google. So I then look at and think about what we actually announced here, and there's sort of a couple big issues. I mean, the biggest one is probably Compute Engine. For those folks who know, Compute Engine is our infrastructure as a service product. It allows people to run virtual machines, running operating systems of their choice in our infrastructure. And as of today, in fact, about 40 minutes ago, it's live and open for signups for any developer. So any developer out there who wants to can go to cloud.google.com and sign up and start firing up virtual machines and playing with what we can do in the infrastructure. So that's probably the single biggest announcement. We also talked quite a bit about App Engine. And again, for people who've been using the cloud platform, they know that App Engine is a platform as a service. Basically, it allows developers to concentrate their code on the part that makes their app different, and to not write that boilerplate code that just makes sure that it scales up when I get traffic and scales down when I don't get traffic. App Engine handles all that. App Engine's been usable for Java and Python and Go, and we announced today that we're adding PHP to the mix, which we think is a pretty big move in terms of millions of developers out there who now can use App Engine without having to learn a new language.
And so PHP is one of those things that comes up. Now, why PHP? Why are we doing that now?
Yeah, I mean, that one's actually pretty easy. If you look at any of the statistics out there, 3/4 of the world's websites are powered in some form by PHP. So it's just incredibly widely used. And so that made it a real obvious target for us. We really wanted to take and not just build your father's PHP. So we wanted to take PHP, which people know and love, but bring to it the App Engine magic, which is lets you build websites that scale up much faster than with any other technology. And equally important, when there's no traffic, we scale everything down to zero, and you have absolutely no charge when there's no traffic.
Excellent. Now, one thing I noticed, and Daniel and I were talking about it earlier, which is probably where he was going. We look in the keynote where cloud started to be part of the announcements from the other teams, and two parts in particular. One, we were looking at Android, where we talked about Google Cloud Messaging and the sheer volume of updates that are happening every single day with applications on Android. And the second piece was Google+, talking about using a Google data center as your darkroom for photos.
Right.
And I think what I'm hearing from them and from yourself is this real abstraction of where the data actually is and putting the data center to work. Maybe you can talk about that, about how the cloud platform is really benefiting the other platforms here at Google.
It all comes back to the fact that at Google, to do the amazing things we do at Google, we've had to invent new technology. We've had to invent new data center technology. We've had to invent new file systems with things like GFS. And what people don't even understand is
that's Google File System.
Google File System. We, 2002, 2004, we wrote these papers that really changed the way data centers are run. What people don't realize is at Google, we've actually already moved a generation beyond those. We actually now use even more powerful technology on our infrastructure. I think what you're seeing across Google is, whether it's in Google+, whether it's in Android or in the cloud, it's all helping customers and developers do things that they never could do before. And in the cloud platform, very few people could afford to build the kind of data centers we can. Give you one example, networking. Everybody knows how important networking is to application performance. At Google, we led a partnership that actually we are the only non-ISP to have laid submarine cable under the ocean across the Pacific Ocean. And we did that because high quality networking bandwidth is critical to our core products. And what we're doing with cloud is now other developers can just come along for the ride and get the advantages of the networking and the performance and the data centers we're doing. And I think you see that across Google, that the investments that we've made in infrastructure pay off across the whole company.
Now, for people who aren't here at I/O, they may not know that there's actually a cloud. We're part of the cloud in a sense right here because of the data sensing experiment that's going on. And in fact, there's one just below our feet right now. Talk a little bit about what that is here at I/O. What are we learning from that? What is it all about?
Yeah, this is cool. One of the things we wanted to do was we wanted to build a real-world example of the cloud platform, and we wanted it to be part of Moscone Center. So all across Moscone Center, there's 525 of these little sensors. And they are running open source Arduino processors, open source software, and they're collecting data on things like the humidity and the temperature and the noise level, which is a little quieter now than it was a few minutes ago, but you can imagine when tracks are out. So we're measuring just the ambient information about the volume and the temperature, and there's pressure mats counting how many people walk by. Now you can imagine there's 525 of these collecting multiple data streams per second, and we're all funneling that into a Google Cloud Platform application. And we're collecting that data and using App Engine to ingest it. We're using Compute Engine to do some analysis for it. We're using our big data products to allow people to query it and visualize it. And if people come over to the sandbox over here, they can actually explore and visualize some of this data and see where were the popular places that people were hanging out, where and when was it really noisy. And again, this is all done in a way that when we're done, the data is all going to be turned over to the community and the tools so that people can continue to examine and look at this data. So I think it's just a really cool example of the physical world meeting the cloud platform in a way that allows developers to really see a truly large-scale application.
You mentioned big data. It's a term that gets thrown around a lot.
Sure.
You had an announcement today, which was a cloud data store.
Right.
Maybe you can walk us through that and help us understand how it fits with the other storage options that are
that's
out there
a great
at Google.
example. The cloud data store, let me back up for a second. At Google, if you think about it, we've had to build technologies with very big databases and data sets to do things like search the web. And from the beginning, we knew that SQL databases were just not going to cut it. So we've built what is probably the world's largest NoSQL data store for our own use at Google. And we had previously made that available just through App Engine. And to give you a sense of the scalability of this data store in App Engine is currently processing 4.5 trillion requests per month. Not billion, trillion requests per month. And the big news now is that data store is now not just available from App Engine, it's available from Compute Engine, or actually any place with a REST API. So any developer, no matter what programming language you're using or environment you're in, you now have access to this incredibly high performance, highly scalable data store. And we think that's also a big step forward because NoSQL databases really are at the heart of a lot of modern, highly scalable web applications. I don't think people understand when we say Google scale, what we mean. We count in trillions, not billions.
Right, and trillions, the joke would be, I've forgotten how to count that low.
Right, even Carl Sagan would call a trillion a big number, right?
Right, absolutely. And you were saying what it can do for our partners. What are some interesting implementations that you've already seen with Cloud Data Store?
Yeah, so there's a couple really good examples of the cloud platform. A couple of them have been around mobile. Not surprisingly, there are a lot of people out there building mobile applications, and almost any application you immediately need to have some sort of a back end. Whether it's a game because you want to connect people together, or whether you just want to collect information about what features are being used or not, any mobile application worth its salt has a back end. So some of the examples we've seen are Fresh Planet, which is a company that makes a mobile app called Song Pop, which I don't know if you've seen. You challenge your friends, and it will play little snippets of a pop music, and it's in different categories, and the first one to identify the song wins. They currently are built on App Engine, and they're really proud to say that they have only 2 developers who build their back end of the application, despite the application scaling up and being, I think, the 5th most popular application in the store. Another one that's really popular right now for any of our viewers who are in Europe, they might know that the Eurovision Song Contest is going on right now. This is the song contest is very big in Europe, and part of it is voting on what songs should be the best. What we've done is they've built the Eurovision backend on top of Compute Engine. And so they're seeing, peak loads of 50,000 requests a second, peak loads. And we're able to meet that, and 90% of those we deliver in under 24 millisecond latency. So think about that. At peak, we're delivering the vast majority of their requests in 24 milliseconds or less.
And what's interesting about that is first we're talking about big numbers with trillions.
Right.
And now we're talking about little tiny numbers like microseconds.
Yeah.
And trying to work even smaller than that.
Absolutely. One of the things that we've really tried at Google is we know that speed matters. So we've tried really hard in the cloud platform to focus on not just fast performance, but consistency. Because it's very frustrating if you're building an application and one day your data performance is just fine and the next day it seems to be slow and you can't figure out why. So it's really been sort of a hallmark of ours to think about not just raw performance, but consistency of performance as well.
Yeah. Louis touched on big data, and I would love to hear from you on what are the sort of secrets to unlocking big data. What are companies doing to kind of make that useful and
yeah,
because people talk about it a lot. Yep. But I think that a lot of people struggle with really what to do with it and what it means.
The hard part of big data really comes in a couple forms. One is just the sheer size of the data means that traditional database management tools just don't work. You need to think about the data in a different way. And clearly that's where things like NoSQL data stores, the cloud data store come in. But the other thing about big data is a lot of it is about how you aggregate different data from different sources together. It's how do I take my log data and how do I combine that with my user data and how do I combine that with my sales data and do it in a way that lets a casual business analyst actually make sense of it. And that's where things like BigQuery come in. BigQuery is our product that allows you to almost magically take these giant NoSQL databases and query them as though they were SQL. You write SQL-like queries as though it were a SQL database, but underneath it's in fact automatically sharding and it's a highly scalable NoSQL infrastructure. So I think the challenges of big data really come in multiple dimensions, but mostly it comes back to people wanting a platform that takes care of the grunt work, for lack of a better word. I mean, there's a lot of work in building out big data that's not unique to your data set, and we're really trying to take that away so that developers get to focus on the fun part, if you will, the things that make their app different rather than the things that make their app the same as somebody else.
I'm glad you mentioned BigQuery. One cool thing about Google Developers Live is we don't just start and stop at I/O. We have Google Developers Live events year-round, and we regularly have guests like Michael Manicherry from your team to go ahead and come in and talk about BigQuery. And you mentioned that it's fun. And there's something fun about seeing somebody take a big data set, be it Wikipedia or something of that order, and running a query against it and seeing those real-time results. So I've enjoyed watching that as we've done our GDL events. And so one thing you also talked about, without getting any secrets away, I don't want Urs to come over here and get us all in trouble.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
But you talked about the uniqueness of Google, and you said sometimes we're working on the next generation of a file system or any other piece of your equipment that people haven't even thought of or caught up to yet. What is it that's unique about the Google environment that gives you access to incredible delivery?
Yeah, I think if you step back, we invented everything we invented because we had to. Like Google has big goals, right? I mean, when Google set out to say we're going to index the entire World Wide Web, that means you need to store an entire copy of the World Wide Web. And you quickly realize that normal file systems don't work for that. So you have to invent your own file system. It really is a case of us setting huge objectives, having a Gmail system where you can have 25 gigabytes of email. Well, that makes you have to invent new technology. So I think that's one part of the secret at Google is that we aim for big goals, and as part of that, that forces you to invent new computer science and invent new data centers. And the other part is we invest in our infrastructure. One of the things, Urs said this in the keynote, so I feel like I can say it. We spent $2.9 billion on infrastructure last year. That's a phenomenal amount of money, and we do that because it's so critical to our own success. We have to do it to be able to keep advancing the state of what we do. And the cloud platform, we are just really fortunate enough to be able to take these amazing things that Google develops for its own use and offer them up for other developers to use. And that's really where the magic comes in. I think it's fun to see technologies that we develop and to have us not just write a public paper about it, although we do that, we continue to publish academic papers, but to go to the next step and say, here's an academic paper, and here's a running version in Google Cloud that you can play with. I think that's pretty fun. It's pretty amazing at Google. So I really think it's the combination of there's Google big and Google scale, and we aim for that in everything we do. And then in cloud, we get to come along for the ride and invite other developers into the party. And so that's really a lot of fun for me.
Yeah. Hey, earlier we had the team on, we call it Performance Alley. The Chrome team came and they talked about making the web faster. And one of the things that we touched on is it's an old adage that you don't really solve a bottleneck, you just move it somewhere else.
Yes.
And you continue to find out whether it's a computation or it's a server or it's the network or it's the cloud. And it seems like with the cloud platform and a lot of the work we're doing here at Google, we abstract a lot of that away from the developer, so the developer doesn't have to worry anymore.
Yeah.
How do you start that kind of analysis and chase that bottleneck so it continues to move and becomes less of an issue?
Well, no, you're absolutely right. Every time you make one area faster, you now have, there's always one area that's at the top of the stack, that the area you want to work on most, right? Mm-hmm. And that's the fun, that as you nail one area, then the bar just keeps being raised higher. And I think that's, that notion of constantly chasing the next performance metric is really important. In Compute Engine, for example, we are, as part of the signups, we demonstrated, spinning up 1,000 VMs, or it was a couple hundred VMs, don't want to oversell. And our VMs are currently starting up in the range of 20 to 30 seconds to start up in a VM. When we talk to customers, they say, oh, that's amazing, that's phenomenal. But we look at that and go, okay, that's fine, but that's not really where we want to be. And the reason is we really want to change the way people work. An example of that, one of the things we announced today that I really think is going to change the way people think about cloud applications is this may sound mundane, but it's around billing. Today with almost every cloud provider, your time is measured in hours. So if you make a 15-minute compute job, you pay for an hour. It's sort of like, if I made a phone call for 15 minutes and the phone company charged me for an hour, right? That wouldn't be right. Well, because our VMs start up so fast, we actually charge by the minute. There's a 10-minute minimum, but then after that, you only pay for the actual minutes you use. And we think this really kind of changes the way people think about problems. You can start to throw cores at a problem, if you will. Like, why not double the number of cores and make the job take 20 minutes instead of 40 minutes? Because now I can do that, and it's cost effective to do that. So, we think the performance, the sub-hour billing is going to open up a lot of new ways for people to use computing. So that's probably, in the non-product area, one of the things I think is most interesting, and we're getting a lot of good response for. But you couldn't do that if we didn't nail the startup time and make the performance really fast, right? Yeah. So, but you're right. So doing performance in one area then opens up new possibilities in others.
I know we're running out of time, but I would love if you could address the idea of information security, which is obviously something I'm sure that you think about a lot.
Yep.
But in terms of the ISO standard that's applied to managing data and all of that, I think that's absolutely worth talking about.
Yeah, so obviously, at Google, it's critically important that we have information security is just a core part of everything we do. But what customers want is they want some external validation of that. And the ISO standard 27001 is that. They come through and they audit your physical security of your data centers, your logical security, your access control privileges. They can come in and do audits at various points in times. And so we have now completed the ISO 27000 certification on App Engine, Compute Engine, and Cloud Storage. And one of the things we've heard from particularly some of the larger customers is that it's a confidence sign. And we're going to continue to do more certifications as time goes forward, because we think they're a good way of demonstrating how how important security is and how seriously we take it at Google. But you're right, it's foundational to the whole notion of doing cloud computing. So I was really happy that we did that. And again, stepping back, it's another example where we have to invest in security for our own purposes anyway, for Google, right? And again, then the external developers can just take advantage of that. So yeah, and I was glad that we got that and we were able to announce that today. That's great.
I'm glad you were able to join us. I really appreciate you waiting to do the last slot of day one.
No problem. I'm in between the attendees and I think like food and drink, so I appreciate the chance to be here.
It's been really exciting to talk about cloud platform. I mean, the kind of scale that we have at Google is really tremendous. I'm really glad to see that we're really taking that to the development community. One thing we do at GDL is we talk to our developers every day throughout the year in their language, in their time zone, from a location that makes sense. We're really excited to do that at I/O.
Yeah, and encourage developers to try it out and give us feedback. We have product forums, we have pre-release forums, we have issue trackers. We want to hear. The PHP is a classic example. PHP was partly driven by the fact we had direct feedback from users saying we want this. So we want to hear from people about what's the next thing that they would like to see us do.
Right. Great. Well, thank you so much. Daniel Seberg and I will be back here tomorrow morning. I'm really looking forward to that. We kick off our GDL at I/O broadcasting even before the sessions kick off tomorrow from 9 to 10 a.m. What we're going to be doing is showcasing a lot of the work you did in the sandboxes.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was doing for the better part of this afternoon, was wandering around to different sandboxes. YouTube, we talked to some folks about Drive, Google+, and of course Maps. So we're going to bring all of that to you tomorrow.
Absolutely. So we're going to run through those sandbox partners, and we have a really special treat. We're going to have Bradley Horowitz from Google+ to do a deep dive around lunchtime tomorrow for those of you on the Pacific side. So welcome you coming back and talking GDL at I/O. In the meantime, subscribe to Google Developers on YouTube. You won't miss a single thing from us throughout the year. And check us out at developers.google.com/live. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Are wearing pants. We have an audience question. How does that affect the way you evaluate potential investments, especially at the seed level?